a dangerous road to go down, because even if people do want to do that, you can fall into a pattern of exploiting people and creating a lot of bad blood, which absolutely did happen. Vice. Yeah, there was a lot. I mean, it's unusual to find somebody who isn't a Vice hater.
Yeah, especially somebody who worked with them for a long time.
Yeah, I would say it's like pretty much 100% of people.
Thomas has been one of them.
Well, yeah. Well, but Thomas is my very close friend. Thomas Morton. Yeah. We lived together for years.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
I talk to him all the time.
Dude, he's so funny.
You should have him on.
I would love to. I talked to him on the phone once about doing this, and then I think he ghosted me after that. He's like, I'm not fucking gonna hang out with this loser.
I'll text him. He's great. I mean, he's like
I'm a huge fan of his, man.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
But he was someone who I think worked really well in that environment. There was a certain type of person that maybe had a more impulsive style of creating things that responded very well to the lack of bureaucracy in that environment, which was unusual. Like the typical pattern that you have with journalism is you have tons of middlemen, tons of people micromanaging everything that you do. I mean, I worked for National Geographic for a period, and I was shocked that this actually may be the norm. They expected me, when working on a documentary, to write an entire screenplay for the documentary that would then be approved by executives. And then my task as an interviewer wasn't to talk to people, but it was to reverse engineer scripted statements in question form.
Oh, wow.
So like close to a entirely manufactured piece as possible while still calling it some kind of documentary work. And that's just stupid.
That's the opposite of what the original idea of Vice was, right? It's just like going out to crazy places and turning the camera on and seeing what happens.
Yeah.
Seeing the insane shit that's happening in the world.
Yeah.
That's so fucking crazy, man.
Expensive, it produced bad results as well.
Yeah.
So there were a lot of things about that model that I think were brilliant and ahead of their time and were copied by lots and lots of people. I mean, they were kind of some of the early people to sort of professionalize YouTube documentary work. This is also before YouTube, but this kind of no budget, fully independent style, even though it was coming from a media outlet.
Right.
That was the idea. It's like you don't need this typical professional production apparatus. You can just throw people out and make something.
Right. And at what point, what was like the straw that broke the camel's back with Vice? Was it when they like sold out Rupert Murdoch, or like what was there like a specific point where you realized, and like Thomas realized like it's time to jump ship? Or was it I know there was a lot of layoffs and stuff like that, but like in your perspective, like what was happening internally that caused that?
There were a few things. I mean, one was you had overvaluation of Vice in general. So it was kind of coasting on this massive, what was it, like a $6 billion valuation, something nuts that was really inflated, not to say that it wasn't worth something. You had an increasingly resentful and tired workforce and an increasingly large number of enemies that had been cultivated by executives at the company. You also had increasing desire from rival media outlets to discredit them, which gives an incentive to write articles about how they're bad or irresponsible.
Yes.
You also had a very ill-advised transition from streaming online video, which they had built their brand on, to cable TV, which was a dying art.
In like 2016, right?
Yeah, at a time when this made really no sense. It's like, I think it kind of speaks to how ill-advised that decision was, that I couldn't watch my own show because I don't have a TV.
So I remember listening to interviews with Shane explaining how great of an idea it was. I'm like, okay, I think I'm convinced. I'm sold.
It was one of these things where I sort of thought, okay, well, if this is what is going to bring resources in and allow me to make documentaries, whatever.
Right,
but
right.
in the back of my head, I was always thinking, this seems like a bad idea. And then on top of that, you had this sort of gradual erosion of their identity, which had begun probably because there were different eras, right? You have the kind of Gavin McInnes era, which is oriented entirely around ultra edgy humor. Vice is basically a humor magazine, a humor, art, fashion magazine. Totally different. And then it goes from that to a sort of transitional literary era that doesn't get talked about very much, where there was this brilliant guy named Jesse Pearson, who was the editor of the magazine. He was a sort of intellectual who wanted to use it to publish fiction and art, photography, and things like that. And that was around the time that I started working there, and it was actually like a really cool era to be there. Then it goes from comedy Vice to literary Vice to news Vice. That's around the time that the HBO thing.
Is that when Spike Jonze came along?
He came along. Well, he was always in the background.
Oh, was he?
But he came along more during the Viceland pivot as someone that was like in the office every day. I don't really think that he had all that much of a. I mean, I think he probably got paid well, but I don't know that he played all that much of a role other than so then there's news, and that's around the time when they start to have mainstream appeal, and everyone's saying like, oh, this is real news, this is a real news network. And then they get hit hard by culture war, propriety concerns, because the edginess that they built their brand on suddenly became deeply unfashionable and dangerous reputationally. So they have to pivot to some kind of like social concern. There was actually like there's a journalist, Michael Moynihan, who wrote a great piece and did an interview with Barry Weiss about this kind of pivotal moment where young employees at Vice decided that the old covers of the magazine were too offensive to be displayed, and so they all had to be moved out of the lobby into the private office of Sarouche, who was one of the founders of the company.
Right.
And I was there while this was happening, and I remember seeing it and thinking that it was unsettling, but also just ignoring it. But he was, I think, correct to point out that this was indicative of rot within the company, where you have the employees saying this entire company is so offensive that we can't look at what it has created. And they start making increasingly bad stuff. After I left, it became kind of like one of the premier sources of anti-psychedelic journalism.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Again, anti-psychedelic shrouded in sort of social justice type concerns, because this is, we were talking about like the scientific orientation of drug scares in the 90s that shifted in the 21st century to a moralistic orientation. So now, if you want to scare people away from using MDMA, you don't say, hey, it's going to make holes in your brain. You say, hey, this is a tool of capitalist oligarchs who are to commodify your spirit and make you a more efficient worker while funding the genocide in Gaza, right, and creating super soldiers. And this is a tool of the imperialist American war machine, right? And so this is the new, and people say, oh, okay. You're right, then MDMA is bad. Thank you so much for telling me this important information. So it's important to recognize that the anti-drug messaging evolves with the culture and what the culture wants. In the 90s, they wanted medico-scientific explanations for why not to use drugs. Now it's about moralistic explanations for why drugs are bad. So why don't you use cocaine? It's not because there was a rat with a lever and he pushed that darn lever until he died, and you don't want to end up like that rat. That's what you'd say in the 80s or 90s. Now it's like, so you want to participate in the exploitation of Latin American workers who could be enslaved by the cartel, and you're going to get high off of this blood money, this product. But of course, all this is a product of prohibition, and this whole idea, this is one of the issues with moralism and with scientism, is that they can both obscure the real issues. Like, it's not to say that there aren't actual moral concerns with certain types of drug consumption, but moralism has been weaponized very effectively by commercial interests and by government interests. Right. You even see this now with like the White House Twitter page, right? And they do that like weird cartoon of the crying woman, and it's like very. You see this?
I haven't seen this.
It's like it's like this. There's like an ice
on their Twitter, the White House Twitter page.
The White House Twitter page has an image of like an ice person arresting a crying Mexican woman, and it's like it's like a very superficially inhumane, creepy image, and you look at it and you think, ooh, that's kind of an odd look, like arresting a crying woman. Like, what is going on here? But then it's like, well, this is a fentanyl dealer, and then you say, oh, okay.
Oh wow!
It's a
fentanyl dealer.
It's a fentanyl. Okay, it's a fentanyl dealer. Okay, yes. And again, the point here, I'm not saying is that fentanyl is always good, but by using the word fentanyl, suddenly you can completely change the interpretation of an image that would immediately be recognized as sort of unsettling and inhumane.
Right.
And these things are weaponized very, very effectively, and it's important to recognize them and see how they've become tools, right? I did this thing for my podcast where I covered a trial in the DEA headquarters, which was oriented around prohibiting two obscure psychedelics, so obscure that they, for one of them, were not able to provide any peer-reviewed scientific evidence that a human being had ever consumed it. Right, so we're talking insanely fucking obscure.
When was this?
This was recently. This was like maybe 4 or 5 months ago.
Okay.
I covered the entire trial. So it was a 2-week trial, and it was like a group of scientists who were petitioning the DEA not to prohibit this extremely obscure scientific research chemical called DOI. Okay. And what I saw going to DEA headquarters every day for this hearing was up close and personal the entire propaganda mechanism at play, right? You walk through this lobby and it's like faces of fentanyl, faces of that, and
really,
yeah, and it's all these photos, and I was looking through them and thinking, this is interesting, faces of fentanyl, and then looking, and it's like really, really old people. So it'll be like Janice taken by fentanyl age 7 or something, and thinking like, what's the story, Janice? There's no, how did Janice die of a fentanyl overdose? Right, but there's no context. And I looked at the website and realized that it's like you can just submit random shit. There's no verification of anything. These are just things that have been submitted. And there was even someone, a mother whose son was used in this campaign without her understanding. So it's like right off the bat, you're being hit with a literal wall of propaganda that is all oriented. They have a golden fentanyl chandelier in the office.
Is this the hallway?
Yeah, that's it.
Jesus, dude. Whoa, look at that. One with on the very left, very bottom left.
Yeah, that's it.
Bizarre.
That's exactly what I'm Forever. So then there's like Forever 2, Forever 88. Anyway, as you can see, this is just very, I'm not saying people don't die from fentanyl. Obviously they do. But this is also, without question, propaganda that is neglecting to recognize the real reason that people are dying of fentanyl overdoses, which is prohibition and the lack of regulation of the drug market, where people are driven to use completely unregulated, uncontrolled black market substances that might be contaminated with fentanyl. And with fentanyl, it's actually like amazing that this is their chosen propaganda tool, because it's the worst possible example. This is a drug that most people don't even want to do. Right? They've surveyed people and said, do you want to use fentanyl? The majority of people don't want to use fentanyl. So how lucky for the government. You have a substance that people don't even want to do, and yet this is a problem. Well, then you have to ask yourself, how did we develop a problem with people using a drug that they don't want to use?
Right.
And the answer is prohibition created this. It's their fault that this has happened. Like, if people had access to, I mean, I think Kratom actually represents one example of like, you know,
It's kind of gray market, right?
Right, yeah.
You can't buy it on Amazon or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, conceivably you could, but maybe Bezos doesn't want to dip into it. But yeah, it's
you can buy it at any gas station.
Yeah, and I think that while there are problems associated with it, I do think that having a semi-regulated supply of an opioid relative to just totally untested, totally unregulated powders represents a step in the right direction where people will still get into trouble, but you'll have a much smaller number of overdose deaths. I mean, the bigger issue, of course, that I alluded to this earlier, and it's maybe a controversial statement to say that drugs aren't the cause of drug problems, but when you look at 2021, a record number of drug overdose deaths in the United States. You have more people dying of drug overdose deaths than ever before in history.
That was the height of the pandemic, right?
Yeah, and that's I would say that that's probably not a coincidence. We're going to blame the Sackler family for that. I think that you had a very clear indication. Everyone knew that opioids were addictive. There were endless news stories about it, and so if you're going to say, "Oh, the Sacklers pulled the wool over everybody's eyes," and nobody knew that opioids were addictive, by 2021, that's not a valid argument.
No,
everybody fucking knew, and yet you have record awareness and record overdoses. Yeah. So what's different? The difference is there's a fucking pandemic. And everyone is miserable and unemployed and isolated and atomized and sitting in front of their computer feeling lonely and sad, and they are psychologically ultra susceptible to developing drug problems.
Wow. Yeah, that's wild, man. That's an interesting way of putting it.
I mean, just one quick story. It actually involves Thomas. I don't think he'd mind me telling the story. I think it's like, so Thomas and I lived together, and Thomas's father died from cancer, and he was in a very typical scenario that people are in when they have a loved one die of cancer. His father then prescribed morphine for the cancer pain, and I remember him coming back to the apartment that we were living in. He had this big bottle full of these blue 5 milligram morphine sulfate tablets. It was just like completely full. He put it on the counter and he said, "Help yourself. You know, you can have as many as you want." And I took one. I thought it was okay, maybe really constipated. I wasn't really into it. And that was it. That was the end of my experimentation with morphine sulfate. Thomas, on the other hand, became addicted to morphine.
Oh, wow.
So we have two people living in the exact same apartment,
right,
with the exact same access to the exact same drug, yet one of them becomes dependent and the other one doesn't.
Wow.
Why is that?
Right.
If it were just the drugs, wouldn't we both have become equally dependent on the morphine? We both had access to the same bottle, but it wasn't just the drug. Thomas was going through a lot of emotional pain as a result of losing his father.
Right.
I was in a relatively emotionally stable situation and was less susceptible to addiction for that reason. So if you deny all these psychological, environmental, social aspects of addiction, you're fundamentally misrepresenting the problem and you'll never help anyone.
And everyone's different in regards to like their chemical makeup too, right? Like depending on like emotions or what their lifestyle is, like we're like these bags of hormones and different chemicals that is constantly fluctuating. Like we're never in a solid state.
Oh, absolutely. Right.
So like drugs are going to interact with everybody differently.
Right. So like I experienced extremely severe hangovers. Like I could have 3 drinks.
Same here.
And the next day I would be just off. The next day would be useless. I wouldn't be like vomiting and, have like a splitting headache. I would just feel like shit, kind of.
Yeah.
Other people can have 5 drinks with lunch and it's nothing. So they're fundamentally responding to this in a different way as a result of likely genetic metabolic differences between us. So the punishing effect of hangover just doesn't apply to them as much. Those same people are going to be more susceptible to alcoholism.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of factors.
I've always found it so interesting how people I know, I have friends that can function and live their lives and are ultra successful in their lives that can go day to day doing like hard drugs. Like I'm talking about like Ambien, cocaine.
Ambien?
Yeah.
You call Ambien a hard drug?
For me, yeah, I would call it hard drug. I'm super like lightweight. I'm a pussy when it comes to drugs. But like I have friends like that can just function off this stuff and do it every single day. And I'm not talking just Ambien. I'm talking going from Ambien to Adderall to cocaine to Vicodins and muscle laxers, like all in the day. And they're like arguably they're more with it than I am.
Oh yeah. Well, you become tolerant as well.
Right.
That's the other thing. But yeah, I mean, the way you describe it, you make it sound crazy.
Yeah.
But
To me, it's crazy.
yeah, but people drink coca tea in a lot of South America. They're consuming cocaine every day. It's not a big deal. It kind of depends on the culture, how you're doing it, what the dose is. I mean, people take 80 milligrams of Adderall a day. It's fucking nuts.
To me, dude.
But for those people, it's just normal. In the same way that nicotine very rapidly becomes just normal. Right now, if I were to take that Zyn that's
staring at you,
staring at me intently from over there, it would be wild. It would be
really.
Oh yeah, it would be wild.
Wow.
It would be a wild ride that I will not take, and because I have no tolerance, I stopped using nicotine. For now, I may be back,
sure.
But it's been a little while, and I'm gonna see how far I can go with this. And
How's it been so far?
It's been fine. You can live without it.
Did you notice any sort of crash or any sort of like withdrawal?
A little bit, yeah. But that's useful as well.
Yeah.
I think is to actually analyze what it is that you feel that you're missing, what it is that it was doing for you, because it's not always entirely intuitive. I mean, I felt that way with cannabis. I don't think I would have really known, but for me, I think for a lot of people, I would use it just to like reduce my annoyance or anger. That became the kind of thing is if you're annoyed or angry, smoke some weed, chill out. But then again, it's sort of like taking Ambien to go to sleep. A typical life involves numerous occasions where you feel annoyance, and if you don't develop a healthy way of contending with annoying situations, you're just going to be all bent out of shape.
Sure. Yeah. But what I was like when I was explaining my buddies that I know that use Ambien to go to sleep and Adderall to wake up every day, I was like, it feels like to me you're just burning the candle at both ends. And it can't be a healthy way to exist. But somehow these people manage to not only exist but thrive.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just to me. It's kind of unfathomable.
You can do it. I don't. It's whether or not it's good just depends on so many factors. I would say all else equal, it's probably better not to.
Yeah.
But again, you do have people that struggle horribly with insomnia. Maybe if they just take 5 milligrams of Zolpidem before bed, it's better for them. It just kind of depends. For me, is I travel a lot, and when I'm traveling, I'm always working, and so it never feels like, oh, I'm just gonna tough it out and not sleep before a strictly scheduled chemistry project where every day matters. Like it just feels too, again, but this is my rationalization. There's too much at stake. I can't, like I'm about to go on a big chemistry voyage. And it's like, you better believe
that put some high octane gas in your body before you do that. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, my one of my buddies in particular that uses Ambien a lot, he'll explain to me sometimes how he has security cameras all over his house. So he'll like fight the urge to go to sleep after he takes the Ambien, and he'll go into one of the rooms in his house where he has a monitor that shows all of his cameras, and he said he'll be staring at like his driveway camera, and he'll see like a unicorn walk across the driveway, and he like hallucinates on it.
Yeah, that can happen. It doesn't tend to. I had a little bit of that when I first used it. Once you become a little bit tolerant to it, the dominant effect is a sort of ultra disinhibited delirium. So that's like the kind of Roseanne Barr type situation where you're like tweeting some crazy shit that you don't remember. Like that's the real. It's not so much for most people that they start seeing unicorns. It's more like your entire sense of social, professional caution goes out the window because you're just totally disinhibited. You have these examples of people like masturbating on planes or things like that, and it's like
they're often on shit like Ambien.
Yeah, and I could imagine it. I could imagine how, like, on one hand, you could see someone being a sex criminal and using that as an excuse. On the other hand, I could see it's crazily disinhibiting. It really does whack you out.
What was the story with Tiger Woods taking Ambien? It was like he used it as like a sexual enhancement or something.
Right, yeah. I think one of his mistresses said that he had, quote, crazy Ambien sex. That's a direct verbatim quote.
Oh my God. How do you chemically and pharmacologically explain that?
It's basically, it's binding to the same site on the GABA A receptor as a benzodiazepine, with maybe a little bit more selectivity. So it's not so different from Xanax or Klonopin. The main difference with Ambien is that is metabolized very, very, very quickly. So if you take something like Valium before you go to sleep, you'll still be under the influence of it when you wake up in the morning. Whereas Ambien and related Z drugs have been chemically engineered in such a way that they're very rapidly metabolized, intentionally, with the idea being you won't have any morning grogginess because 2 hours after taking it, it's already largely been excreted or metabolized, biotransformed. Hopefully not excreted if you're sleeping.
Right.
Yeah.
Going back to the fentanyl thing.
Yeah.
There was tons of stories a couple of years ago, like, I forget where I saw this piece, but I read this really long essay on this fentanyl epidemic that we're seeing people dying from doing coke that's accidentally laced with fentanyl. And there was this theory that people had that somehow China was shipping fentanyl and teaching these chemists in Mexico and South American countries to use fentanyl to make their coke or mix it in with their cocaine to somehow kill Americans. And then this person did this really long piece that laid out the case where he said that he went and tried cocaine in various cities throughout the United States, right? Like he went to some high-level dealers that sold cocaine to like rich people and well-off, white collar folks. And then he went to like some inner cities and bought cocaine from, like street dealers. And he also, I think, tested it. And what he found was that the cocaine that was laced with fentanyl was sold by people who were also selling heroin, because I guess you mix heroin with fentanyl. So his theory on this was that, like, okay, these really low-level dealers are selling heroin, fentanyl, all this other stuff. But the people that are selling coke to like rich people, they're not selling heroin. So the low-level people are like mixing the coke and the heroin on the same table, and there's actually getting a little bit of fentanyl into that cocaine by accident. And that would potentially describe those fentanyl overdoses of people doing coke.
Yeah, that would seem like the simplest explanation to me, that there's just some cross-contamination occurring.
Yeah.
It's possible that there's some intentional adulteration. The idea of doing something like that has existed for a long time. There's even a cigarette brand that had opium in it at one point. But after that, then there was a tobacco industry internal letter that was released to the public that was kind of interesting, where I can't remember what tobacco company it was, but they were talking about the concern that competitors should try to drug etorphine into cigarettes. So they weren't suggesting that doing it themselves. They were saying,
what was the drug called?
Etorphine.
Etorphine?
Yeah. Which is like a so-called Bentley compound. These are ultra-potent opioids that are sort of chemically related to morphine. At that time, it was a fentanyl, not chemically related to fentanyl, but similar in terms of its potency. So the idea was the same. What if somebody put a essentially microdose of a high potency opioid into cigarettes in order to make them even more addictive? So people have tossed around that idea with fentanyl. I don't actually know that this is really so common. It's talked about all the time, but you have to be very careful with, and it does occur. I'm not saying it never occurs, but I'd want to really have a better sense of how prevalent this is, because it's the sort of thing that people will talk about and report on because it's sort of sensational and frightening. But is this really a widespread issue?
Right.
I'm not entirely convinced.
Yeah, I heard also, what was this? 1977 scientist at BAT Industries PLC explored adding a highly. Oh, this is what Hamilton's talking about. Wow.
And I've read the primary document.
Oh, really?
Referred to, yeah. Yeah.
I saw a story. I forget where I saw it. It might have been from Luis Chapar telling me that there was a story basically of a cartel, like the head of one of the cartels in Mexico, like hung somebody from a street sign and put a message on there, like warning people of mixing their coke with fentanyl, saying this is what happens if you guys will mix fentanyl with the cocaine. Like you're gonna hang because it's not good for business.
It probably isn't good for business.
Right, that's what I would imagine. Like,
yeah.
If you're selling coke to people, you don't want them to be dying. You're not going to be buying any more of your coke.
Right. But the other thing is, you get into this weird cycle where a drug like fentanyl is associated with fatal overdoses. That's pretty much the only thing people ever say about fentanyl is that it's killing people. And so when somebody dies of a drug overdose, everybody thinks that's fentanyl because fentanyl is the drug that kills people. So you get this self-reinforcing cycle, and I've seen this happen personally on a number of occasions where somebody dies of a drug overdose, everyone says that it's fentanyl, and then the toxicology comes back and it was heroin, something like that. So people still die of drug overdoses, and it's important. Again, I think people will often misinterpret what I'm saying. They'll say, oh, he's like a fentanyl apologist who's saying nobody dies of fentanyl. They absolutely do.
Yeah.
But the point is, if you decide the drug problem is a product of fentanyl, then you will misconstrue the problem and may fail to recognize that while the problems with fentanyl are real, it has also become a major propaganda tool.
I was reading this crazy story in I forget what magazine it was, but it was a story basically about how one of the head guys of the Rolling Stones was talking about how back in the day they used to get this pharmaceutical grade cocaine from Merck. And he said they would just use it all the time, and like they would have like lines of it chalked up behind the speakers and amplifiers during live shows, and it was incredible because there was no withdrawal afterwards. There was no like you never came down. It was just like you could do this coke all day long, all the time. You know, feel yourself through these 8-hour shows and no downside, absolutely zero downside. And they somehow got like loads of it from Merck, this like pharmaceutical grade cocaine that apparently came from the Nazis.
Right. I think this also speaks to the way that people project associations onto a drug, and that can change the nature of the drug experience. So maybe that's the case, that this is
sure.
But also, you could imagine having a bottle of pharmaceutical cocaine and being impressed by it and thinking, oh, this is the real stuff. This is very, very good. And then because of this association with purity and goodness, then you don't have to come down. People do this all the time.
Don't feel dirty, right? It's pharmaceutical, right?
Right. So people do this all the time with alcohol, where they'll say, oh, that's, like, of course you get a hangover with the terrible alcohol, but this is some like really nice, this is some nice stuff. What gives you a hangover from alcohol is alcohol. So, and I'm not saying that there couldn't be some, minor contribution from sugar or whatever, but if it were the sugar, then anyone that ate a piece of candy would have a hangover the next day, which is not typically the case. So, it's the alcohol that is responsible. But people will buy into these ideas about how like a really high purity alcohol is not going to produce a hangover or whatever. So it's the same. People do this all the time.
You're talking about basically placebo, right?
Like, the interesting thing about placebo or expectation is that these factors exist even in the presence of an active substance. So people always talk about placebo as if those factors only exist when you give somebody a sugar pill or something that's pharmacally inactive. But those same expectation effects apply even in the presence of a pharmacologically active substance, which can make it very difficult to interpret clinical trial results. I mean, this is why anytime you're working with the human mind in that way, there's so many complicating factors that have to be taken into consideration. So is it possible that the pharmaceutical cocaine was vastly superior to whatever street cocaine they were getting at that time, which maybe was methamphetamine, or it's possible, or it's possible that the idea of a hyper pure pharmaceutical product allowed them to experience it differently.
Yeah, how much of an effect do you think that has on psychedelics?
Huge,
really
huge.
Yeah, because I noticed that I think one of the most illuminating things about your your trip to Haiti when you documented that tribe and the voodoo. I think it was like a voodoo ritual society in Haiti that they were obsessed with this, and this goes back to like that rainbow serpent thing, where they had this pufferfish venom that is like 160,000 times more potent in a certain alkaloid that has in cocaine or something like that, and it paralyzes your whole body, and sometimes it's fatal, or a lot of the times it's fatal. But like these people, they have this spiritual religious belief, right, in voodoo, and that these things happen and that they create zombies or whatever. So that is a huge, like, that dictates how they react to these drugs, because their culture goes back, who knows how far it goes back, but they really believe in this stuff, and they have extreme expectations to how or what's going to happen once they take these drugs or engage in these rituals.
Right. And so the hypothesis that this ethnobotanist Wade Davis had was, just for those that aren't familiar, that using a combination of this pufferfish toxin, TTX, and scopolamine, you could in fact convince somebody that they had died and been revived as a zombie.
Mm-hmm.
And people outside of Haiti were very skeptical of this claim, because it wouldn't work on you, it wouldn't work on me.
Right.
Why are we supposed to expect that it's going to work on them? And Wade Davis's counter argument was that the effect of the drug is not just pure pharmacology, but it's dependent on the cultural matrix in which the drug is consumed.
Mm-hmm.
And if you administer this drug in a culture where people believe in zombies and believe in resuscitation and believe in all of these things, that you can induce this effect. And I think it's inadequately studied. There really isn't a lot of corroborating evidence. It hasn't been tested.
Yeah, how do you study that?
You'd have to go back and spend more time as voodoo practitioners and take more samples and really critically evaluate it. But I think that it's inadequately documented to say with certainty that this was a widespread phenomenon. I think that fundamentally Wade Davis's hypothesis is plausible. I wouldn't go as far as to say
what was his hypothesis?
That zombification is a ritual in Haiti that involves the administration of pufferfish that contains the toxin TTX that causes a death-like paralysis. The victim is buried alive and thinks that they have died. They're then exhumed and given scopolamine, where they are kept in a sort of pharmacologically zombified state and enslaved by the voodoo sorcerer, the Bokor. So this was the idea. And it's pretty outlandish, but it's plausible. I mean,
So the Bokor has control of them after they become a zombie?
Right. It's like a theatrical way of convincing somebody that they are your slave.
Wow.
And again, people say, "Oh, that's crazy." I mean, there's cults and religions all around the world that do things that are not that different.
Right.
So if you create a system of belief that allows somebody to think that this is real and this is what needs to be done, people do all kinds of weird stuff.
Right.
So I do think that what he was proposing is a possibility. How widespread it is, that's another question.
Right.
Maybe it was a one-off thing. Maybe it never happened, but I think that fundamentally what he was describing was possible.
Yes. It seems like there a study that was done, I think it was with John Hopkins, where they were trying to give psychedelics to different religious groups or people, like leaders of different religions, and seeing how the psychedelic affected them, or like what their experience was based on their religious worldview.
Yeah, there was.
This was a famous study that was never released that Travis Kitchens wrote about it.
Yeah. Have you had him on?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, cool.
Oh, yeah. He blew my fucking mind, dude.
Did you talk about, was this recently?
Yes, this was like maybe a month ago.
Did you talk about the symposia stuff at all?
What's that? The symposia stuff?
Because he was one of the...
He talked about it. I mean, we talked about everything. There was nothing that I don't think he held back on anything. What's
I
the
don't want to guess.
psychosis?
Well, if he didn't talk about it, I don't know that I want
I'm
to.
sure he did. Like, I just don't know.
Well, there was an activist group. This comes back to what I was saying at the beginning about people being very careful about how they're being manipulated by journalists in these drug issues.
Yeah.
So there was this activist group that Travis Kitchens was actually a part of, an anti-drug activist group. And they had people who were, I think, like entirely cynical in their orientation, and then they had people like Travis Kitchens who were not cynical in their orientation, but were looking for a place, an outlet for a critique of maybe capitalism or for-profit motivations in psychedelic research, something like that. Like, I'm not suggesting that there's no valid criticisms of psychedelic research or anything like that. There absolutely are.
Yeah.
The issue is that a lot of the people who are engaged with critical psychedelic thought are fucking nuts and are like ultimately anti-drug in their orientation, and so they kind of contaminate the entire movement, right? It's like in the same way that there's like valid objections to almost everything, but it's like there's valid objections to smoking weed. Yeah. But if somebody's like life is oriented around being anti-weed, chances are there's something kind of weird about their reasoning there. I think a similar thing happened with psychedelics. So there was this group, and they sort of terrorized the psychedelic community, stalking people, essentially. Anytime I gave a talk, one of them would either be online or in person to harass me. It's went on for years. And I was always thinking, like, damn, these psychedelic conferences are very expensive. The tickets cost like hundreds of dollars on them. And I think, how the fuck are they? I can't even afford to go to these things, and I'm being paid to go to them. So how are these people going to these conferences just to harass me? Like, what is going on? Like, wouldn't it be interesting if they were being paid by someone? And this was something that an idea that I'd been toying with for a while, but it's a very paranoid idea that I felt uncomfortable talking about publicly because it's just a bad road to go down. The like your ops are paid ops. Yeah, you just don't want to be that guy. So, but I'd had a number of these things happen that were actually a lot of things happen. Like another example would be I was giving a talk at this New York City psychedelic conference. Had nothing to do, because I was working at this lab in Philadelphia that was receiving research funding from a pharmaceutical company to develop new psychedelic drugs. So the talk had nothing to do with that. It was actually just about how different psychedelic drugs are made. And afterwards, this woman speaks during the Q&A, she's a prepared statement. And she's like, I want you to answer before this audience whether you think your pharmaceutical company's polymorph B is truly a novel invention, and if not, what are you giving back to indigenous people of the world? And like the audience erupts into applause, and I was thinking like, oh wow, whoa. I mean, this is just nonsense. The work that I was doing had nothing to do with indigenous people or indigenous knowledge, and this patent that she was referring to had nothing to do with what I was doing. So I was thinking, and the stage lights were in my eyes, and I couldn't see who the person was, but I was thinking, like, wouldn't it be fucking crazy if she were an employee of a competing pharmaceutical company, and they were just weaponizing their employees using moralism to try to interfere with the competitor's drug development. Wow. But it's like, this is the sort of thing you don't even want to say this out loud, right? Like, so I kind of made peace with this. I was like, it would be crazy, but you will never know. Right? You will never know, and it's better to just assume that isn't the case, because you'll go crazy if you even think that thought. But then I found the dissertation, the PhD thesis that was written by the woman who asked this question, which has a transcription of her asking the question and acknowledging that she was the one that did this, and she was an employee of the opposing pharmaceutical company.
way.
You saying that? Yes, actually, yes. And thanks the CEO, the billionaire CEO of the company, in the beginning of her PhD dissertation. Yeah. So this was really crazy. This was one of these like, oh shit, it's real. Like it's real. It's actually real. and this is the sort of thing that's going on. So this company, Usona, was very, very good about employing people who would harass business opposition using moralism as their technique. They branched their pharmaceutical company into, there's a for-profit, one of the owners is a for-profit called Suruvia, and then they have all of these non-profit arms that are oriented toward supposedly preventing the approval of bad patents that just happen to be patents of all of their pharmaceutical competitors, right? It's really actually kind of amazing. They promote the work of any journalist who is writing anything negative about their competitors.
Wow.
Yeah. And it turned out that one of the executives at Usona was paying or had paid one of the members of this group, the Travis Kitchens, was a member of, to again also harass their opposition. It's pretty wild. Yeah. And the same person, I don't know if you follow Michael Pollan, but the same person is Michael Pollan's major informant in all of the psychedelic reporting, and that bias is very much evident in all of Michael Pollan's stuff as well. So there's some really wild stuff going on, and this is like a real example of this sort of thing happening.
That's an example of the YouTube comments becoming true. Because if you read YouTube comments of a lot of podcasts, people always speculate that this person's an op working for this person. Like, that's like the number one foundational conspiracy.
Right.
I feel like that exists in comments of people that say anything intelligent or anything interesting. Like they always say, oh, okay, this person's working for this person. They're a paid informant for this company or this country or whatever.
Yeah, which is funny. And people do that to me. And it's funny because as an impulse, it's not necessarily a bad thing to do. The issue is that they don't often get it wrong. So the Sona thing is a very extreme example, and it's now 100% confirmed that this occurred, and not a single journalist has ever publicly discussed this. The only narrative that has ever been publicly promoted has been Usona's narrative, which they promote through association with the grants that are given to journalists to report on psychedelics, right? There's actually and again, the way that I'm describing this, I want to be very cautious and not suggest that it's like purely calculated. I do think that there's a complexity in all of this. It's a little bit hard. There's a bit of self-deception at play. Maybe they really believe what they're saying, whatever. Mm-hmm. But this is one of the reasons that MDMA was not approved, was this group that was in part funded by an executive at Usona, but also funded, actually two executives at Usona, but also funded by a major anti-psychedelic organization called the Sarlo Family Foundation.
Sarlo, yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah. So they fund like most of the anti-psychedelic people at the moment.
Yeah, Travis was telling me about that family.
Yeah, it's a very interesting story actually behind all. This shit is fascinating, and it's kind of sad to me that no journalists have covered it. That a lot of people that even get the towing letter get sued. I hope. Yeah, it's like you have to be the people that.
How can they sue you to get your just people talking about it, or like they're saying they're being defamed or something?
Yeah. I mean, you can just legally harass people very easily.
Harass people with lawsuits.
Yeah, and then they know this. So, and this is all to say, I saw all this play out, and it was one of the most shocking things I've ever seen. It was mind-blowing. And you can see this stuff on YouTube, right? So if you go to the YouTube MDMA Advisory Committee hearing, you can see some of these people who are being paid by the Sarlo Family Foundation to run an anti-MDMA campaign, lying to the FDA and getting away with it, including the main person was this woman, Michelle Devenot, who was sort of the head of the anti-MDMA campaign, and she just was firing off bullshit at a rate so fast that no one could even contend. She's saying that the MAPS, the company that was developing MDMA as a treatment for PTSD, was a therapy cult. She was saying that one of the therapists had pinned down a patient while the patient screamed, "Get your fucking hands off of me!" But this was like a completely decontextualized snippet of a account of a ketamine therapy session that had nothing to do with naps. That was not at all what she described. It was like the patient was reliving the trauma of having been abused by their father and was speaking to the memory of their father, saying, "Get your fucking hands off of me."
Oh, wow.
So it's that kind of. Anyway, this stuff is messy. It's a messy, big story. But the reason that I even bring it up.
And why are they so anti-psychedelics and anti-MDMA and all this stuff? Like, why? Like, is it some sort of like personal moral thing that they truly believe, or is it something? Does it have anything to do with money?
Oh, money is a big. I think it transcends money, but money is a big part of it. Money, I think,
because they can't sell it. They wouldn't be able to make it their own product and commercialize it themselves.
No. Oh, okay. There's different. This is kind of a can of worms, and I could like try to breeze through it. It's
Okay.
a lot of names that people won't know.
Okay.
But the basic is that there's two different groups that were primarily responsible. One is the Sarlo Family Foundation, and the story there is really convoluted and bizarre. But it was that this millionaire Holocaust survivor had been given MDMA by an MAPS employee and had this cathartic emotional release of the trauma that he experienced during the Holocaust, and decided that he wanted to leave a portion of his fortune to MAPS. And this enraged his estranged daughter, who stood to inherit that money, and also felt hurt that her father had this sort of emotional connection with this other woman. I don't think there's any evidence that it was sexual. And so she then and then her father also is very old, and in the midst of this controversy develops Alzheimer's disease. So he's effectively taken out of the conversation. So now it's an issue of, was this elder abuse and a sort of Anna Nicole Smith type exploitation scenario, or was this somebody who truly had this healing experience and due to weird internal conflict within his family, this turned into a problem, right? Anyway, whatever the case may be, and I of course lean toward the more likely scenario being that he actually had a cathartic emotional release from using MDMA, and that he genuinely considered this experience valuable and that he was not being manipulated, although I wasn't there, don't I? Whatever the case may be, his foundation then began to fund anti-psychedelic reporting, and so that was
very odd.
Yeah, very, very odd. The other one is a bit more familiar, and which is that USONA is developing psilocybin, and so if they can position themselves as morally superior to their competitors by funding opposition or sicking their employees or the people that they're paying onto anybody that is potentially critical of them, then it's good for their business. That's simple. That's an old story.
Yeah, it's just like this crazy sort of political corporation shadow war that's going on, where they're manipulating the media and doing whatever they can to prop themselves up.
Yeah, and I really feel bad for well-intentioned people that are stuck in the middle of this, because it's really hard. Because I know that many well-intentioned people have gotten caught up in it. Like, there's an interesting story in the Times where they're kind of covering some of these things, and you can tell that the journalist who I've spoken with a tiny bit just bought the story. Right, there's like this, they're photographing one of the representatives of the pharmaceutical company, but they never mention that he's even an employee or an executive at the pharmaceutical company. It's pretty weird. How did that happen? I guess they didn't ask or whatever. And then they're very good at creating these fake things that they've done to help people that sound good until you really think about it. Like they'll say, well, we've done this amazing work. We actually were able to shoot down a patent for Viagra and MDMA as a combination therapy. And you think, wow, and you think like, oh, thank you so much for your.
What's wrong with Viagra mixed with MDMA? It sounds like an amazing drug.
Okay, so you get it. So they're saying, oh, it's not a sufficiently novel invention, therefore it shouldn't be patentable. But it's like, well, what have you even achieved here? This is not a thing that exists. You just prevented someone from developing this as a medicine. Nobody has been helped by this in any way. But if you frame it the right way, credulous journalists will say like, "Oh, good work, sir, for your advocacy."
Sure.
Anyway, this is a whole crazy thing, but this has been a big story, and it's been disheartening to me to see how hard it has been for the journalists that have even tried to draw attention to any of this. Really, like, there's two journalists, Rachel Newer and John Senley, who really worked very hard to do this, but the majority of journalists have just uncritically repeated the narrative as it has been presented to the public by many of the people who are responsible for creating this mess to begin with.
One of the main things that Travis was explaining to me when he was on here was the explaining how there are all these different groups that are trying to use psychedelics to their advantage. And the one that he was pointing out was the Catholic Church, and how there's certain people that want to sort of use psychedelics to revive Christianity or revive the church, and to give these church fathers the power to give the churchgoers psychedelics because it would be able to make people more enthusiastic about God or about religion, which in their estimation would be good for the country, would make people more in line with one's spiritual belief. But like what Travis was pointing out is how fucking dangerous that is when you give these people who are believed to be the connection to God the power of giving these people psychedelics, where they're probably already, these people are probably, already vulnerable, and now you're giving them psychedelics, and you have a direct connection to God, and you can tell them whatever you want. Like, that seems like a very dangerous, slippery idea. And I think one of the people that he talks about is Brian Mararescu in the Immortality Key book, and Travis interviewed Amon Hillman and Carl Ruck, who are both sources for that Immortality Key book that Brian Mararescu did.
Yeah.
And allegedly, Brian didn't tell either of them his ultimate aim of that book, which, according to Travis, was that it would be a great idea to infuse psychedelics into the church.
Yeah.
And then Carl was very upset about this. From what I hear, like, I haven't talked to him or Brian about this. This is just what I'm learning from Travis and from Amon, is that he wasn't happy about that. And there's also pictures of Brian that was in Travis's article giving the Pope a copy of his book.
Yes. Yeah. I read and I really enjoyed Travis's article, and I hung out with Brian and like him as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he seems like a very nice guy.
Yeah. So I'm sort of sympathetic to both sides of that. I would say maybe there's a less nefarious implementation of psychedelics in the church. Maybe it could revitalize Christianity in a way that wouldn't necessarily be bad. It's obviously not my thing.
Right.
I have complicated feelings about religion because, I'm a pretty, I think that socially a lot of harms have come from religious thought, and generally it's not really my vibe. But at the same time, I do think that our culture is atomized and lacking any kind of unified goals, and having a sort of culture system and a value system that people can connect with one another through can be beneficial. I think about like my grandmothers or things like that, and how socially beneficial it was for them in their old age, and it provides a community that's really missing from a lot of people's lives. So there's good things. There's also countless examples of exactly this sort of problem that Travis is describing existing, where psychedelics are used as tools of manipulation. I'm actually pretty close friends with a guy that was in a psychedelic cult, and it really fucked him up. And it fucked him up in complicated ways. Like it's not really the story that you typically hear about things like this, where and some of it I think is so sensitive to him that he's never even fully told me, so I have to sort of fill in the blanks a little bit. But I think part of it was that he got involved in this group when he was very young. I think he was maybe like 13, something like that. And he loved psychedelics and they love psychedelics. So right off the bat, you have this thing. Everyone is enjoying this thing that is transformative and transcendent and amazing and interesting. So that part is good. That part is connection. Yeah. But then the leader of the group is also espousing other values that at least superficially seem good because the psychedelic stuff is good. So he's saying, oh, it's bad to eat meat or whatever. Okay, fair enough. Bad to eat meat. Okay, psychedelics are good, eating meat is bad. And it's bad to be violent. Okay, also fair enough. Nothing wrong with not being violent. That's good. And on top of that, you have to believe in God and the Christian Bible. All right, okay, maybe. And also being gay is bad because it's not what the Lord wants. So then you start to see how this kind of like, and I suspect that this person was gay, and I think that the homophobic orientation of this particular group may have broken him out, may have really had a detrimental effect on him. Oh, wow. Psychologically, because I mean, and the same thing can happen without psychedelics, right? That can happen to people just with normal Christianity. Yeah. But I think that this exacerbated it, and there's even more to it. I don't know how much detail I should go into, but there was more to it that taught me a lot of the complexities associated with these things. And this is just part of the difficulty of religion. Like I don't know that it's necessarily a bad thing. In fact, I think it could be good, but these things are complicated. Yeah. Amon Hillman, how did you discover him? I've been familiar with him for a while because he wrote this book, The Chemical Muse. Yeah. It's quite a while ago, actually. So I read The Chemical Muse, and I felt that most of the ideas that were being articulated in that book were totally believable, not particularly controversial. This idea that there was ancient Greek use of psychoactive substances of one kind or another seemed totally plausible to me. Why wouldn't there be? Right. I loved the way he articulated how the ancient medicine and the ancient drugs, which is like the work of Galen. The Galen literature is like 10% of all literature from antiquity, which is crazy that it's medical like literature. He explained that stuff as a guide rope that leads you through the dark cave of fairy tales. Because he uses the ancient Greek drug stuff that Galen wrote as context to everything else, all the religious stuff that was written about their antiquity, which I thought was super interesting. It's very interesting, yeah. And Hillman is in an interesting position that's sort of analogous to someone like John Allegro, or Brian Marascu, where you have texts that the majority of readers cannot access or translate, and so you are essentially blindly basing your interpretation on the authority of someone who you don't know and don't know what their intentions are. And this is the case for a lot of things. Sure. It's probably the case for science for most people. Yeah. I'm lucky in that there is a domain where I'm able to critically assess things and look at the primary evidence and make some kind of a balanced assessment of how likely something is to be true or false. But when it comes to reading Allegro or something like that, I don't know, or I just don't know. And when you think about how complicated drugs are in our current society, as we've discussed, and how you could even look at our entire published record about drugs, and so much of it would have additional complexity that wouldn't even be evident to some 1,000 years from now, maybe, right? Would they know that there are additional layers to fentanyl as a tool of propaganda, or would they just look at the superficial take on this, that fentanyl was a problem?
Yeah.
Would they understand all of the legal pharmacological complexity involved in all of this? Maybe not. And so I always have avoided these debates about ancient practices because I feel that it is so hard to understand what is going on right now.
Yeah.
That what hope could I possibly have of understanding what was happening thousands of years ago?
I don't think you could possibly ever know what was happening thousands of years ago. It's just that he has the most entertaining speculations and traditions of what was going on thousands of years. It's the most fun. And I have to give him credit because, I mean, first of all, I got to give you credit because I didn't know about him until I listened to your podcast with him. And I had him on after that. And it was like a wildly popular episode. And that like got me really interested in the ancient Greek stuff. And that led me on to read a lot more books and stuff on that topic. So, like, at the very least, whether, like, people want to argue whether he's mistranslating things or he has his own agenda, I mean, he very obviously self-admittedly has a bias because his dissertation, they told him he had to take all references to recreational drugs out of his PhD dissertation. Right. So he went on and did that. And then after he got his PhD, he was like, fuck this. I'm going to turn that whole part into a book about all the recreational drugs that were happening or that was going on. And then he wrote that other book about ritual child, which got him in big trouble. And then he got kicked out of the university. So he's like the anti. I think he was at a religious university. I think it was University of Wisconsin. So like he became like an anti-Christian classicist. So he wants he has a built-in bias in his brain that wants to just utterly appall any Christian person,
which is arguably exactly what happened to Allegro as well.
Right. But like potentially a lot of the stuff he's saying is pretty spot on. Like a lot of the stuff that he talks about with Galen using this theriac concoction of like 7 different viper venoms combined with flesh of vipers and opium in there, like, and you know, like, first of all, how did he come up with the idea to combine all these venoms, and who did they test them on? Like, dude, he's like, are you like, who's going to be the first test subject to try this theriac concoction? And where did you even come up with the idea in the first place? So it's like, I had no way of telling it, like, knowing if he just pulled that out of his ass or if he really translated it, but it's definitely super interesting.
It's extremely interesting. And it also speaks to a sort of tension that's become prevalent in our culture, which is I like to talk to people even if they have really weird beliefs that I don't agree with or whatever. I just think it's interesting to talk to somebody and hear their perspective. And it can be an exercise in critical thinking. It can be an encouragement to evaluate the evidence on your own and try to understand why he believes this and why it may be true or may not be true. And I think that's all good. But we, in general, have this, like, there's this idea of platforming. Like, by even speaking to somebody, this is a tacit endorsement of their character and all of their beliefs. And so you should only speak to good people who you agree with, and any deviation from that represents some kind of danger to a free society. That's a bad road to go down. And I think in general, even if somebody has beliefs that are wrong, there's a lot that can be learned from it. It's interesting. I don't know, again, with Hillman, I think he's so fascinating. I just don't have the time to even attempt to fact check most of the claims that he's making. I did a little bit, and it seemed like what is this word? Laestace.
Laestace was a trafficker or a pirate.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
there was,
And then Jesus was in the public park, and he's like, I'm not a Laestace.
right. So it seems that translation of the word is child trafficker is at the very least non-standard.
Right.
Right.
But then you have to think, like, is it non-standard? It's non-standard depending on who you talk to as well. Like a lot of people have a lot of here's the thing about Bible scholars too, is the majority of Bible scholars ascribe to Christianity or whatever religion that is. So like you're dedicating your life to the science of the history of the Bible, and you also believe in the Bible as your faith, which is weird. And these people don't want to hear anything that goes against what the conventional explanation of Jesus was, especially if you're labeling him as like a Jeffrey Epstein type character.
Right. And then, of course, the opposite is also true, where so you have one group of scholars that believe in Christianity and will have a bias in that direction, and then you have Hillman, and
who's the opposite,
who's,
right?
I believe, satanic, right?
Well, he doesn't believe Satan he thinks Satan's a fairy tale. Okay. He says, "Hail Satan."
Yeah, he says it. That's what I was saying. He says, "Hail Satan."
He says, "Hail Satan," but he got that from Socrates. He calls it the gadfly. He says, "Hail Satan," because it's like a throat punch to people. People hear and they're like, "Whoa!" It like blows them like off of their, it gets them like out of their normal frame of thinking, like what the fuck, and it gets them to pay attention.
Right.
So he thinks it's like provocative, and it's it's interesting. It's fun for him. It's not like he literally is a Satanist.
Wouldn't mind if he was.
Right. No, neither would I. But it's super interesting that he thinks it's all a fairy tale. He thinks it all, and he credits a lot of authors. Like I've talked to him. I talk to him all the time. I call him up and ask him questions all the fucking time.
That's awesome.
I love him. He's a super nice guy.
Yeah.
And and he teaches me a lot of stuff. And like I ask other people that I know who are like super like knowledgeable and study this stuff for their entire lives, like the Bible and Greek myths and Greek literature and stuff like that. And I often get a lot of corroboration on the things that he says. For example, like this ancient writer Nonus, who wrote in like the 2nd or 3rd century, talks about how the sponge that was offered to Jesus was an antidote to the snake venom. And there was like a literal Greek passage that was translated, and he used the words antidote that was on the sponge that was given to him. And he was, according to multiple authors, he was on the cross and he was like dying of thirst. Like he was extremely thirsty, which was apparently that's a side effect of a certain viper venom. I think even you said in the pufferfish documentary that was one of the side effects of the pufferfish venom. But again, who knows what the fuck was going on 2,000 years ago? But it's like there's a lot of corroboration here, and it's a decent hypothesis at the very least.
It's interesting. Yeah. I don't know enough about this to say, but I could see. I mean, are you familiar with the origin of consciousness and the breakdown of the bicameral mind? Do you know about this?
Not deeply. No, I've heard of it. I'm not like super into it.
I mean, it's an interesting idea, exclusively from this perspective of thinking about. It's interesting in general, but this perspective of thinking that even the way that we conceptualize something like our own consciousness or sense of self or internal monologue could be totally different. That every aspect of our consciousness could have been so different from the way it currently exists on the basis of different religious beliefs. And I think that this kind of bicameralism or whatever it's called.
What does that mean, bicameral?
It's been so long. I think the idea is that you see your consciousness as like a projection of God into your mind, as opposed to a sense of individuality and personal agency.
Okay.
And so, you think about something like this, or there's another kind of vaguely analogous idea, the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. I don't know if you know about
No.
where it's like also called linguistic determinism, but the idea is that just the language that a person speaks can change their interpretation of reality. And this is by contemporary linguists considered not evidence-based, but it's an interesting idea. Like, if you didn't have a word for orange, might orange cease to exist, or would orange be lumped in with red if you only had red?
Right.
Or
interesting.
Like, to what extent is our reality defined by
the language
that we use
right.
to conceptualize and categorize things?
That's so interesting too, because ancient Greek had like over 1 million unique words and like so many different variations of words, and I think I don't think there's even close to that. I think how many words does modern English have? I'd be curious if you could find that, Steve. But like the fact that, and you know, even going back to his book, how he explains, which is, I mean, the book is not sensational at all. I mean, it makes sense that in the time of the Romans, like there was plague and famine and hand-to-hand combat all the time. It would make sense that people were using drugs to get through the day, and that, you know, with infant mortality being like 50%, you know, people would be taking drugs all the time. So 200,000, is this what
that's what it seems to say. It seems kind of low to me, but I mean, I don't know 200,000 words.
So like 200,000 words in our language, they had over 1 million words in it 2,500 years ago. You know, and just like the concepts they were able to come up with, and like the philosophy that, you know, they were come up with, democracy and the scientific method and all that crazy stuff that they were doing. Like, it's like, you know, it's just super interesting. I wish I could take a time machine back to that point in history and see what the fuck was going on, but we'll never know. It's also funny how people like to bicker about it online. What difference does it fucking make, you know? You see people like debating it. You know, I even asked a couple people to debate Amen, like some serious academic people, and they said that I don't want to give him the credibility of being on like the same platform as me, or I don't want to give him that stage, right? Or like give him that credibility, was the general responses that I got.
Yeah, which is on one hand disappointing. You think, well, why wouldn't you do it? But you know,
he's hard to swallow. He's a jagged pill to swallow.
And I think that he's actually operating in what I imagine is good faith, but there's a lot of, like, there's a YouTube channel, Professor Dave Explains. It's pretty great, I think, and he's constantly debating flat earthers and things like that, and it's exhausting. Like, you kind of, I know this is like a big thing with Graham Hancock, for example, where he's like getting angry at Egyptologists that don't want to debate him, but it's exhausting. I'm not talking about Graham Hancock specifically, but I understand generally why experts in a certain field may be reluctant to debate people that they conceptualize as having fringe beliefs, because in some instances it's like extremely difficult and does cause problems. And you can see the Professor Dave stuff. I mean, he's called Professor Dave on YouTube. Yeah, he's pretty great, but he's like a real warrior when it comes to this sort of stuff. Like, but he goes after people in these debates about abiogenesis, flat Earth, lots of different scientific topics. And it's hard. It's it's a skill in and of itself that I don't think you would necessarily expect a typical expert to have, because it involves this sort of flair as a debater and performance that are not typically part of their profession.
What do you make of the idea of using the bot, like his idea of using, I don't even know if that's his idea, I think it comes from somewhere else, but he basically talks about it a lot. But the idea of using the human body as like a drug factory, or like as a, I think the way he describes it is like using venoms, like a small amount of like snake venom on a young person to where they don't die from it, but they build up the antibodies. to the snake venom, and how they could use this young person's bodily fluids as an antidote to snake bites.
That seems
like an ancient vaccine or something.
like
right?
it seems very, very, very roughly speaking plausible. Maybe.
Like, do we have any evidence that they, outside of shit like Galen, that they were doing that stuff back then? Do you know that
that they were creating vaccines in humans? No, I don't.
Or using humans as like antibody factories or anything like this?
I don't believe so.
No.
But the idea of harnessing human metabolism as a mode of affecting chemical transformations, I think, is broadly represented. I mean, the alchemists were very, very interested in urine, without question. The element phosphorus was discovered in urine from urine analysis.
I think the ancient Romans were drinking piss in some of their initiations.
I don't know about that, but it seems possible. I mean, but the idea there is that, there's clearly some kind of transformation of foods that's occurring. One issue is that many, not all, but many metabolic changes are oxidative in their character and increase the polarity of a drug in order to facilitate its excretion in urine. This is kind of like if you were to, there's a lot of things that can happen in the body, but if you were to broadly talk about what like phase 1 metabolism is, it often involves oxidation that increases polarity of a drug. And one problem with that in terms of harnessing it for drug manufacturing is that the reason the body does this is specifically because it facilitates excretion and typically, but not always, deactivates a drug. So this is like our evolved process for reducing the activity of drugs. There are active metabolites. There are instances of drugs that become more active through biotransformation, but they're often intentionally engineered that way. Not always.
And what do you think would be, or do you think there would be any effect of combining venoms and consuming them?
I have no idea. There certainly could be. I mean, without question.
Like a compound, like an ancient compound pharmacy of venoms, like where they're just creating their own new compound.
I mean, look at the ingredients in most products today. They have an insane number of different things that are each intended to alter the activity in its own little way, changing the taste, changing the color, modifying the pharmacology in various ways. We do that all the time. So I see no reason that people wouldn't be aware of the, at the very least, additive, if not synergistic effects that come from the concoction with, many different ingredients.
Yeah. And I'm sure it also had a lot to do with like the beliefs and the culture that was around back then too. I'm sure that had a lot to do with the stuff. But people believed that this stereotype combo was making them younger. Maybe that was what he reported to his physician, and he wrote about it that way.
Right. But I'm not the person for especially when it comes to these very broad discussions. Like, I could investigate the influence of a specific plant or a specific thing, but most of the practices that he was describing were so complicated that they don't really lend themselves to any kind of casual critical analysis. It's not the kind of thing. Like, I could, you could design experiments, you could dedicate yourself to it, but it's not something that you could just, on a podcast say, like,
right.
Yep, it works.
It would be amazing to see somebody try to engineer all the ingredients of that and analyze it and see what the fuck it was, what the fuck it actually did.
Yeah.
I'm going to get the tea break real quick.
Okay.
I'll jump back in.
Okay.
We're talking about David Nichols. Travis told me about this. He was saying that David got some crazy DARPA grant to work on psychedelics, the use of, what was the psychedelic? Some sort of psychedelic for soldiers. And we actually looked it up, and it wasn't David Nichols. It was somebody else. It was, I think, the head of his department.
It's Brian Roth.
Brian. Okay, yes, that's right.
Yeah.
And allegedly, I mean, who knows what the fuck DARPA is doing? Spending all. I mean, allegedly, according to the grant, according to all the research on it, is that they're trying to take the psychedelic trip out of these drugs so that they can get the benefit of the therapy for use of like PTSD or battle fatigue, things like this. But according to Travis, there's this dude named Dana Beal who is trafficking ibogaine to the front lines of the Ukraine to give the Ukrainian soldiers so that they can enhance their edge detection and their aim on the battlefield. And also to combat battle fatigue so they can get right back out there and continue fighting.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm friends with Dana Beal.
Are you really?
Yeah.
He's a wild dude.
Yeah, he's one of the original New York City psychedelic weirdos.
Oh,
and
okay.
everybody knows Dana Beal.
Yeah.
I don't doubt that he's doing that. I would say that's a very separate thing from Brian Roth's work, which is funded by DARPA and is published and publicly available and brilliant and beneficial to all of humanity. It's actually not clinical work. It's basic scientific research that has been the most important work ever published on the structure of the serotonin 2A and 2B receptor, and very recently published a new paper that goes even further in elucidating how different psychedelics interact with the protein and how these different types of interactions produce either psychedelic or non-psychedelic effects. So there's nothing even remotely nefarious about any of the work that Brian Roth is doing. It's some of the most important cutting-edge pharmacology on serotonin 2A agonists that exists.
And the idea, if I'm correct, is taking the trip out of the psychedelics so that people can get it without the sort of hallucination or
that's part of it. Yeah, it's part of it. Definitely.
But like the question is like, do you get that same benefit from these drugs without the psychedelic effect?
It depends on what benefit you're describing and what you're looking for and who the patient is and what the disorder is.
Yeah.
And exactly, because you conceivably have a full spectrum of psychedelic to not psychedelic, and maybe at one point on the spectrum for a certain type of person you're getting the benefit and maybe not, and what about the duration, and what about the environment, and what about a million and the frequency of dosing and a million things. It's very hard to say what is optimal. I try to keep an open mind because I think people can be very moralistic about things like this, or they'll say like, oh, you're just commodifying this and destroying the spirituality and destroying the whole thing that makes this valuable and making it into the next Prozac.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand the argument, but we should explore everything and see what's out there, because Brian Roth's work, you could look at this two ways. You could say, oh, he's studying non-psychedelic psychedelics, but part of studying non-psychedelic psychedelics is also recognizing what creates a psychedelic. You can kind of move in both directions. So one of the
fucking hilarious
subjects of this work has been
Hi, welcome to Rabbi Rothschild
biased
Discord
signaling
World
at
Peace.
the
Today's
serotonin
topic
receptor,
are
and whether
life extension, mind uploads, and
whether
UFOs.
a receptor interaction.
These are all either
is
total bullshit or so
associated
far
with some
away
beta arrest
you'll never
and
have to
GQ
worry
is
about them.
responsible for the
Thank you.
psychedelic effect.
What
And
about the sex thing?
this work has allowed us to better understand what makes psychedelics
Yes,
psychedelic. In terms
just
of
what I'm talking
molecular
about.
pharmacology.
The
It's been very
West
important. I don't
Side.
see these
Throwing up gang
things
signs, doing
that
coke
exist in
lines.
opposition to one another. You could argue in the same direction and say that studying psychedelics shows you what you need for maybe like in this instance, GQ biased path that would be more likely to be psychedelic. But I think the basic thing is like the psychedelic experience is incredibly powerful and is maybe unsuitable for certain types of people and maybe not beneficial. And if you had a way of dialing it down a little bit, that could allow certain benefits of psychedelics, which may have little to do with what we typically associate with psychedelic experience, right? There's a neuroscientist, pharmacologist named Chuck Nichols, and he did a lot of work on the anti-inflammatory effects of different psychedelic compounds. So he's showing that there could be a therapeutic effect from psychedelics that's completely separate from what we typically conceptualize as the therapeutic effect of psychedelics, right? Same thing goes for treatment of addiction, treatment of cluster headaches, right? Thinking that the point of a psychedelic experience is have this religious, transcendent, hypervisual experience, I think is somewhat reductive, because who's to say what they can or can't do or should or shouldn't do? So I'm in support of people that are exploring every avenue of what can happen at serotonin receptors.
Yes. And the serotonin 2A receptor is what's primarily responsible for the psychedelic experience that you receive
with the classical psychedelics.
And we and humans have had this receptor forever, like as far as we know.
Seems like it, yeah.
So
I mean, even non-humans have it.
Even non-humans have it?
Even non-humans have it.
Like
rodents have it.
Rodents have a 2A receptor? So do we know, do we have, there's no way to know if they can experience anything similar to what we experience when you give them these drugs.
There's no way to know whether another human being is experiencing anything similar to what you're experiencing. There's a lot of unknown when it comes to the internal experience of
Please join Rabbi
another
Rothschild.
organism.
Yeah.
But
Discord for World Peace. Rabbi,
what we do know,
24/7 on
and it sounds incredibly abstract, but it's actually a robust predictor, is that when you give a rodent a 5-HT2A agonist that has GQ bias signaling,
that is the best.
Balanced, it seems to cause their heads to twitch, and that head twitch is strongly associated with psychedelic effects. In humans, there are exceptions, but it's for something as abstract as this sort of wet dog shaped head twitch thing.
Yeah,
it's pretty good. It's better than you would think. It's the sort of thing where if you're looking at a scientific paper, you could laugh at it and say, "Oh, they're saying this now switching its head predicts psychedelic activity in humans." These silly scientists, they're so they don't get it at all. Turns out it's actually pretty damn
Linking the
predictive.
sex state with a baller move.
What are the
that one.
Performance enhancing effects of psychedelics? Like, is there like an optimal dose for like cognitive enhancement? Because I know there's like a correlation with psychedelics and like growth of new neurons in the brain. Is this right?
Under some experimental conditions, yeah.
Fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Linking the sex tape.
Yes, it's so hard to say because what constitutes performance enhancement could be radically different.
Oh, that is
between
so
people.
funny.
Sure, what's the goal?
Yeah, performance enhancement for a guitarist might be totally different for an air traffic controller.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. I just always thought that this stuff made people smarter because the smartest people I know are like take a lot of psychedelics.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a psychologically interesting experience.
Topics include anti-gravity,
maybe certain types of people are drawn to consciousness, and I would hesitate to say that it can make you smarter, but I think it can make you more aware of certain things, and it can be very inspiring for some people. And for someone like me that's not religiously inclined, it can give you a taste of what I imagine
topics include life
extension like for people that are.
Have you ever seen that DMT experiment where they shine the laser on the wall?
Yeah.
What did you make of that?
I think it's interesting. I think it is.
Sex tapes.
I'm not persuaded that the code of the simulation is being revealed through this process. I mean, I appreciate the attempt to assess something like that. I think it's an idea. I think it's very cool. I've gone to the website of the guy who's at the forefront of this DMT laser examination technique. Has some weird stuff like eating chocolate and doing it through a glass of water. I mean,
really? I haven't seen that.
The obvious issue is that if you're taking a drug that causes visual hallucinations in order to see this, otherwise invisible phenomenon, that it could very well be a product of hallucinations.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But the fact is, like the interesting thing is, you're giving. So he says that I think hundreds of people have done it and reported to him seeing the same exact code that he describes, which is this like Sanskrit looking Japanese katakana style matrix dripping code that exists behind this laser beam when it's projected on a wall. And like, I don't know if I know, like, I haven't done a lot of DMT, but I know people explain that DMT is, a lot of people see very similar things when they're on DMT. Like similar patterns. Some people see L things, but there's nothing else that I've ever heard of that is consistent across a lot of experiences.
it's around the corner. That's why I'm on the phone.
Similar to this code that people are explaining they're seeing. And I mean, one of my questions when I asked him, I was like, is it an issue that they're watching your documentary and seeing this code on a wall, and then they're trying to do it themselves, and they're kind of confirming what they already were expecting to see?
On the phone.
Is that a problem? I don't know.
I would say it is a problem. Yeah, but it's a common problem. I mean, same thing with machine elms, as you said, and this has been studied from pretty much the beginning of psychedelic research. Heinrich Kluver.
Yeah, this is around the corner. That's why I'm on the phone.
And he was very interested in this idea that people's visual distortions or hallucinations under the influence of mescaline appear to have certain themes, like a honeycomb pattern or a spiderweb type pattern or like a sort of tube type pattern or whatever. And now you hear people describing, often seeing Alex Gray type imagery. Is that because many people who are interested in psychedelics have been exposed to Alex Gray imagery? Is it because Alex Gray was able to capture some kind of characteristic that is maybe just present in the psychedelic experience, because we have similar central nervous systems and other visionary people. I mean, one thing about Alex Gray is that he's using a lot of motifs that have also been explored in religious artwork as well. So it's not as if he's the only person to ever explore these types of images. They do obviously have a particular resonance with people that use psychedelics, but I think that there's this interplay between human biology and psychology and art where it's all interwoven. Yeah, Gallimore was explaining how throughout history there has been multiple documents of people taking different psychedelics and explaining how they saw code on different psychedelics throughout history in various studies. So, but I don't know if any of them were as similar as this DMT thing. You know, it's interesting to me that, like, if this DMT is actually stripping away this sort of brain filter hypothesis, how you have like these filters that filter reality, and the DMT kind of like breaks the filters away, so you're sort of seeing the brain's exposed to more sensory input. And if that's really, if something like that is actually happening, and then you're bringing like a laser into it, like that's a super interesting experiment. And if the laser is acting like a microscope in the visual field or in the brain, it would just be, you know, what does that even mean? You know, if people are all saying this, is this some sort of like epigenetic thing in the human brain that is happening because we're combining these chemicals, we're taking in these chemicals and exposing ourselves to a certain light frequency? Or, like, are we seeing the actual matrix? Are we living in the fucking matrix? I would definitely bet against that. That would be the last explanation that I would go for, which is not to say that it's impossible.
Right.
But when you're kind of creating the flowchart of possibility, it's usually good to start at the most likely scenario, and then if you can't explain something with the most likely scenario, you then go to the next most likely scenario.
Yeah.
So the most likely scenario in this situation is that a combination of suggestion, expectation, and the visual hallucinations that are produced by DMT are causing people to see characters that they are interpreting as being similar, but they can't really say that with certainty because nobody's able to take a snapshot of whatever it is that they're seeing.
Right.
And it's obviously a better story. It would feel better if you saw the same thing as someone else than something that was subtly different or totally different. And what even are these characters? If you draw them, are we really totally sure? The very fact that they're unrecognizable and not in a language that we speak gives them a lot of latitude to be different. And then there's also just the kind of language that we use to describe things that are unfamiliar. If you see something that is weird, what do you say about it? If you see lights in the sky, do you say that's a UFO? Do you say that it's gods? Do you say that
try to fit into a box?
That it's witches? Yeah, it's dependent on your culture and what language you use to describe the unfamiliar and the inexplicable.
Yeah.
So when you look at earlier psychedelic experiences, I don't think I'm aware of the word alien being used very frequently. People saying this seems alien. Often I do see descriptions of things being Egyptian or associated with other cultures, but I don't think alien in the early 1960s type stuff. Now you'd see that more frequently because aliens have become a much bigger part of our culture subsequently. And the same thing goes for the way different indigenous groups conceptualize these things. They're very much based on their, like I would imagine if you were to go to Peru and do this experiment, the Matrix line thing might be less frequently encountered as an explanation because the Matrix, I mean, it kind of depends on your culture. I'm sure there's people, indigenous cactus users who have also seen the Matrix. It's a pretty popular movie, pretty good movie. But assuming that they haven't seen the Matrix, I have a feeling that and the current popularity of simulation hypothesis thinking wouldn't be the first explanation that they go to.
Hold on, let me crack open this fresh can of.
But I don't mean to be a hater on this kind of thing. Like I do find all that stuff very interesting, and careful observation of the world is how you discover things. So it's like I understand how you could look at someone looking at a laser through a water glass or whatever and say like this is like like this is ridiculous. But it's like you probably could have, I'm sure there were people that would have said the same thing about early microscopists, like looking into a drop of water and saying like what are they doing? Like, well, they think they see little like organisms in this drop of pond water. Like it's crazy.
Well, I did it. I tried the experiment, and it was also the first time I ever tried DMT, and I didn't see the code. I saw millions and millions of little gears rotating and connected, just all spinning, like behind the wall. No code at all.
Interesting.
And I watched the documentary like the day before, or not the teaser for the documentary the day before I did that. And so I was like looking for the code, but I couldn't find it. All I could see was these gears spinning. But maybe I didn't get high enough. Maybe I needed to do more DMT to see it. I don't know. It was my first time ever doing it.
Right.
Have you ever heard of people that take a lot of DMT all of a sudden not being able to get high on it anymore or experience the psychedelic effect anymore?
I have heard of that.
What do you think is going on there when that happens?
Again, it's so hard with these sorts of things where there's a term for it, like being locked out or something.
Yeah,
something like that. It's so hard with these things where once you it becomes sort of meme that is spread. And I've had the same experience before, I thought. No, where I remember smoking not DMT but DPT many years ago, and I was using a candle to smoke it, and just wasn't getting DPT, yeah, and just wasn't getting an effect from it, and had that thought of like, oh, interesting, maybe I'm tolerant, maybe I can no longer experience the effect of DPT, and then I moved the bowl a little bit deeper into the flame so that it was really touching the wick, and the change in temperature was sufficient to vaporize the DPT, and then I got an insane experience. But if I just stopped there, I might have said, oh, maybe something is preventing you, and the real issue was insufficiently heated. So, it's actually, people love to talk about DMT because it's so visual and fascinating, but there's all these aspects of it that don't get talked about as much, like how hard it is to smoke and how harsh the smoke is.
Yeah. That's so fucking funny.
These vapes that are now much more common make it easier.
Yeah.
If you're smoking DMT crystal from like a meth pipe, it can be pretty hard. It's much harder. It's like not the story that people like, oh, my friend, he tried to smoke DMT and the smoke was really harsh.
Yeah.
It's like that's not the story that gets shared.
I could barely handle the vape.
Yeah,
I was coughing like a maniac trying to.
Right. So I think that would be my first guess.
Oh, that is so
would be,
funny.
Is this really somebody that's locked out, or maybe they are just not really smoking it and getting the hits, or for whatever reason. And to even begin to assess that, you'd want to do something like give them the IV bolus dose of DMT to see if they're truly unresponsive. I sort of suspect, because even in these DMT-X experiments where they give people DMT repeatedly over long periods of time, the accumulation of tolerance is very minimal. It does occur, but it's very minor.
Right.
So the idea that somebody would have some kind of total tolerance outside of an extreme situation, like they were smoking it all day every day for like 3 months or something, it just seems unlikely.
Yeah, you would think it would be gradually onset, not just out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Just not work.
So it seems like the more likely explanation is that they're just not smoking it right. But again, this speaks to the mythology and the mysticism surrounding a lot of these substances. Like, I'm sympathetic to that. There's something kind of strange about them, and they don't always lend themselves to the most analytical interpretations.
Wasn't DMT first discovered in a lab before it was ever found in nature?
Yes.
It was like first discovered synthetically.
Yeah, it was Mansky did the first synthesis in Canada as a potential reference for a strawberry plant alkaloid before it had been found in nature. Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
That's interesting.
It is.
I think the way that you describe, you explained that there's kind of like this polarization between people who like plant-based drugs that come from nature versus synthetically in a lab. And I think you described it very well. Like, it's the same thing. Like, we are nature. We are part of this earth, and we are creating things the same way things are created, chemically in the soil or out in the rainforest. Like, we are just a product of this earth, and we are using chemicals that are made on this earth to compound new chemical structures. Like, it's all natural, right? I thought that was an interesting way of putting it.
And I do believe that, but the paradox is that it's simultaneously all natural and all synthetic, depending on how you want to think about it. Everything simultaneously.
But they're both the same.
They're both the same. And somebody will say, oh, but there's a difference between, for example, toad-derived 5-MeO-DMT and synthetic 5-MeO-DMT. And I've often said, well, okay, if there's no chemical difference, then there can't be a difference. But this does neglect the psychological contribution of the user. This is it comes back to the your expectation, beliefs, what you project onto the experience. So then if the case is that there is a difference, and that difference is not derived from the chemistry of the substance, but from the psychological expectation of the user, then why can't you reformulate your expectation accordingly so that you have the same associations with a synthetic substance? You could change that. So if the idea is, and it typically is, that the natural is better, natural is good, synthetic is worse, you can totally change that bias if you want to. If you want to, you can make a very persuasive case that the synthetic is better because it's better for the environment, and so you are not harming toads in the process of acquiring the substance, and you're not contributing to the potential exploitation of an endangered organism that only exists in a small part of the world or something like that. And so this is like a better experience because you're doing it more conscientiously. Like you could formulate that exact same expectation and projection onto the experience if you wanted to. I have.
Right. Yeah, I think the way you did it was great. Also, like, so that toad that you guys captured in the Amazon rainforest, and that you strung up and got it to secrete its venom.
Yeah.
Was that when you took that? Were you expecting the effects that you got from it when they burned your skin and rubbed it on your skin, or was that like it seemed like you were just nauseated from it?
Yeah. I was aware of the pharmacology of the peptides that were present in the venom of the Medusa bicolor, and so I wasn't expecting to have an LSD type psychedelic experience or anything like that. At the same time, when I made that many years ago, there was relatively little information. There was like a Peter Gorman article that had been written about it. He was, I think, the first outsider to document that process for High Times, and there was maybe a couple scholarly publications, but there really wasn't all that much out there on it. A little bit was there, definitely. And so I kind of knew what I was getting into. I knew that it wasn't exactly the sort of altered state that I'm typically drawn to, which is a more classically psychedelic state. This was maybe something closer to, I mean, because in a lot of cultures you have also these ordeals of one kind or another that are also done to produce an altered state. It could be fasting, it could be rites of endurance where you go on a very long hike, something like that. The intention is to create an altered state through suffering. And so it was a bit more in that direction, I'd say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Another thing I wanted to ask you was about nitrous.
Mm-hmm.
What are the like effects of nitrous on the human body, and like how would you describe? Have you done it?
Oh yeah.
What is like the therapeutic benefit of it?
I mean, the therapeutic benefit is typically, if you're talking about like a sort of FDA-approved conventional therapeutic benefit, it's preventing pain during surgical procedures, typically in the context of dentistry, or it's sometimes used by EMTs or things like that in emergency medicine because it's rapid acting. So that's the benefit, is that it kills pain. It may also have some confined psychotherapeutic benefit, maybe in treatment of PTSD or things like that. It's been investigated. But for the most part, the benefit, and this is actually one interesting historical quirk of nitrous oxide, is that it was originally a recreational drug and then became a medicine. Often it goes the other way around, where you have something like ketamine that's a medicine, and then people realize that it has a really interesting effect outside of the medical context. With nitrous oxide, it was used for fun exclusively at first. There were nitrous parties and whippets. Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, like from a silk bag.
Oh, a silk bag.
It's like, I guess, pre-balloon out. You can get like a wax.
I knew this guy when I was younger. I used to work at a pizza place, and there was this old guy who had a band called the Speed Wobbles, and he would always go to his van on his breaks. And he'd go into his van and do whippets, and he had these little canisters of nitrous oxide. I never tried it, but he always came in super happy after he did it.
Yeah, it's not. Again, I would say it's something that's psychologically interesting effect. It's more like pure hyper-intense euphoria, which is one reason that people become addicted to it.
Yeah.
Like miserably, especially during the pandemic. Actually, it seemed like a lot of people started ordering it, and also there was all these giant cans of nitrous you can order. A lot of people developed issues with it. Now they're trying to prohibit it. I don't think that's the path, obviously, but
Wasn't Kanye West addicted to it?
horrendously. Probably still is, from everything I can tell. Horrendously addicted, yeah. I think it may.
Do you think that has anything
Yes.
to do with his psychological?
I do.
What do you think happened there? If you were, I know this is like super speculative, but like,
Throwing with no gang signs, bitches.
do you
doing
think that,
coke lines.
like how would nitrous or any other sort of drugs that he could be on? Because, I know he went to like a mental hospital and they probably gave him a lot of different drugs. I don't know if they were SSRIs or what they were, but like, how would that explain his current state?
And I wouldn't go so far as to say that it completely explains it.
Sure.
I think it may be a contributor. I mean, I know people that know him. I know a little bit of the backstory. A lot of it's publicly known.
Yeah.
But when somebody is a celebrity and they're a billionaire and they're very, very powerful, they end up in an interesting power dynamic with medical doctors, which is that if they can find a doctor to give them whatever the fuck they want. And the doctor is in a weird position where they want to please their billionaire client, and they also don't want to kill them or hurt them because it could result in the revocation of their license and the loss of the billionaire client.
It's a line you gotta dance.
So how do you please this person, give them what they want, and not hurt them? And then if you decide, okay, this is getting a little nuts, we gotta pump the brakes on this, and the billionaire knows that they can just find someone to replace you instantaneously. So you can engage in a cycle of self-deception where you say, well, it's better me than somebody else because I really care about Ye, and I'm going to be the one that's going to give him this, and I'll be a little bit more cautious or whatever. This is what happened with Michael Jackson as well. So I try to be a little bit sympathetic to the doctors who will face criminal charges for doing this, because they are, like, no one wants to be sympathetic to those doctors. They're in a difficult position.
Yeah.
Like, imagine you're Michael Jackson's doctor and he's asking you for propofol, and you think, no, I shouldn't do that. But you also know that if you say no, they're just going to find someone else to give them the propofol. So what do? You give them a little bit, and you try to monitor, and you hope for the best, and they end up in a really complicated situation.
Mm-hmm.
There's also, of course, that's a sympathetic analysis of what's going on. There's also, of course, the very real possibility of exploitation and predation from people that are just using them for money, and there's probably plenty of that as well. So there's a dentist that I think he lives in the same building as Kanye and is enabling him with huge amounts of nitrous oxide. That's it, I think. And this isn't, I'm sure that dentist is in a complicated position because Kanye is definitely capable of getting nitrous elsewhere. So what does he do? I don't know. But when you use nitrous continuously, it can result in all kinds of negative effects. Like when I was in high school, the thing that people would always say, oh, you do a whip it, don't you know you lose 10,000 brain cells or something like that. That was kind of the little prohibitionist narrative. That is not the case, assuming that you're co-administering oxygen, but it does result in the destruction of B12, so it can cause a B12 deficiency, which then results in demyelination of neurons and creates a multiple sclerosis type syndrome where people start to lose sensation in their extremities and eventually lose the ability to walk. That's pretty extreme, which is reversible in most instances with B12 administration, but you don't want to get to the position of being in a wheelchair, even if it's potentially reversible. This is representative of a really severe degree of neurological damage.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of the things that can happen with continuous use. And there's different people that have, again, this comes back to individual genetics as well, because the way that you metabolize the the way that your body metabolizes homocysteine and some other things related to B12 metabolism also play a role in all this. It's a little bit complicated. So some people are more susceptible. Also, even your diet and your age, like vegans would be more susceptible because they have a reduced B12 intake, which is primarily from animal products. Anyway, like there's a lot of things that go into this. But then you also have the reality that you're just continuously entering this dissociated state, and it's going to make you all whacked out, and he could be doing that instead of taking treatments for bipolar disorder and becoming manic and deranged, and maybe he's surrounded by people that don't have the desire or power to try to rein him in. It seems like it's probably very difficult based on everything that I've seen. And somebody can, I mean, it is amazing. I don't know if you know people with bipolar, but I feel like it's something that is often talked about as if it's not really that big of a deal. It's kind of like schizophrenia is really, really bad, but like bipolar, you just take like a pill and whatever. But it is amazing how much damage somebody can do to their life when they're manic in like 2 days. Like I have a close friend of mine. Like if you are fully manic, you can just destroy everything in a couple days. So you are dependent on people reining you in, which is also complicated because when somebody's in that state, they don't want help. They will perceive any intervention as somebody attempting to silence them or oppress them in a paranoid delusion. So it's not easy.
Right. Yeah, I just wonder like what other kind of drugs he's been given that are being combined with that. That's just like sending him into just a fucking never-ending spiral, you know? But there's so many like weird, like you would never think. I never would have suspected nitrous of all the things, but then you know, maybe he's just getting a lot of new grills being made or something like that, and that has something to do with it. Like when you're getting that work done and getting gold teeth, maybe that just comes with the territory. I don't know.
And the insane stress of being publicly scrutinized the way that he is. It's all
for sure.
It's all like very unrelatable, I would say, to the typical person. Like this is just like a life that is so abstract, so different from anything that a typical person would ever encounter. And although you could say that it touches on issues that are relatable, which is like what to do with people who need help but don't want to accept it. And is it, humane to allow somebody to behave in a self-destructive manner, and what is the line between personal autonomy and the need for a society to step in and prevent somebody from harming themselves?
Right.
Where do you find that? These are complicated
and when you're people like, when you're a person like Kanye, like a public figure who has like an exorbitant amount of money, and like you described, having just like unlimited access to doctors who can get you anything you want, like, yeah, nobody knows what the fuck that's like. Or like, even like Jordan Peterson, who's another great example, who went through, I think he had to go somewhere like out of the country to do some sort of therapy. I forget what kind of therapy he was doing, but he was doing
Xenon and other things.
What was it?
Xenon.
And he's another person who is like super polarizing, and went from being like a professor at a university to being arguably like one of the most popular people on the face of the earth, who half the people loved him, and then half the people absolutely despised him for the stuff that he was saying. How that plays a role in someone's psychology, and the way that people, like normal people, will perceive them. What is Xenon?
In the third season of my show, there's a whole episode dedicated to it. It's worth checking out. It's a good.
Is this post Vice?
No.
Oh, okay.
This is in the final season.
Okay.
And it is an element. It's a.
Yes, gas. I remember this. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. It has a nitrous oxide-like effect. So this is one of, and it's always being explored as a healthier alternative to nitrous oxide, because it doesn't induce this damaging effect on B12 and myelin biosynthesis. So it's a little bit safer, arguably, but it has all the same psychological risks associated.
Do we use that in the U.S.?
Only experimentally, it hasn't been approved by the FDA for anything.
Okay. Do you know anything about methylene blue?
Oh yeah.
That's becoming very popular right now. And it's like a fish tank cleaner and like a fabric dye that people are using, that a lot of people, I had a guy on here who was explaining to me all this. He was a brain surgeon who was explaining to me how he gives his patients, when he's performing craniotomies on folks, he gives them an IV of methylene blue while he's performing brain surgery.
As a neuroprotective agent or
something like that. I don't know all the scientific reasons he does it, but yeah, it's mainly because it helps them heal a lot faster, and it's a neuroprotective agent. And another thing he does is when his patients are recovering from like super invasive brain or spinal surgery, he wheels them outside into the courtyard and lets them recover outside in the natural sunlight.
Mm.
He claims that they recover a lot faster because allegedly this, or I don't know if it's alleged, I think it might be proven that this methylene blue is like super beneficial for the mitochondria or something like this.
Yeah, that's the idea. I've taken it a bunch.
Yeah.
It was pretty much the original synthetic drug. I mean, it was, it was used as a treatment for malaria for a long time. It's still used in medicine.
For malaria?
For malaria.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's like
Can you get prescribed it?
You can, yeah. You can. I mean, it's mostly used in hospitals for treatment of, I think it's used for cyanide poisoning or some sort of methemoglobinemia, I think is one of the reasons that they use it.
Mm-hmm. But I think I've heard that it's been effective for illnesses similar to COVID, like respiratory illnesses.
This is the thing where you have a pharmacologically active substance that does have very real effects, like the anti-malarial effect is established. It is an MAOI.
Mm-hmm.
These are like real effects of this drug, but then the overlay comes where it's like also the mitochondrial rejuvenator, maybe for some people it might be, or treatment for COVID. I'd like to see some strong evidence for that. Maybe it doesn't hurt. I don't know. Or depression or whatever. And, it becomes this kind of potential placebo panacea that worries me a little bit. It also seems pretty innocuous at the doses that most people use it, of like 2 or 3 milligrams. Mm-hmm. So if people were routinely taking hundreds of milligrams, I might be more concerned, but I've taken it many times. Yeah. I'm not certain that it has an effect. At times
to be a little bit of a stimulant.
That's what I thought at first, but then it didn't seem dose dependent to me, which made me feel like it wasn't. Like this is one of the kind of best ways to assess whether something is a placebo effect, is if the effect isn't dose dependent. It still could be pharmacologically active, but that's definitely a tick of the potentially placebo box. Like if 10 milligrams doesn't do twice as much as 5 milligrams, that I think is moving in this might be placebo direction.
Interesting.
Because it's like with most things, you have a dose dependent effect. You can create a dose response curve. There are things that might be exceptions, like certain enzyme inhibitors, where if at one dose you have total inhibition of the enzyme, going beyond that, assuming there's an off-target activity, may not confer additional pharmacological activity.
Right.
So yeah, methylene blue, it's definitely active for some things. It's definitely a actual drug. Mm-hmm. It is useful for some applications. I've used it myself many times. I'm not totally sure I understand what its benefits for a healthy person are.
Right. Dude, thank you for doing this. This has been incredible.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's fun.
Yeah, I learned a lot. So are you mainly now focusing on your podcast, or are you working on any other kind of documentary projects?
Yeah, so I make a podcast on Patreon, and I did this for a long time while I was focusing on chemistry, partially because it allowed me to continue making stuff, but also because it has historically been very hard for me to get funding to do any kind of research. And so I recently have started just filming completely independent documentaries, just trying that out to see if I can do that, because it has been so hard for me to get any sort of like media outlet to simultaneously allow me to do this work and not interfere with it in a way that makes it purposeless for me. So I filmed a bunch of these weird chemistry documentaries that I'm currently editing, and I'll post them on the Patreon. One about this exploration of tellurium chemistry, one about this creation of a new LSD analog, another about Shulgin's research on Parkinson's treatments, all these kinds of weird little science mini documentaries. So I've been making those independently, and it's been a lot of fun.
This is Hamilton's Patreon. What is that iguana on the top photo?
It's a chameleon.
Oh, it's a chameleon.
It's a panther chameleon.
A panther chameleon.
Yeah, I love chameleons.
Wow. Do they secrete any sort of drug-like fluids, or are they just cool looking?
I actually think there might be something that is active in their saliva, but I'm not sure about that. It may just be a glue, but I thought that there might be some kind of like something in their saliva.
Oh, really? Where is that one from?
Madagascar.
Madagascar.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, cool. I'll link your Patreon, and then you also have a YouTube channel, right?
Yes.
Yeah. You post your stuff on YouTube as well.
Yep.
Cool, man. Thanks again. I really enjoyed this podcast, dude.
Yeah. Cool. Fun.
All right. It's all linked below. Good night, everybody. What's up, Dr. Ammerman? Thanks for coming, man.
Okay, thanks for having me.
Pleasure to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
What's your background?
My background. How long do you have?
At least 3 hours.
Yeah. Okay. Well, right. So I'm a scholar of the New Testament, early Christianity. I have a PhD from Princeton Theological Seminary in New Testament studies. My background, I got into biblical studies because I was a Christian as a teenager, a born-again evangelical Christian, and I went off to a fundamentalist Bible college after high school, and then went off to an evangelical liberal arts college, and I got really interested in studying Greek, the ancient language. Greek is an ancient language, and decided to do graduate work analyzing Greek manuscripts of the New Testament. So I went to Princeton Theological Seminary, where the world's expert in the analysis of Greek manuscripts worked, and I spent years there working on that, and did a master's degree and a PhD. Ended up teaching at Rutgers University for a few years, and I've been at North Carolina Chapel Hill now since 1988.
Oh, wow.
Teaching both undergraduate students and PhD students in early Christianity, New Testament, those kinds of things.
And you mentioned that when you were younger, you had a belief, and you were a practicing Christian.
That's right.
And what happened to you? What was your evolution through your belief in Christianity?
Well, when I was raised in the church, I was raised in the Episcopal Church. But then when I was a teenager, mid-teenager, I had a born-again experience and became a very conservative evangelical. And a lot of my faith at that point was built on the idea that the Bible has no mistakes in it, completely inerrant. That was the view taught at the Moody Bible Institute I went to, and also at Wheaton College, where I finished my undergraduate career. That view started shifting when I went into graduate school. As I learned Hebrew, and so I was reading the New Testament in Greek and the Old Testament in Hebrew, and I learned French and German, so I could read what modern scholars were saying in these countries, and learned other ancient languages. And the more I studied, the more I realized, in fact, the Bible does have mistakes in it. There are contradictions, there are discrepancies, there are geographical errors, there are problems with the Bible. For a number of years, I became a more of a mainline Protestant type, who had a fairly liberal view of the Bible, a pretty liberal view of social issues and politics and things, but I still identified with the church. I ended up leaving Christianity maybe about 30 years ago or so, and it wasn't directly related to my scholarship. It was trying to wrestle with the problem of why there's suffering in the world, why there's so much pain and misery if there's a God who's in control. And so I'd spent, I actually taught on it. I've written a book on it. I read a lot of philosophers and theologians and biblical scholars and what regular old people say about why they're suffering. And I just got to a point where I didn't believe it anymore. That there's actually some kind of divine being who's in charge of the world.
What is in your view, the difference between biblical scholars and classical scholars?
They're very closely related. And it depends which kind of biblical scholar you're talking to. Most biblical scholars work in a theological context, in divinity schools, in seminaries, and they would be more closely related to theologians than they'd be related to classicists. My training was mainly in that kind of world, where
The
theological world, because even my master's degree and my PhD were at Princeton Theological Seminary, which trains Presbyterian ministers. But they were also very interested in serious scholarship. And so it kind of was more kind of crossing the lines. My professor, my main professor, Bruce Metzger, was actually, his graduate degrees were in classics. And so I had a bit of that. But once I started teaching, I really shifted more kind of away from anything having to do theology and interpreting the Bible for the church kind of thing, and far more into kind of the classics. And so I have a secondary appointment at UNC Chapel Hill in the classics department. And those are the people I really resonate with, the classicists.
And in your opinion, which one of the ancient languages is the best ancient language?
The best?
Yeah.
For what?
For anything.
Brownie recipes?
Well, yeah.
Well, they're very different.
Well, okay. Can you explain like the different?
Yeah.
What's the difference between like ancient Hebrew and ancient Greek?
Well, they're unrelated. And so Greek is an Indo-European language, like English. And so the grammar of Greek can be taught. If somebody knows English grammar, which nobody does anymore, but if they did know English grammar, the grammar of the Greek makes sense in many ways. It doesn't in many other ways because it's an ancient language. Hebrew is a Semitic language, and so it's different in every way. It has a different alphabet. Instead of going from left to right, it goes from right to left. It doesn't have the same ways of doing grammar. And there aren't as many texts in ancient Hebrew as there are in ancient Greek. For Greek, we have thousands and thousands of texts. I mean, going back to Homer and Hesiod and on up, and it just goes forever. For the Bible, for the Hebrew, like biblical Hebrew, the Bible is the only Hebrew Bible, the only sources from its time period that we have.
Right.
And so it's in some ways it's harder to analyze Hebrew texts when it comes to things like just words. Like if there's a word that occurs one time in the Hebrew Bible, well, that's the only time the word occurs anywhere in that time period. And so how do you know what it means?
Right, exactly.
And so there are places where you can't really even tell. You know it's some kind of, probably a four-legged animal of some kind, but you don't know what. And so with Greek, it's way because, we aren't really quite sure what they mean, even in the New Testament. But most of the time, the words are used so many times in so many pieces of Greek literature that you can analyze how they're being used in the context, and you can use the context in order to establish the basic meaning of the word and how to use it variously. And so that's a luxury that you get with Greek, and you also get that with Latin.
Right.
But you don't get it so much with Hebrew or Coptic, which is another language that people might be studying, or Syriac. But Greek and Latin, which is what the classicists do, we're really well set with those in comparison.
Yeah. This has been a highly contested topic on this podcast recently when it comes to exactly what you were just talking about, with Greek being everywhere in antiquity and there being no Hebrew outside of like the Dead Sea Scrolls. All the ancient texts were all the ancient Hebrew texts were religious texts. However, Greek, you have legal shit, you have medical stuff, you have all kinds of stuff in Greek, poetry, comedy, everything. But then you have like the Dead Sea Scrolls come about, and we just have the Dead Sea Scroll religious texts, right? And there's no other Hebrew you can find. There's no libraries within Hebrew in them or anything like that. So
that's basically true. It's not completely true.
Okay.
There are inscriptions, for example, in Greek. So the inscription would be things written out on stone that are not religious.
In Hebrew?
Yes.
Okay.
And there have been other discoveries of texts that are in Hebrew. There aren't very many of them, but like they'll find a cache of letters, for example, written in Hebrew. And so there are some things, but not for the Hebrew Bible period itself. The Dead Sea Scrolls are much later than the Hebrew Bible period dates basically from. It's debated when the first text was written, 10th century AD BCE, up to maybe the 2nd century BCE. But the Dead Sea Scrolls are more around the time of Jesus. And so it's a different period.
Right. And So the scholarly consensus, and this is another thing I don't understand that I've heard so much from Bible scholars, is they always say most scholars would agree. Why is consensus so important when it comes to this stuff? Why doesn't it? For me, maybe I don't understand this, but I didn't come from a university.
Yeah. Well, it's not important as evidence. So
Okay.
that's the first thing you say. And no really good scholar ever uses it as evidence. In other words, the fact that everybody says so doesn't make it so.
Right.
So I guess the reason people say that, and I say it as well, is because if you have a counter opinion, then it needs to be examined.
Yeah.
And you need to look at it. But you need to realize that there's a reason that everybody thinks the other.
Right.
And these are, when it comes to biblical scholarship, for example, biblical scholarship's been around for 300 years. And lots and lots and lots of things get changed. They have been changed, do get changed. But if somebody says that virtually all scholars agree that whoever wrote Matthew was using the Gospel of Mark, and you say like virtually everybody agrees with that, you say virtually because there will be some exceptions. But the reason that you say that is because most of these people are ones who have actually looked at it seriously and thought about it really hard and seen all of the evidence. And on the basis of all this evidence, they say, it's probably this. And so it's like that in every field.
Yeah. To me, it just feels like a cop-out. Like
It's a cop-out if you're using it as an argument.
Yes, exactly. Correct.
But nobody uses it. People object when someone says that. They say, well, that's not an argument. But nobody's using it. They shouldn't be using it as an argument.
Yeah.
If they are using it as an argument, that's stupid.
Yes.
I mean, so the fact that everybody agrees the world is round doesn't mean it's round.
Exactly.
But if you don't think it's round, you really have a burden of proof.
Yes. Correct.
So by saying it's a consensus, you just say, yeah, okay, well, you think otherwise. Let me see your stuff.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, one of the folks I had on here recently believes that the Septuagint, it was originally written in Greek, and that it was translated into Hebrew. And the reason he said that is because, I'll try to elucidate this argument the best I possibly can, and you can basically deconstruct it and give me what you think. Is that Ancient Greek is a language that had over 1 million unique words. Ancient Hebrew is a language that had maybe 7,000 at best unique words. And he made the argument that you cannot translate from something less technical, Hebrew, to something way more technical, Ancient Greek. He says you translate down, you don't translate up, right? So you don't like, if I was to, the analogy I think of that I try to explain when I talk about this is like, you find a flying saucer in the desert and you want to like reverse engineer it and make your own flying saucer. When you try to reverse engineer that flying saucer, you're not going to make something better than that flying saucer. It's going to be something not as good, right? So that was his main argument with the translation of the Septuagint, meaning like that's why he thought it was an original Greek, and then it was translated into Hebrew after.
And
but
so,
the argument of this is that the Greek that we read in the New Testament or the Old Testament is like Koine Greek. It's like a very unsophisticated Greek compared to like Homer and some of the ancient stuff.
Yeah, well, it's not a very good argument. I don't know who this is, but I mean, it's a very bad argument. You frequently have translations go both ways, translated up, translated down. It's just an empirical fact. English is a much more complicated language than many works that are translated into English, and the Bible gets translated into many languages that are much more simple than Greek. So it goes both ways, and it always goes both ways. Moreover, how does he know there are 7,000 unique words in Hebrew? He's basing that on the fact that we've got these texts that have 7,000 unique words. Okay, these are the only texts we have. People spoke Hebrew. We have no idea what the vocabulary was. For him to say that it had to be only these 7,000 words is a little bit crazy. That's like saying if you get a copy of Time Magazine or something, or what magazine, it's not even printed anymore, but you get Time Magazine, and you say, this is the extent of the English vocabulary. Like in 3,000 years, somebody finds a Time Magazine, and they categorize all the words, saying, okay, those are the only words in English. And so it could not have been translated into a language that has more words because it doesn't work that way.
Sure, but just going off evidence, right? We have evidence.
What's his evidence?
Sorry?
What's his evidence?
I'm saying just going off evidence of word counts, unique word counts for those languages today. We only have 7,000 unique words for ancient Greek. We have over 1 million. We only have 7,000 for ancient Hebrew, and we have 1 million for
That's
Greek.
right.
Maybe
That's what
those
we have
aren't
today.
those are estimates, right? Those are samples. Maybe they
No,
aren't.
they're not estimates. He's basing this on account of what the Hebrew words we have. But
Okay.
when people translated the Hebrew into the Greek, they didn't have just those 7,000 words. This was 2,000 years ago.
Okay, but do you think that do you think the scale was similar though? Do you think so? Right
It
now,
doesn't matter how similar it is because it's not always that you take something more complicated and make it more simple, or that you take something more simple and make it more complicated. You can absolutely just show time after time after time where that isn't how it happens. There are also very good reasons for thinking it did not go from Greek to Hebrew.
Okay, what would be a good example of something that went from of a translation that went from a language that was less complicated to something far more complex?
That went from something less complicated to more complex.
For example, Hebrew to Greek.
Coptic is a very simple language in many ways. You have Coptic, we have ancient Coptic texts. The grammar isn't as difficult. It gets translated in English all the time. English is far more complicated.
Okay. Interesting. So, and then my understanding of the Septuagint is, and correct me if I'm wrong, the Septuagint was allegedly written around between 3 and 400 BC. No. Okay, when was it?
We don't know. For one thing, it's not that early. But what we do know is that wasn't a Septuagint. So when people talk about the Septuagint, they're using, when scholars say the Septuagint, they're using a shorthand. There were numerous translations of the Hebrew Bible into Greek that were floating around. And it'd be kind of like today, if you go to some developing country and you have missionaries there who are trying to put parts of the New Testament into that language. Okay, so like you have these translators, these conservative missionaries who try, Wycliffe translators, they'll take the Bible and put it into some language in Africa that hasn't ever been put into English before. Mm-hmm. So you do that so that people in that language can read it.
Okay.
In the ancient world, after Alexander the Great, so after the 4th century, Jews are spread throughout what was then at one point was kind of a Greek empire, but then became the empires around the Mediterranean. The educated people read Greek. They didn't read Hebrew.
Right.
They would read Hebrew in Israel, but not in other places. So in different places, the Bible's being translated into Greek. Mm-hmm. Eventually, there was one form of that Greek that came together, and that is what they're calling the Septuagint. But it's a mistake to think it was a one-time event.
Oh, interesting.
And people say that because there's a letter called the Letter of Aristeas, which is a Jewish writing that's trying to explain how it happened. And the way it explains it can't possibly be right. I mean, it describes it to this miracle. It says you have these 70 Jewish scholars who were brought together. They're all put in separate rooms. They're all given the assignment to translate it. They all translated it literally word for word the same.
Right.
Which is like, right. Of course, that's crazy. But it does show that they were aware of the fact that it came out of the Hebrew into the Greek. And there, again, this is not, I know you don't like people saying it's not a disputed topic. There's a reason this is not a disputed topic. I mean, because for one thing, I'll give you one piece of evidence. I mean, a linguist would just tear that apart, that whole idea apart. One reason it would be torn up, I mean, like a serious linguist who knows both the Semitic languages and the Indo-European languages would tear it apart. Okay. And one of the reasons is because there are many instances where the Greek embodies what are called Semiticisms. The Greek of the Septuagint,
right,
and the Greek of the New Testament.
Okay.
A Semiticism is when you're taking a grammatical construction that doesn't work in the language that you're translating it into, or is not normally used in the language you're translating it into, but you keep the grammatical construction of the original language for the sake of authenticity or because you don't know quite how to. And so, just as an example, in Hebrew, if you want to say the Holy Spirit, okay, there's no way to say Holy spirit in Hebrew. The phrase in Hebrew is the spirit of holiness. The way you make an adjectival attribution in Hebrew is not by using an adjective, but by putting together two nouns and saying of. So the spirit of holiness means the Holy Spirit, or the way of righteousness means the right way. Okay? So Greek speakers don't do that. They use adjectives. But when you get in biblical Greek, Septuagint and the New Testament, you have these Semiticisms. That shows these are not original Greek compositions.
Okay.
They're being translated from Hebrew with using Semitic forms.
Okay, interesting. But so the original Hebrew we don't have other than the Dead Sea Scrolls. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know what you mean by the original.
Like the original Hebrew. So it was translated into Greek from Hebrew, but that original Hebrew.
We have Hebrew manuscripts, yes.
We have the manuscripts.
Oh, we don't have the original manuscripts.
We don't have the originals, but they're basically what I'm trying to say is like scholarship tries to date them to a certain spot, but we don't know actually when they are because we don't have them.
I'm not sure what the them is that you're referring to.
The manuscripts.
We don't have the ancient manuscript. We don't have original manuscripts for any writing from the ancient world.
You don't have the. Oh, right. Okay, I see what you're saying.
We don't have the original writings for Euripides, or for Plato, or for Cicero, or for Seneca, or for the Book of Isaiah, or for the Gospel of Matthew. We don't have the originals for any of those. The original manuscript. If you mean by that the author sits down and writes.
Yes.
So I'm Mark and I'm writing my thing, and I write my thing. We don't have that thing he wrote.
Everything that we have is a copy or a rewrite.
Unless it's a personal letter, correspondence. But in terms of literary texts, they're copies.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a big problem.
Yeah, no, I can imagine.
It's a huge problem.
Yeah.
That was what my PhD was. Because the reason I was interested in analyzing Greek manuscripts is because with the New Testament, we have thousands of Greek manuscripts, but they all disagree with each other because they're all copies. And the scribes made mistakes.
Right.
Or they changed things on purpose. So you got to figure out, well, what did the author say then? And, suppose you got 10 copies of Plato's Republic.
Okay.
And the 10 have they word certain lines differently. Certain sentences are worded differently among these 10 manuscripts. Well, okay, so you got that, but you want to figure out, well, what did Plato write? You got to figure it out. And there's a whole science to doing that.
Wow, that's so interesting. Switching gears a little bit, do you think that Jesus you think that Jesus was a real historical person, right?
Yes.
And there are people you've debated that think that he's not.
Yes.
What is the argument to him not being a real historical figure?
Good question. Well, good argument?
Yeah, what's the best argument you've heard?
Well, if I were arguing that case, I would say, you're saying it's the best argument. It's kind of like it's a very low bar.
Right.
It's the best. What's my best round of golf? I mean, it's like, well, okay, it's like, I think what gives some people pause, not so much. Yeah, okay. What would give people pause is that we don't have any eyewitness accounts of Jesus. We have records that are from probably 40 to 60 years later. Our first author who mentions Jesus is the Apostle Paul, and he's writing in the 50s. Jesus died around the year 30. So the first time we have Jesus mentioned in any source is about 20 years after his death.
Do we know when that drawing was done with the donkey head on the cross, the guy with the head of an ass on the cross?
Yeah, that's later. That's in the second or third.
Oh, it's later.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. No, and it's a much debated thing. People say they know what it is, but in fact, it's debated among experts what it actually represents. It's clearly Jesus on the cross with a donkey's head.
Yeah.
And a graffiti next to it. But no, it's much later. So the first reference to Jesus at all, our first Christian writing is the book of 1 Thessalonians. And it's usually dated to the year 49 or 50. Jesus died around the year 30, so it's about 20 years later. So the argument would be that we don't have any eyewitness reports, or we don't have any things that are really close to the Gospels. The first Gospel was written around the year 70, so that's 40 years later. So so why should we think he really lived? That's kind of the argument. It's not a good answer. It's not good.
Right. And it is crazy too. I mean, that goes with a lot of historical figures. Like I think Moses is one. Moses wasn't written about until like 1,000 years after he supposedly died.
Yeah, well, 30 years is very different from 1,000 years.
Yes, very different.
So when Paul's writing, there were people alive who knew Jesus.
Right.
And Paul knows some of them.
So it's a much better case for Jesus than Moses.
I mean, Paul knows his brother. Paul personally knew Jesus' brother. So, I mean, if Jesus didn't exist, you'd think his brother would know it. That's a joke. Moses is a whole different thing. I mean, so Moses would have probably lived in the 13th century BCE. And it's not clear if we have any sources that mention him for centuries.
Right. So
that's a different thing from somebody talking about him who knows his brother.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, totally. But then the claims when it gets into him being divine and
that's a different story.
Doing all these things and being able to, that's the whole thing. Which I read recently this fascinating book that really gave me a really good understanding of everything, which was Thomas Paine. I forget the name of it. I think it was The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine.
Yeah, no, it's a classic.
Oh my God, it was such a good book.
Yeah, no, these English deists were really something. They knew a lot, but they didn't know what scholars know today about things like the Bible.
Yeah, and he explains how like the first Christian preachers, how they were, selling Christianity, and then there was the second generation of Christian preachers. Then the third generation of Christian preachers, and how the ideas and the motivations and everything gets lost in each generation, and then eventually down the road, it's kind of like the starting point. We don't even remember where this started, but we do know that the preachers are making a living off of this stuff, right?
So, someone like Thomas Paine is a very important figure for like the history of biblical scholarship. He wasn't a biblical scholar himself.
Right.
But these 18th century English deists mainly led to the development of biblical scholarship and the scholarship in early Christianity, especially in Germany, as it turns out, but then also in England and France and eventually in America. If you want to know what was really going on in Christianity, you don't want to rely on what they have to say, because they're at the very beginning. It'd be like, if you're going to be studying what evolutionary biologists think today, you definitely have to start with Darwin. But you can't base your views of evolutionary biology on Darwin. You've got to see what we've found since then, because even though Darwin was a genius, there are other geniuses who are standing on his shoulders. Mm-hmm. And so he opened the way for people to learn more and more and more. But it'd be silly to assume that like everybody now agrees with what he was saying then, because they don't. And it's the same with any field. If you look at the giants, because they're just absolutely amazing and they make these breakthroughs. But if you want to see what we know now, both on the basis of new discoveries and new ways of analysis and deeper analysis by experts, then you have to go to the modern experts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think one of the most profound things that I took away from that book was that it is the gift of reason that gives man the ability to discover God in the first place, because it's impossible. Like, we didn't come from nothing, right? We go backwards in time. Like, I came from my parents came from their parents. Like, things don't just appear out of thin air. So it is just by us being as intelligent as we are, we have to understand that we can't appear out of thin air. There has to be some sort of higher power, right? Without that gift of reason, we don't have that.
Well, that's
so it's like the human brain. There's something ancient in the human brain through evolution or whatever it is that makes it wired to be dependent on believing in a higher power.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's much debated about why people believe in higher power, and there are a lot going on. But the whole project that the people of the Enlightenment were doing, Paine and the other people of the Enlightenment were doing, whether historians or philosophers or theologians or biblical scholars, whatever, what they were doing is trying to break with the tradition of the church that had been established for hundreds and hundreds of years, where your knowledge came from revelation from God. That's how you know things, because God reveals it to you. And the people of the Enlightenment realize, well, actually, we can figure things out ourselves. And that's when the sciences develop. And it's only when someone like Isaac Newton comes along and realizes, even though he's a devout Christian, he says, you can't trust revelation for anything. You've got to do the experiment. And if the experiment comes out to be differently from what you expect it to be because of your beliefs, so much the worse for your beliefs. Once you say that, you start science, and it changes everything. But Payne is all part of that, even though he's not a scientist.
Right. And a lot of those guys around Payne, like the founding fathers, they were Masons, right?
I suppose so. I'm not sure how that affected their. Yeah.
Freemasonry was a big thing with the founding fathers.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Yeah, no, it's just interesting. It's just it's an interesting thing.
But the thing about all of these, Payne or anyone else, whatever their other associations, whatever their other religious commitments or non-commitments, whatever their philosophical stance, when they say something, it needs to be evaluated. Yeah, that's true of everything. For me, I'm basically a historian, and so when I want to know whether somebody said is true or not, I have to do the analysis. So if he's a Mason, if he's whatever. Today, if somebody is whatever, is a Satan worshiper, is a Mormon, is a Roman Catholic priest, whatever it is, if she or he says something, I look at it and evaluate it. It's not based on what they happen to be.
Right. We were talking before we started about the ancient Greek, and I was telling you that I had a classical philologist in here who studied ancient drugs, and he said that the word Christ was originally a word for drugs, meaning to apply drugs to the skin or apply drugs to the eyes. And his basic theory is that Christianity was founded by these pagan drug cults, right? These like ancient drug and sex cults, and Christianity is borrowing from everything that they're doing, and most of the things that they were doing were drugs. And not only drugs, but there was, in the ancient world, it was constant plague, famine, hand-to-hand combat, human and child trafficking was going on everywhere. There was pirates everywhere. And he thinks that a lot of this stuff was borrowed, these pagan cults. A lot of the traditions that they were doing were borrowed by Christianity. And he thinks that, a lot of the words, basically, like, the best way I can describe it is, and this is my understanding of what classics is that there's all this ancient literature that exists out there from antiquity, right? You have the medical stuff, the comedy, the, whatever, you name it. And then you have the biblical stuff, right? The canon and all the gospels. But then, like, if you veer out of that lane, there's all this other stuff that, like you said earlier, gives you context to what the words are. And Amon was saying that in all of these texts, in like Euripides, Galen, Sophocles, the word Christ is being used as a drug term. And he said everywhere. He said it's not just some, I'm not just like cherry picking little things here and there, because he said you can find it literally everywhere from when Jesus died and from like 100 years before and 100 years after he was dead. The word Christ is being used as a term to apply drugs. And he even gave me some specific examples, which we can pull up. I don't know if you've heard of them or not, but one of them was, he said that in the book of Revelation 3:18, God says, you must Christ your eyes so you may see. And then there's another one where he says that in the Gospel of Mark, Jesus says you can lift up snakes and drink death poisons that won't hurt you. What do you think about this?
Well, I'm sure he probably wanted to sell some books. And he
No,
probably
he didn't.
succeeded. He didn't sell books?
He doesn't sell books anymore. He wrote a book, but now he tells everyone to pirate his books.
Yeah, well, that's fine. He wants his views out there then. No, I'd say it's just categorically false what he's saying. Yeah, just it's not true. And so, to somebody, it's difficult to kind of explain to somebody who's not a scholar or an ancient linguist about how it works, but that isn't how it works. The term Christ is not always used as drugs. It's rarely used as drugs. It's used, the word, it comes from the word creo, which means to anoint. And so, of course, some medications in the ancient world were used for ointments. But it's not everywhere at all. The term Christ doesn't occur very much, actually. The term Christos doesn't occur very much. In fact, it's kind of a weird word. It's in Greek, it's just the translation of the Hebrew word Mashiach, which means anointed one. And it's used in the Old Testament for when somebody becomes a king, they have a coronation ceremony. Like, today when we have a president being sworn in, there's a ceremony that he puts his hand on the Bible and swears the oath of office. And in ancient Israel, going back to the earliest kings, Saul and David and Solomon, they had.
You hear that?
It's vacuum.
Who's vacuuming?
Right. Where do we start back?
Yeah. We just got erupted by a vacuum. So
I was trying to explain that creo comes from Mashiach.
pull up Book of Revelation 3:18.
Well, here you could do this. You don't need that. You look for interlinear Revelation 3:18 interlinear online. There it is. And the second to last word is
To anoint. What is that? That's not even Grio, is it?
well, it is. So the first two letters mean in. So it's to anoint on. So creo is the if you move the cursor, you can see it better. Yeah. So you see that
I
it looks
see.
like an S. Cresci.
Cresci. Okay.
So it's just saying that you anoint the eye salve on the eyes. So an eye salve is it's like taking eye drops.
So what are they talking about there? What's going on there?
He's saying you've got blurry eye. He's saying you're naked and you've got blurry eye. Go to the clip before it so we can talk about that.
Yeah.
I see. You know what? It helps for if I just actually look at the passage in my text, because this is one of the in Revelation 3 is one of the is a passage where Christ is writing to one of the seven churches of Asia Minor, and he's writing to the church in this is 3:18. So he's writing to the church in Laodicea, and he's ticked off the Christians in Laodicea because they're not fervent enough in their faith. This is Christ. Christ is dictating a letter to the prophet John, who's writing the letter to this church in Laodicea, which is in what's modern Turkey. Okay. And he's ticked off because he says, "You're not hot or cold. I wish you were either hot or cold. Since you're lukewarm, I'll spit you out of my mouth," he says. Yeah. That's Revelation 3:16. Yeah, so Jesus, Christ is being portrayed as being ticked off because people aren't either for him or against him. They're kind of lukewarm Christians. Since you're lukewarm, I'll spit you out of my mouth. So he's threatening to take away their salvation.
Okay.
And so then he says that he counsels you to buy from me gold refined by fire so that you may be rich. In other words, trust in me instead of trust on your earthly riches. You should try and get white garments to clothe you with instead of those dirty rags of untruth that you're following. And you should keep the shame of your nakedness from being seen because people realize that you've got nothing, you're an emperor with no clothes. And you should get salve to anoint your eyes so you can see because you're blinded here. You've blinded yourselves. And so you need some eye drops. So they didn't have eye drops in the ancient world. If you wanted to heal an eye problem, if you had like an irritated eye, they would use salve, S-A-L-V-E, and you spray it on the eye, and so it's like an eye drop.
And what is salve? You know what it's like made of?
It's anything. It's just any kind of oily substance that you put on a wound.
Okay.
Yeah. So
there's no relationship to the word Christ.
Well, no, it's the verb. The word Christ comes from the word anointed. The word Christ is not a common word in Greek. Like
rare.
Yeah, probably if the Apostle Paul went into some city and said, "I want to preach you about Christ," they'd have no idea what he's talking about. It wasn't a name, and it wasn't where you would describe anybody. It just meant somebody's been anointed, and they think it's kind of like somebody just had a workout in the gym, and so they rub olive oil over them afterwards. It's like typical in the ancient world. In gymnasiums, they would, as part you'd have a massage, and they would rub oil on your skin. And that makes you the anointed one. That makes you the Christ.
Really?
Yeah.
They rubbed olive oil on their skin?
Oh yeah, because they didn't use soap and things, and they would they work up a sweat, and then they had these instruments to kind of take the metal instruments to kind of take off the sweat, and then they'd have oil rubbed on them, and it could be anointed, it could be perfumed oil, and so that was you get a workout. So if somebody's a Christos, they're anointed one, that just means they've had like oil spread on them. But it's got nothing to do with drugs. I mean, of course, drugs also could be. You could have some drugs that are anointed, but this is just a word. It just means being anointed. It doesn't. Nobody thinks drugs,
right?
And so when this fellow says it's all over the place, well, the word actually is not that common, and the word Christos is definitely not common, and they call him Christos just because in the Hebrew Bible, the king is called the Mashiach. He's the anointed one. And so when you read that in the Greek Bible, he's the Christos. He's the anointed one. It's got nothing to do with taking drugs or something.
What are you familiar with Euripides?
Yes, I read Euripides this morning for an hour.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I loved Euripides.
So are you familiar with Euripides when he talks about Phaedra?
Yes.
What is going on there?
Wait, the favorite? You said Phaedra?
Phaedra. I thought it was pronounced Phaedra.
I'm not sure which one you're talking about actually.
So I thought that one of the passages or one of the stories in Euripides about Phaedra had talked all about this Christing, and he said that it gave really good context to why it is a drug term.
I wouldn't be able. I'd have to look at it.
Steve, let's look at it. Can you pull it up for us? We'll just cruise the internet.
My latest passion is more the Medea and the Alcestis.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
the Lady Babylon.
Euripides.
So you just casually warm up your mind in the morning by
every morning I get up for the first thing I do in the morning is always is read Greek. And I'm reading Euripides. Yeah, fantastic.
And you read it in the Greek.
Yeah. Oh, Phaedra. Okay,
Phaedra, there you go.
Well, that story, yeah. So that's kind of an unusual story.
Yeah, try that one.
Okay,
which one are we looking at? Is that the right one?
Well, this is one of the plays. It's
okay.
Phaedra's in love with her.
Oh, that's it. That is it. Yeah. That's it. That's what I was thinking of. So, what is this story for people who don't know?
So it's just kind of this weird story where she's in love with
her stepson.
And wants her stepson to sleep with her.
Okay.
And he refuses to do it, and it gets all messed up because his father finds out, and it's one of these things where people are killing themselves and getting killed over this love thing with politics.
Okay, so there's no drugs used in this story.
Oh, well, there might be. I haven't read the story for a while, so I don't.
Okay.
But there's.
Steve, what can you find?
Are you talking about his reference?
If you just go to,
he's saying that Christ is used in the context here.
He must mean Creo. He must mean
Creo,
anointing is.
Right. Okay.
Phaedra. Yeah.
How do you spell that?
No, just say anointing.
Anoint.
Or anointing, something like that, or ointment maybe.
So, and then doesn't he say something about lifting snakes and drinking death poisons? About that.
That's in the Gospel of Mark, but
exactly.
Yeah, but that's bogus because
it's at the end, right?
It's the end. It's the end that actually was not originally in Mark.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I was just making stuff up here. So I mean,
who put that in there?
Us later scribes. As I was telling you, we don't have the original of Mark, and one of the big things they did with Mark is they added 12 verses after Jesus' resurrection. The scribes did, in order to show that Jesus really appeared to his disciples. Because in Mark's gospel, in particular, Jesus is raised from the dead and his tomb is empty. The women are told to go tell the disciples that he's been raised, but they don't tell anybody. And it ends there. You don't tell anybody. So scribes thought that was a bit of a problem. And so they added 12 verses where they go tell the disciples, and Jesus tells them this thing about handling snakes and drinking poison. And
I wonder why they added that.
well, they added it because it sounds pretty spectacular, and because there are traditions in early Christianity already in the book of Acts of people being bitten by poisonous snakes and they're not hurting them. Paul is. And people speaking in other languages. That happens in the book of Acts. And so these Christians were adding this on that Jesus would indicate that that would happen. And there are traditions in early Christianity of people being able to drink poison without it hurting them.
What? So, was it specifically snake venoms and snake poisons?
No, not necessarily. It's two different things. You can handle snakes and you can drink poison, and it won't hurt you, says Jesus, in those additional verses.
Oh wow!
But those
That's
are the verses.
interesting.
Those are the verses that the Appalachian snake handlers use to justify their practices. I don't know if you know about the Appalachian snake handlers.
No.
There are these groups of Christians, these Christian denominations, where during their worship services they pull out the rattlesnakes or whatever, the deadly snakes, and handle them in the church service to show that they really can do this, because that's what Jesus said. But they don't realize that Jesus didn't really say that, and it was added by scribes.
Oh no!
And sometimes they do get bitten, and they go to the hospital.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So this guy shouldn't be using stuff like that.
Well, it's interesting that they say that in the Gospels it says they could be bit by snakes and it wouldn't affect them or wouldn't hurt them.
It doesn't say that except for in these verses
In these verses that were added.
that were added later by scribes.
Because Galen talks about, or Galen created the Theriac for Marcus Aurelius that had snake venoms and snake viper flesh and all this stuff in
Yeah.
there that was like a panacea that was supposed to be able to.
Yeah, sure.
And because like one of the main reasons people were getting killed was all this deadly snakes that were in that part of the world. There were people were dying from snake bites and stuff like that. So maybe
There was certainly medicine in the ancient world.
right.
Absolutely.
Maybe there was some sort of anti-venom or antidote to snake bites that was real.
I don't know of any, but maybe it was. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. But it doesn't mean that that's what the name Christ means. it's got no real. The fact that you've got a verb that means to anoint, you anoint anytime you kind of spread some kind of liquid substance on your body, you're anointing it.
Mm-hmm.
But usually it's not to get a high.
It's so crazy to me because like I've been kind of like diving down the rabbit hole of this drug stuff, and me and Steve haven't been able to get any scholar to debate this guy. Like there's so many of them. And we've had a couple of them that'll be like, oh yeah, we'd love to come do the podcast, right? Like we want to do the podcast. And I'm like, okay, would you mind debating this man? Oh no, sorry, I can't do that. I wouldn't be comfortable doing that. It wouldn't be productive.
Well, it probably wouldn't be productive. It sounds like you like ridiculing people.
Yeah, well, it would be.
I never debate people who want to ridicule. You think ridicule is a form of intellectual discourse? I mean, but from that clip you showed, I mean, he's just kind of mocking this person who's just actually giving factual information. And so,
Yeah.
I'm not interested in debating somebody who thinks mockery is way to engage in intellectual discussion.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that if somebody was confident enough in the classical stuff and they understood, where he was wrong, where the holes were in his arguments, that they would be more than happy to come.
Any classicist could be able to do it. It's just whether they want to deal with somebody like that in the public context. So it's not that they're. I think it'd be a mistake to think that he's come up with something that nobody can refute. I think that is so far from the truth.
Right.
So, I mean, at my university, we have a very strong classics department. These are people who have got international reputations in classics, and any one of them can take them apart.
Yeah, but just like one of like the top classical scholars, Carl Ruck, the guy who wrote Road to Eleusis. He confirms everything this guy says, and I like no other classicist that.
Where does he teach?
He teaches at Harvard. I think he's retired now.
What do you mean he confirms everything?
Let's pull up his bio.
What do you mean he confirmed everything this guy said?
Like he says that this guy, all the stuff about drugs is real.
That they had drugs?
Yeah,
Of course they had drugs.
or no, that Christ was a drug.
This guy says that? Where does he say that?
There's podcasts where he says it. This is just his bio right here. This isn't like go up. Where's this? Where's his PhD from?
He thinks that Jesus Christ, you got to be
Harvard University, classical philology.
Yeah, no, this is a serious guy. Yeah,
Okay.
but I mean, he actually says that the name Jesus Christ means Jesus drugs.
No, corroborates a lot of the things that Amen says. And
Well, I'd
Amen's
have
the
to
one
see-
who says that Christ is a drug term.
Creo. Okay, fine. I mean, so
Yeah, so that's why you understand that's why
why
I'm,
don't you, I'll tell you what you do.
I'm so perplexed. That's why I'm just saying.
Well, okay, I'll tell you what you do. Just get the. There are a couple of comprehensive Greek lexicons in existence. The big one is called the Liddell and Scott. It is a massive volume that gives definitions for every Greek word and shows how the Greek word is used in every context.
Right. Okay. What's it called again? Liddell.
Liddell and Scott. So those are two 19th century British scholars. Liddell, Liddell, and Scott, Scott.
Okay.
Or you could get the Cambridge. There it is. You want the long one, the big one.
Oh, the LSJ. Okay.
There
Yeah,
are
I've heard of
three.
it.
There are three versions of it. You want the big one, but there's a new Cambridge dictionary lexicon of Greek that is also comprehensive. And just look up the word Christos and see what it says. It's not hard. I mean, so anybody could do it. So, yeah. In fact, I wonder, it might be online. In fact, you can get this online. You can get their definition on that. Let me see. How would you? So if you will search for,
I think it's like lsj.com or something simple like that. We've been on this website before, I believe, Steve.
I don't remember this.
This is it.
Oh,
we've
yeah,
been on
we've
this
been
website.
on this. Yeah. Ancient Greek. And it should give you like the actual. There you go.
There it is.
Stop.
Oh my gosh. Boom.
Here we go. Okay, so we're gonna come back up here. Pasticles. Boom. All right.
What do we got? It's finding. It says, please be patient,
Oh, I
Steve.
I am impatient by nature.
What is this? This isn't even the word.
keep going. That's the way to do it.
This website's a little bit slow.
Maybe their traffic is so minimal they bought the cheapest
The hosting
server.
cheapest
Yeah.
hosting provider.
There you go.
Dogma.gr. Perseus Tufts. Perseus Tufts. That's what it was.
Really?
Yeah, that's what we've been using.
Oh.
All right, here we go. We're making some progress here, folks.
All right, so it means
To be rubbed on, used as ointment or salve. Anointed, Messiah, Euripides. Oh, wow, look at that. Euripides is right there.
okay, Euripides.
Oh, there's Christos. Whether. No, that's the case. Phaedra. Yeah, there it is.
Phaedra?
Yeah, where it says whether it is the anointment or the drug drink.
Drug drink.
Yeah, whether anointment or drug drink. That was the poisonous drink.
So is it used as a drug term here?
No,
Can we give it credit for
no,
being here?
it says.
Or drug drink.
I'd have to read the context, but it looks like it's contrasting the thing that is being anointed on and the thing being drunk. Oh, I missed the pharmacon. I don't know. I'd have to look at the. Oh, that's why it said 516. This is the one place. It looks like it's saying this is the one place in the Phaedra that it's used, and the one place in Euripides. Whoa, that would be interesting. I don't think that the word Christos actually probably it'd be worth looking up. I mean, if I had my resources here, I could look it up. I'd be surprised if the word Christos, like what became the name Christ, occurs before the Hebrew Bible. The Septuagint, before it gets translated.
You'd be surprised if that happened.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if anybody uses the actual word Christos before the Septuagint.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think Euripides is longer than the Septuagint.
He was how much earlier than the Septuagint was he?
Well, he was 5th century BCE, and so he's about 3. It depends when it. If the Septuagint was done around year 200 BCE or what, yeah, then he got 300 years before.
Okay. Does it just say that he uses the word Christ?
No, it's using the word Creo, the verb.
The verb.
I think at least the passage we saw in the Phaedra, that's the verb. It's not the noun. But I'll just tell you the short of it is that I think if you get any dictionary, if you ask anybody who does classics for a living, and you just ask them, does Creo, not does it sometimes refer to drugs, but does it necessarily refer to drugs, or does it usually refer to drugs?
Okay.
They will all tell you the same thing.
No, I know. I talked to all of them. There's only one that tells me that it's drugs, and that's Ahmed.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
then his argument is he says that the only other person that corroborates him who's been dead for a long time is a guy by the name of Julius Africanus.
Well, he's been dead for a long time. Yes, I'd say he's been dead for a long time. He's been dead since the 2nd century.
A little while, huh?
And we actually only have we don't have much of his stuff. And so
Yeah.
I'd be suspicious. What did he say that Julius Africanus
I'm sorry. He
said?
said Julius. Actually, he said what Julius Africanus said was that the Septuagint was original Greek, or at least parts of it was an original Greek.
How would Julius Africanus know that?
Apparently, he was a linguist, or he was a classicist.
He was living 400 years later. He doesn't know. How would he know?
Maybe he read Greek.
No, he did read Greek.
Right.
But so what? Look, if somebody today, for the first time, says that the Declaration of Independence was written originally in French, and this is the first time anybody said it, living hundreds of years later, would then, like in 2,000 years, oh yeah, but that person said it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
It's hundreds of years later by somebody who had no idea.
Right.
And
I see what you're saying.
All right, I've already explained why the Septuagint is.
No, we're already past that.
We're past that.
I
But
made a mistake
it
by
applies
saying
to the
that.
Creo thing.
Right.
It's the same thing. It's the word can be used, of course, for medical applications.
Right. Okay. And then when Jesus was arrested in the park at 4 a.m. in the park with the boy.
We're not told what time it was.
We're not? Okay. So was it at night? Do we know if it was a night or a day? Do we know? SWAT team came?
So it's in the evening. He's arrested in the evening. He's had his last supper.
Mm-hmm.
He goes out and prays. The figure of the boy in the park is in Mark 14.
Yep.
And it's only in Mark, and it's a strange passage.
Very strange.
Yeah. So it'd be nighttime.
And then the next day, about 8 hours later, roughly around 8 hours, he died. He's crucified. He dies, and he dies early.
Well, it depends which gospel you read. In Mark, he died. At Mark, he gets crucified at 9 in the morning. In John, he doesn't get crucified until in the afternoon. Yeah.
And he's crucified. Who were the guys that were crucified on each side of him? What were their charges?
We're not told in the New Testament. There are later legends that deal with them.
Okay.
Well, they're actually, yeah. But
So we have no idea what they were crucified for. What's the consensus? Scholarly consensus.
well, it's not. So people were crucified for a variety of reasons, and I guess I haven't really looked around to see what the consensus would be. My suspicion is that they also were accused of some kind of insurrection. Because normally the people who would be crucified tended to be the complete people at the very lowest level of the social scale. So slaves. If slaves did something nasty, they'd be crucified. But the Romans are basically crucifying people that they see as a threat. And so probably, Jesus is crucified for calling himself the king of the Jews. In all the Gospels, right? It's like the unanimous thing in the Gospel. And so the problem is that the Romans are ruling Israel, and so if he calls himself the king, he's saying that he's the ruler of Israel. And so they don't like that. They crucify people like that. Okay. So it may be that they're called the problem is in the Gospels they're called a word that's often translated robbers. The Greek word is leistes. A leistes, though, in Josephus, the Jewish historian Josephus, uses the term leistes to refer to guerrilla warriors. people engaged in guerrilla warfare. And so, if that's what it means,
When was he?
first century. Yes. So he talks about people. Yeah, he's our main source for information about first century Judaism. And by the way, it doesn't say much about names.
Okay, so going back to some of the stuff about Christianity and some of like the early sects of Christianity, one of the things that you've written about a lot is the idea of the virgin birth story, the Immaculate Conception.
Those are different things. The virgin birth refers to Jesus' mother, who conceived as a virgin.
Right.
The Immaculate Conception has to do with how his mother was born. She was born, God did a miracle. Her mother was not a virgin, but the doctrine of the Immaculate Conception is that when Mary was conceived, unlike every other human being, she was conceived without a sin nature.
Oh, okay.
So her mother did not pass on the sin nature to Mary. That became a later doctrine to show why Jesus did not inherit the sin nature from his mother.
Okay.
So the Immaculate Conception isn't about the birth of Jesus. It's about the birth of his mother.
About the birth of his mother.
Yes.
Okay. And where does this idea originally come from? Like, where do they get it? Where do they get it?
Where does any theologian come up with their ideas? And so the earliest accounts of Jesus' mother are in a book called the Infancy. It's called the Proto-Gospel of James, and it is a early second century book, and it actually doesn't even mention the Immaculate Conception yet. In this account, it is an account of Mary's birth, and it's a miracle because God gets her pregnant even though she can't get pregnant from her husband. But the strange thing about this story is that it's actually a virgin birth rather than a virginal conception. So, a virginal conception is in the New Testament. That's when in Luke and Matthew, she conceives without having sex. But that's different from a virgin birth. A virgin birth is if she gives birth and her hymen hasn't broken in the process of giving birth. The hymen breaks because the baby comes through the birth canal.
Right.
And in the Proto-Gospel of James, a midwife gives her an internal exam. Mary, this is a legend, gives her an internal exam to see whether her hymen is broken. And it has not. And so now it's not just a virginal conception, it's a virginal birth. And as theologians started thinking more about it, they realized she must not have only conceived as a virgin and given birth as a virgin, she must have been a perpetual virgin. And so then you later get the idea of the perpetual virginity, or she never had sex.
Right.
And then after that, you come up with the idea she never even had a sin nature. And so the idea of the Immaculate Conception becomes a doctrine in the 4th and 5th centuries.
That's so bizarre. I didn't know that. Why? So they're saying that how was he born if he didn't come through the birth canal?
It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
How did he get born? How did he get
C-section?
born from a virgin?
Did they do C-sections back then?
Well, they're called C-sections because they're Caesarean sections.
Right.
Caesareans,
Yeah.
named after Julius Caesar.
Oh.
Because his mother was having trouble giving birth, and so they took him out of her womb.
Because he survived.
I don't think so. They usually didn't. In the ancient world, they usually would take the baby instead of the mother.
Wow, I had no idea it's named after Julius Caesar.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah. That's why I'm here.
Yes, that is why you're here. Wow, that's fascinating. That is fascinating.
Right, but you were going to ask me about the virgin birth.
Yes, yeah. I was originally asking you about the virgin birth. So that didn't borrow from any other ideas or any other myths.
I just did a class on this yesterday at Chapel Hill. I had my students read a bunch of Greek and Roman myths about people being miraculously born, because there are a lot. We have them. We have accounts of a god getting a woman pregnant throughout Greek and Roman mythology. In every case, though, the woman's not actually a virgin in the Greek and Roman versions. Most of the time, she's just a woman who's had sex a lot, never had kids, or God gets her pregnant, but the god gets her pregnant. But the god always has sex with her. And so there are these fantastic stories. My students thought this was really bizarre because you have these stories about how Alexander the Great was born. And it turns out that Alexander the Great was born, that he was the son of Zeus. And Zeus came down in the form of a snake and lay with his mother. And his father, Philip, Alexander's father, Philip, was watching through the door and seeing the snake cohabiting with his wife. And then she got pregnant by the snake, who was Zeus, and Alexander the Great was the son of Zeus because the snake got her pregnant.
Oh my God!
With the snake, yeah, it's very
incestual
and Freudian to boot. And so the snake. So
Freudian, yeah.
Yeah. So, but in any event, so you have these stories of God's getting women pregnant.
Right.
What doesn't happen is God's getting that she remains a virgin. So that's different in. They're all different. Like all the stories are different from each other, right? Being pregnant from a snake is different from being pregnant by a swan, or something.
Right.
But so there are accounts of divine men. They're almost always men. There's only one or two exceptions, whose father is a god. But the difference is in the New Testament, the father who's a god, the woman is still a virgin.
Okay. Interesting.
In other words, there's been no penetration, whereas in the Greek and Roman myths, there's penetration.
Yeah, it seems like the Greeks and these ancient cultures were obsessed with this stuff. They were just obsessed with this, like,
what, sex?
Yeah, they were obsessed.
Unlike the American culture.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah,
every culture is obsessed with sex.
No, I mean it seemed way more than us. I mean it didn't seem like let me put it this way.
They're nowhere near as
maybe not more obsessed, but it didn't seem like there was the cultural sanctions around this kind of stuff that there is now.
Depends where you live.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, today, if you sleep with somebody else's spouse, your spouse might leave you. In Israel, if the woman slept with her neighbor's husband, they'd kill her. So, which takes it more seriously.
Right.
But in those cultures, a lot of the time, the sanctions for inappropriate sex were connected with property rights. And so already in the Old Testament, the problem with a woman committing adultery is that a married woman has sex with another man. The problem is this other man has taken the husband's property rights.
Oh, okay, I see.
And so that's why in the Ten Commandments it says you should not covet your neighbor's house, his wife, his donkey, his ass, his ox. So the wife is right up there with the donkey as one of the guy's properties. And so it's a property issue, but it still takes it far more seriously than we do.
Which brings me to my question about Jesus and Mary and the greater questions of Mary. What was going on? What was going on the mountain with Jesus and Mary? What was Jesus doing up there?
Do our listeners know what the greater questions of Mary is?
They're about to find out. I saw you write about this in your blog, which got me interested in it. We've done it. Actually, during a recent podcast, we brought up your blog and we were showing it to people.
Oh, good. People should know about the kind of stuff we're talking about is stuff I talk about on my blog all the time.
Yeah.
Like I post 5 times a week on dealing with this kind of stuff.
Big fan of your blog, and we'll link that below.
Okay. So, right, the greater questions of Mary. Let me see if I remember this accurately, because I haven't looked at this thing in many years. Jesus, does he pull a woman out of his own side and have sex with her? I think that's what it is.
Something like that. From what I understood, was that he brought Mary to the mountain and he said something like, "You have to eat my semen," or something like that. Eat my seed.
Yeah, that's part of it. But she's up there. So Mary Magdalene is up there, and he pulls a woman out of his side and he has sex with her, and then I think they consume his semen. Yeah. And he says something about "do this and you will live." And
pull up Bart's blog, Steve, so we can show people.
Yeah, pull it so I can see what.
There we go. There we go. Look at that. Rated R. Rated X.
Oh.
Punch in on it. There we go.
Okay. Keep going.
The greater questions of Mary. Epiphanius claims to have read this.
Yeah. Yeah, taken a knife, prey, extracted a woman from his side, had sexual intercourse. I got it right. He gathered his semen in his hand, explaining this was what we must do to live.
How was Jesus doing this kind of thing?
Because he could. I don't know. And choose to serve, and So this is look. Okay, the reality is that this is quoted in a church father named Epiphanius,
Okay.
who wrote a multi-volume work called the English word for it is the Medicine Chest. Your guy might have liked this book, The Medicine Chest. So it's called the Greek. The Greek word is pomerion, and it's called the Medicine Chest because it provides the antidotes for the venom of snakes.
Ooh.
And the venom of snakes are the heretics, who the heretics
Antichrist.
will poison you. They might call them antichrists, but these are like Christian teachers who are teaching false doctrine. Okay. So they're teaching false doctrine, and it's like being stung by a snake, it'll kill you. The heresy will kill you. And so he provides the antidotes for this by telling you the truth. The truth will save you from the poison bites of the heretics. That's the idea of this long work. Okay. And so one of the groups that he attacks is a group called the Fabianites that he accuses of engaging in wild nocturnal orgies as part of their Christian ritual, like literal orgies at night. And
Fabianites?
Fabianites, P-H-I, Fabianites. I don't know what they're called. But there's a group of Gnostic Christians. And he claims that this is one of their documents, the greater questions of man. That they have this is a book that they use to justify their crazy ritual practices, which include having random sex. The man, this is during the worship service. They meet at night. They turn out all the lights, which are on lampstands, torches. They extinguish all the torches. They randomly mix men and women, have sex together. The man pulls out before he orgasms in his hand. They eat the semen together, and then they drink the woman's menstrual blood. And this is the body and blood of Christ. And so Epiphanius claims this is happening.
When was this guy writing this?
So he's writing at the end of the 4th Christian century.
Okay.
And he's saying that these groups are doing this stuff. So basically what he's doing is he's trashing people by making stuff up.
So he's making this all up so he can have participate in this sick shit himself.
No, he doesn't participate in it. He's a strict moralist.
Okay, I see.
But he's saying that if you start hanging out with these Gnostic people, these Gnostic Christians, this is the kind of stuff you're going to get into, and it's going to send you straight to hell. And so it's like overly voyeuristic for somebody who's a Puritan. But he's one of these people who's like, he just enjoys telling these kinds of things. He doesn't tell a lot of these kinds of, but he tells some of these things to scare his audiences away from this form of Christianity. There are a lot of scholars, probably the majority of scholars, think that there's some kind of historical root to what he's claiming these people are doing. And I don't think so. I think he's just making this stuff up.
So it's not likely that Jesus would actually do that.
Oh, no, there's no way Jesus did this. I'm saying there's no way that these Gnostics actually thought he did it.
There's no way that Gnostics actually thought he did it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's no way he did it. And I think there's no way they actually thought he did it. Epiphanius is making up slanders against his enemies in order to show how horrible they are.
Oh, wow.
So I think he's making the thing up.
That's interesting. And that's another hard part of this whole field of study and studying these ancient texts is because you're like reading all this stuff, all this historical stuff. And like, just think about the world we live in today with like the news. Like, imagine in 5,000 years from now, they're going back and reading the news today.
Well,
like the news is I read a headline and 90% of the time there's about 1% of truth in that headline.
Oh, absolutely. No, absolutely. And if in 2,000 years they find, this, that, or the other conspiracy theory is the thing, they'll think, well, that's what everybody thought.
Right, exactly. And then on top of that, people have axes to grind against other people, and
Yeah. Right.
So that's another thing that just to me makes this whole thing so confusing. And, you know, in today's day and age with the internet, you have people with different views on the ancient world, and they want to like dedicate their whole life and build a career off arguing with people about what happened thousands of years ago or what people were talking about thousands of years ago.
But see, this is, again, it's why expertise matters.
Yes.
Because experts read these documents in their original languages. They read them in the Greek and the Latin, the Coptic, the Syriac, the Hebrew, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They know what these words mean. They understand how it works. They know the history of the period. They know the political history of the period, the economic history of the period, the social history of the period, the cultural history of the period.
Mm-hmm.
And they study these things. So if somebody comes along and reads Epiphanius, like just a regular old person comes along and reads Epiphanius, they'll just think, well, that's what was happening.
Right.
And experts will be able to explain. It'll take a while to explain. It'll take a while for an expert to explain, but if you listen to them and hear the explanation, you'll understand, oh yeah, that's right. And if you have different experts saying different things, then you can kind of evaluate them. But without the expertise, you just say anything. And there's so much stuff on the internet, it's just people just saying stuff and getting people to believe them because they said it. And
yes.
Okay, fine, but I mean, there are ways to analyze ancients. So I know it sounds confusing, but if you study this stuff for 30 years, you know how to analyze this stuff.
Right. Is there any, I don't know if you know how much you know about Sumerian, but is there any links from Hebrew to Sumerian? Are they any of the roots similar?
The Sumerian, no, I think Sumerian's a different language.
There's a completely separated,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. Ugaritic is a language that's comparable to Hebrew. So there were cognate Hebrew language. So when I said earlier that the Hebrew Bible, you only have the Hebrew Bible.
Right.
One thing that helps translators is to know the cognate languages from antiquity. So cognate language is like, suppose you've got Spanish and Portuguese. So if you know Spanish, the Portuguese is pretty close. And, if you've got a word in Portuguese, you don't know what this means, but you know the Spanish word that looks just like it, then you can probably guess, yeah, that's probably what it means.
Right.
You can do that with the Hebrew Bible. And so Hebrew Bible translators, when they see this word, this word doesn't occur anywhere else in Hebrew. We have a similar word that occurs in this language and that language and that language that are cognates, like we did it, then that probably suggests what it is.
Okay. And you can't do that with Sumerian and Hebrew. There is some sort of a link there.
No, I think Sumerian's a different language.
Right. Yeah.
Different language group. It's got to be a Semitic language.
Right. Yeah. That's what I thought, because there is a guy who's come up on this podcast. He's dead now, but he's come up on this podcast many times, who wrote a book called The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross. Yeah. And the premise of his book was about taking the roots of ancient Sumerian into Hebrew. And I don't think you can do that. I think that basically tears apart his whole hypothesis.
Well, I'm not an ancient. I don't work in ancient Near Eastern linguistics, and so I'm not.
Right. But yeah, no, his theory was that the idea of immaculate conception was the same thing as a mushroom, because a mushroom, you don't pollinate. A mushroom comes from mycelium, basically, like it's rain comes down the earth and the mushroom is born out of the earth.
What's that got to do with Sumerian?
For some reason, he was taking Sumerian roots and applying them to Hebrew words.
But
he was studying the Dead Sea Scrolls for years. I think he studied the Dead Sea Scrolls for 50 years.
It's not John Allegro.
John Allegro, yeah.
Okay. Okay, look, the roots of a word, the etymological roots of a word, are not indicative of what the word means.
Right.
So we have lots of words in English that don't mean what the roots mean. You can see where they got it, but I mean, for example, if you say lion's teeth, okay, teeth of lions, you're not referring to the thing that you go out and dig in your garden, the weed that has a yellow thing coming up, the dandelion.
Right.
Dandelion, Dr. Leon, the lion's teeth. And so the fact that it's called lion's teeth doesn't tell you when your dad tells you go out and dig the dandelions,
right,
you don't go around looking for lion's teeth. Mm-hmm. So the root of a word is not how you establish what the word means.
Right.
So it doesn't matter what the Sumerian root was for this, that, or the other thing.
Right.
It's irrelevant.
Right. Yeah, that combined with the fact that one's a Semitic language and one is from, Near Eastern. I think that kind of like blows that out of the water.
But it wouldn't matter. I mean, for one thing, what does a mushroom and Jesus have to do with either one?
He's claiming that how a mushroom a mushroom a mushroom doesn't have to be pollinated like any other plant on earth, right? It doesn't have to be, it's not pollinated. So it's like being born of a virgin. That was his connection that he made.
Nothing to do with Sumerian or Hebrew.
No, that idea, right?
It's biology,
right? Yeah, that's biology. That's just one of his arguments to support how Jesus Christ was a mushroom, a psychedelic mushroom, may I add?
I know. No, the thing was, he started out as a fine scholar, and he was an expert in the Dead Sea Scrolls. But every now and then, you get somebody who's like very erudite, who takes this weird turn, and wow. Okay. So, yeah.
But that gets a lot of people into this stuff too. It's kind of cool because it's like maybe they're crazy, maybe it's outlandish, but it gets a lot of people who would otherwise not be interested in religion. Maybe they're like, ooh, maybe he's onto something, and they fall down the rabbit hole.
Well, the problem is that people who are experts in religion don't do a very good job of showing why it's interesting on its own without crazy ideas.
Right.
And so you don't need crazy ideas. I mean, the Da Vinci Code, Dan Brown's Da Vinci Code, got a lot of people interested in Mary Magdalene, or in the Council of Nicaea, or how we got the canon of the New Testament, or how Jesus became the Son of God. And everything Dan Brown said in the Da Vinci Code about those things was wrong.
Right.
And I wrote a book on it. I wrote a book on the Da Vinci Code.
I know. Yeah.
Going through point by point. And so, yeah, I got people into it, but it got them thinking wrong things. So how good is that?
I think it is good because then they find your book and they realize, oh my God, this shit's wrong. Like me, I got into this stuff from a guy who told me that Christ was a child trafficker who was giving people drugs. And he's a drug cult leader.
Oh, okay.
And that got me interested in this stuff.
Okay, fair enough. Okay,
now I'm here in front of you, and I'm figuring out, maybe there's more to this.
Maybe not. Yeah, maybe that isn't how it works. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, sometimes truth is a lot more boring than.
That's very true.
But sometimes truth is really interesting, and I think scholars generally do not do a good job of showing what's interesting about what they do across the fields. That people become scholars because they're really deeply interested in something, and they're interested in it because there's something that is interesting in it. But they have the hardest time to explain to somebody what's interesting about this.
Right.
And
True.
I think what scholars need to do is figure out how to communicate better, because otherwise you just have these people who come up with these crazy ideas.
And there's another thing about scholarship too, is when you're a part of an institution like that, it's frowned upon to come up with a theory that doesn't fit in with consensus. People are afraid of it.
It's frowned upon if you don't have support for it. If you just spout off some crazy theory, then yeah, you get fired.
Well, I mean, in general, would you say in general though that people in scholarship, they typically walk on eggshells when it comes to discussing new ideas or coloring outside the lines or anything like that?
No, I never felt that way. I mean, I've been in academia I've been a professor since 1984, and I've never felt that I'm bound to say one thing or another, except if I say something that doesn't have any support for it as a historian.
Right.
So I just can't claim crazy things.
Right.
And I can't claim that Constantine, the Emperor Constantine, is the one who formulated the Hail Marys, and that he I don't know. You just say something and it's just demonstrably wrong. Well, you can't do that. If you're a historian or if you're a scientist or you're whatever you are, if you make a statement, you've got to be able to back it up with facts. Otherwise, yes, you should walk in eggshells. But I mean, and probably, if you say that every time the word Christ used, it's referring to a drug, that's like you can't back it up. And you can laugh at people who say you can't back it up, but you can't back it up. And it can be just shown by anybody. You can read a dictionary that you can't back it up.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot to it, for sure. I think it's complicated, and it's really hard to parse out.
I don't think it's complicated. You look it up in a dictionary. And if you don't, and you don't trust the dictionary, dictionaries can't be trusted either.
Exactly. Well, that's one thing.
So-
I had a scholar on here who was telling me we were discussing the word lay stace, and we were looking it up on the website we were just on here.
The Perseus.
And it said Perseus Tufts, exactly. And it gave us a couple definitions. I think one of them was robber. One of it, I think it was robber was like the main one. Pirate and robber.
Yeah.
And then this guy goes, oh no, that's the wrong dictionary. He goes, you got to look at this dictionary. It says he's a revolutionary.
See that? Well, so that's problematic. He's problematic in saying that because it means both things in different contexts.
All three things: pirate, robber, and revolutionary.
Yeah.
But the one dictionary didn't say pirate or robber. It only said revolutionary.
Well, it probably wasn't an exhaustive dictionary. That's why you get
It was a biblical dictionary.
Of course it was. Well, that's the problem.
Right. Exactly.
So what
that's
you
the
do?
main problem with it, right?
Yeah. Well, of course. I mean, because right. So that is a main problem because you can't trust a biblical dictionary or a dictionary of biblical Greek. You can't trust a dictionary of biblical Greek to understand Greek more broadly. Because a dictionary of biblical Greek is kind of like a dictionary of New York Times today's edition English. So it tells you what it means within that. But if you get within that corpus. But if you move outside the corpus of the New Testament into broader Greek, then you want to know what lay stace means.
Yeah.
Because that might affect what it actually means in the New Testament, and it actually does. So it means all of those things. But when I say it's not complicated, it's because what you do is you look it up in a comprehensive dictionary, and you can't trust that, but it gives you references. Euripides, Phaedra, you look that up. And you look up all the references and you say, yeah, that's right. It is what it means here. It's got to mean that here. It can't mean something else here, And so if you see a passage that says that the ship of the lay stace, the lay sty, was sunk.
Pirates.
Yeah, pirates.
Yeah.
You say the lay stace was caught with a loaf of bread, red-handed with a loaf of bread.
Right.
Robber.
Or if in Julius Caesar's case, he says the lay stace captured me and held me
there you
ransom.
go. So it's the context.
Yeah.
And so it isn't. So that's the problem with saying that the etymology is what tells you the meaning.
Right.
It doesn't.
So if Jesus was in the park with a kid at 4 a.m. or whatever it was in the middle of the night, and the SWAT team pulls up on him and he goes, "Why are you pulling up on me like I'm some lay stace?" Like, what is he probably saying here?
Yeah, he doesn't. But he doesn't say that in Mark. He says that in John. And so the kid is one story. The lay stace is in a different story.
So you're saying he doesn't say, "Why you guys pulling up on me like I'm a lay stace" when the kid's there? That's in two different versions.
Yeah, I think it's in two different versions. I don't think that's in Mark. Hold on, let me check.
Let's find it.
Let's find it because I
thought it was in Mark.
Maybe it is.
Steve, yeah, gotcha.
I've got Mark. I've got John on my mind right now because the lay stace has a kind of a double meaning in the Gospel of John.
Okay,
and so that's why. Let me see.
Just give me a second, and I just
you don't even need. I will look at it right here.
He's got it. We got two versions. We got.
Oh yeah, it does usually exist.
Mark 15:27.
No, it's in 14:48. Yeah, yeah, you're right. It does occur there. But what's it got to do with the kid?
So what is it? So what does it occur? What does the passage say?
Mark 14:48. Jesus answered and said to him, "Have you come upon me as a lay stace with swords in order to arrest me?"
Right. So like
Swords
out
and
of all the
flags,
definitions we have, obviously he's not saying, "Why are you pulling up on me like I'm a pirate?" Like, why would you be a pirate at 1 a.m.?
Yeah,
like,
or a robber. It's talking about being an insurrectionist.
an insurrectionist.
Yeah. Why else would soldiers come after him? It's not for. You don't send a band of soldiers after somebody's stealing a loaf of bread.
Right? Why are you
No,
coming up to me like I'm a lay stace?
Yeah, that's right.
What am I stealing here? It is weird that he's with
No,
the
it's
kid,
not
though.
stealing. It's here. It's not that he's stealing something. It's that they're arresting him for being an insurrectionist.
Right.
And the way you know that is because they arrest him. They put him on trial for being an insurrectionist.
Right.
So that's why they're arresting him.
Right.
Not for being a robber and not for being a pirate.
Mhm.
So yeah, but I'm not sure what the kid has to do with that.
Yeah, me neither.
So the kid is only in Mark, but it's a strange story because it's this. They try and grab the guy, and
They
he's not
pull his towel
this
off.
young man. He's not. He's wearing a linen. He's wearing like a robe or something, a linen robe, and they grab him, and it says he's wearing a linen robe over his nakedness. They grab for him. The
What
only
was the
good
word for it again? Scene dome.
Yeah. Okay. Good enough. And so they grab it, and he runs away, buck naked,
Mhm.
and that's it. Mark 14:62. And so the question is, what in the world is that all about?
Right.
And people have different theories.
Yeah. Alman has a theory.
So does Morton. So does Morton Smith. Do you know about Morton?
No.
Oh my God. Well, so you should be interested in Morton Smith. So Morton, have you ever heard of the Secret Gospel of Mark?
The secret. I have heard of the secret gospel.
Oh my
yeah.
God, you need to do some episodes.
Oh
like
yeah,
this.
please.
Yeah,
Please
Morton
enlighten me.
Smith, man. I'm telling you, well, he's written a whole book. Oh God, no, it would take 3 hours to describe the Secret Gospel of Mark. But what he argues in the Secret Gospel. Now, this guy is a serious guy. Morton Smith. He was like, oh my God, he was so much smarter than anybody else, and he knew it. And oh God, this guy was brilliant. But he had this kind of ultra theory. He taught at Columbia University.
Okay.
And wrote his first dissertation in Hebrew, modern Hebrew, and is a New Testament scholar and scholar of early Christianity, scholar of early Judaism, and he was absolutely flipping brilliant. But he claimed to discover a new gospel, a gospel that was a secret version of Mark that had been published by Mark later than the Mark that we have, that had additions to it. And he wrote 2 big books on this thing. And the reason it caused a big uproar is because he argued that this passage in Mark 14:62 about the young man running away with just a linen cloth over his nakedness is actually referred to in this secret gospel, and that it suggests that this is a young man that Jesus had baptized in the nude, to baptize people in the nude, and then had spent the night with him, teaching him the mysteries of the kingdom of God.
Jesus.
And,
Come on, Jesus. We can do better.
oh no, he thought he was doing pretty well according to this version. But he has these 2 books. One is called The Secret Gospel of Mark, which is written for lay people, but he wrote a scholarly edition of this whole thing because he claimed to have discovered this manuscript in a monastery in Israel, and it's not clear whether it was a forgery or not, and it's not clear whether he may have forged it.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Is this
secret
it?
gospel. Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
I love this part right here. Some scholars suggest that the letter implies that Jesus was involved in homosexual activity.
Yeah, well, Morton Smith does,
Yeah.
and some people agree with him, and some people think that he's just some people think that he's just actually doing this to make waves and to forge something that other scholars accept as authentic.
Sure. Well, I mean, it is. I can imagine how that's frowned upon by most people.
Yeah, most people didn't like that.
Especially if they're theological scholars.
But the thing is, you could accept the secret gospel and not accept his interpretation of it, because the gospel itself doesn't say that Jesus was engaged in homosexual activities.
Right. Exactly.
And so it's the interpretation that people objected to. But now there's big questions about whether it's an authentic writing or not. If it is, when it was written, and so forth.
So my introduction into this, you're probably gonna laugh me out of the room after I tell you this. His theory, the drug theory of what's happening in the park is Jesus was participating in the mystery in the upper room prior to when he was in the Garden of Gethsemane.
Mm-hmm.
And he was drinking viper venom, the death inducer. So his idea of how people participated in the mystery was they would ingest the viper venom, come up to the edge of death to where they're about to die, and then they would take the antidote. And according to Galen, the way they came up with the antidotes to things like viper venoms was sort of like antibody therapy, like ancient antibody therapy. So they would take young people who had way better, more robust immune systems. They would slowly give them an introduction to viper venom with a small cut in the skin, where they'd impregnate the bandage with venom, wrap the cut in the skin, so they would do a slow introduction of the venom, so it wasn't enough to kill them, but their body would fight it off and create antibodies. So then they would use the young person's bodily fluids as an antidote for the older people who got high on the viper venom. So you get high in the venom, and then you take the body fluid so you don't die, right? So it would save you. It would be the antidote of what Amen says was the Antichrist. The drug was the Christ. The antidote was the Antichrist. All right. Okay. So the kid had the bandage on him because he was the antidote, because Jesus was tripping on viper venom in the park, right? The kid was there because Jesus needed that kid's bodily fluid so he wouldn't die from the viper venom. It was his antidote, so he would survive that psychedelic trip that he was on. The kid ran away. Jesus was crucified. When he's on the cross, he's screaming out, "He's thirsty, I'm thirsty." They tried to give him the sponge. His followers tried to give him the sponge, which had the antidote on it, the antidoton for the deep sauce, according to Nonus, the antidote to the horned North African viper. And Jesus said no, he refused to take it, and he died early because he refused to take the antidote. And that's his explanation to why Jesus died early and why he was screaming and why he was so thirsty on the cross. Is because when he was arrested in that park, the boy was his antidote, and the boy ran away, so he didn't get his antidote. That's a fun one, isn't it?
Well, yes, I suppose it is fun. So, yeah, well, I think that, every theory needs to be considered seriously.
Yeah, I guess.
And one needs to evaluate probabilities.
Sure.
And for openers, in the text, it's clearly a Passover meal. In all of the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, it's the Passover meal. And it doesn't say anything about Jesus drinking venom, obviously. Mm-hmm. What he does is he takes so at the Passover meal, we know what foods were eaten at the Passover meal. He included unleavened bread and several cups of wine. And he takes the bread and breaks it and says, "This is my body." And he takes the cup of wine and says, "This is the new covenant in my blood." So normally at Passover, they weren't drinking venom. You have no record of anybody drinking venom at Passover. We have many references to people drinking wine. And it's portrayed as wine. It's likened to his blood. Normally it's thought that's because it's red wine that looks like his blood. Venom normally looks like blood. Right. As to the young boy, doesn't say anything about that. And so just you can make things up, and it sounds interesting. I mean, people will say, "Oh, that sounds interesting," but what's the evidence of it?
Right.
And what's the evidence that he's drinking venom?
Yeah.
What is it?
This is, like I said, it's fascinating, and it would be great if I could get him in the room with a scholar that has the capacity of the Greek, who could combat him. Because most Bible scholars, they don't understand the Greek to the level of a classical philologist. So
they understand well enough to refute that one. I mean,
okay.
How hard is it? I mean, blood is haima. Is that used for venom? So I think you don't need a. I mean, look, there are a lot of biblical scholars who are very fine linguists. I mean, superb.
Aren't most biblical scholars, though, like this is the contradiction of a Bible scholar, is that most of them, and correct me if I'm wrong, they subscribe to Christianity. So they're a scholar of their own belief.
Yeah, but Christianity doesn't mean fundamentalist. When I went to Princeton Theological Seminary, I was very conservative at the time. But when I went there, all of my professors believed there are contradictions in the Bible, there are historical mistakes, there are discrepancies all over the map. there are things that Jesus said he didn't really say. Just like they all agreed to that. And so it isn't like a bunch of fundamentalists just going around trying to pound the Bible. These were very serious scholars who are, and so I think it's unfair to say that they can't be trusted because they have some religious beliefs. You have to look at the scholarship for the scholarship. Plus, there are plenty of us who aren't religious at all. We study this stuff. We think that sort of thing just like, sorry, but no.
Okay.
If I come up with some account of, Joe Biden being taken out of this world by a Martian spaceship, and that's why we don't see him anymore, I can certainly say that, and there'll be people who believe me. But there'd be ways to kind of check to see if it's right. And the problem in the world right now is people don't check to see if anything's right. They don't. Yeah. They can't. People won't. If they hear something, they assume it's a fact. Mm-hmm. And of course, politically, that's a big problem. Yeah. Because on both sides, people just assume things are facts without bothering to look into them.
Right. It's tribalism.
Yeah. But in my field, there are ways to check out facts. Mm-hmm. So you should do that.
Yeah. No, it's interesting because most people, most religious, godly people, they don't look that deep into this stuff because it gets messy when you really get deep into it. You know what I mean? It's the general idea of it. Like we were talking about Thomas Paine earlier, like the general idea of believing a higher power and the idea of Jesus. It's like a good moral framework for society, right? But when you really that's the whole point of, what your history is and the stuff that you've looked into is like when you start to excavate all of these texts of ancient history and the Gospels and all that thing, you'll find out that it's really messy. It's not that simple. But that's you can't discount, the moral value and the structural framework that religion provides for society.
Well, a lot of people do, and my view of it is that religion can be used for good or bad, and there are horrible things that get done in the name of religion. Obviously, there are also good things that get done in the name of religion. And so that's another complication. So I don't think that you can, I just don't think the way people think today, it's so binary. It's like this or that, and it's few things really are just this or that. Yeah. And just, as I'm an atheist, but I'm a New Testament scholar. And when I say something positive about Christianity, I have some atheists who just come down my throat. Mm-hmm. How can you possibly say anything good about Christianity?
Right.
Well, why not?
Right.
It has done good. Mm-hmm. And, and if I say anything negative, then the Christians, the fundamentalists get down my throat.
Right. Yeah. That's an unfortunate part of human nature. What's going on with the book of Job?
Not to come out of left field, but what's up with Job? Job is another book that people almost always misunderstand. So it depends what you mean by it.
So I learned about the book of Job reading about Thomas Paine, and he basically explains that it's completely disconnected from anything else in the Bible.
Well, it depends what you mean. It's written in Hebrew, so it's connected to other things. Job, interesting, it's in the Hebrew Bible, but Job is not an Israelite. So the book of, I'll tell you the reason the book of Job is complicated, and it's for a reason that Thomas Paine would not have known.
Isn't it the first book that mentions Satan?
Kind of, but that's not the complication.
Okay.
It does. So there is a figure in there called Hasatan, which in Hebrew means the adversary. But he's not the devil. He's not like this evil force that's out that we think of today, like the head of the demons. Right. He's actually one of God's council members. God has a group of angelic beings around him that he asks advice for in a number of passages in the Old Testament. So scholars just call it the divine council. And the Satan, the adversary, is one of those figures. And so later on, hundreds of years later, Jews started developing the idea that this adversary was actually an enemy of God, the devil. That starts up about 200 years before Jesus, but it's long after the book of Job was written. And Job, he's one of the, he plays devil's advocate. He tries to brings up the opposite side of what God says, just as you kind of challenge him, then God responds. Kind of. The problem with Job is that that people have, the reason they don't understand it is because it begins 2 chapters that are kind of a short story about this guy Job, who's very righteous, and that Satan convinces God to take everything away from him to see if he'll still be righteous. He's like, the guy's filthy rich, richest guy on the planet, fantastic family, big family, tons of cattle and sheep and camels and things, like filthy rich, but he's very pious. And the Satan figure says he's only pious because all the stuff you're giving him here. Take away the stuff, and then he'll curse you to your face. And so that's what happens. And so God says, no, he won't. Satan says, yes, he will. So God said, okay, do it. And so Satan does it. And then, so it goes like that. But then, so that's the first 2 chapters. But then the book is like 40 chapters long. And almost all of it is not about that. Almost all of it is about Job having a conversation with his 3 so-called friends who say that the reason he's suffering so much is because God's punishing him. And Job keeps saying, I haven't done anything wrong. No, God's punishing you. And it goes on like this for like 37 chapters. And then it gets back to the short story. So the back and forth of friends is all in poetry. And the beginning and end is a prose short story. And scholars, long after Paine, came to realize these are actually 2 different stories that have been put together. The beginning, the end is about the patient Job who suffers even though he's righteous, and God rewards at the end. And in the middle, Job is not patient. God doesn't want anything to do with him. The friends are not friends, they're enemies. And so so there are 2 different things that have been spliced together. So the whole thing as a whole doesn't make sense. Because you got these 2 accounts put together.
Oh, okay. And Job also mentions a lot of things like that, like about like astronomy and all kinds of astrological things that the Jews didn't know about necessarily. That's at least how Thomas Paine explained it. A lot of scientific stuff is not true.
No, it's not true. No. At the end, God, Job, at the end of the poetry, where Job's saying he's completely innocent, and the friend's saying you're guilty. Job says, look, if God will just show up, I'll be able to make my case. And God shows up and just drives him into the ground, just squishes him under his thumb, and just blasts away, because basically God is the Almighty and you're a peon. What are you talking to me about me for? And so, but in that, God says, where were you when I, created the foundations of the earth? Where were you? And he starts talking about the stars and all the stuff that he's created. And even in the other things in the book, occasionally there'll be astronomical references, but there are things that were unknown to ancient Israelites at all. Okay. Ancient Israelites were just as interested in astronomy as anyone else.
Yeah, I heard that there's zodiacs and the temples in Tel Megiddo.
Oh yeah, but that's centuries later.
Okay.
That's many centuries later. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. No, you do have zodiacs in some, not in temples, but in synagogues.
Right. Yeah. Oh, that's what I meant to say. Yeah. In the synagogues,
yeah.
Which is interesting.
Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff that archaeology has told us that for centuries people didn't realize. Because it was always said that Jews could not have pictorial art, for example. That you couldn't have pictures of humans because that's like an idol or something, and you can't do that.
Right.
And that's just not true. Now they've dug up synagogues that have pictorial art in them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Guy dug up a synagogue that appears to have a picture of a mosaic of Alexander the Great in the synagogue.
Wow. Did you see there was a recent discovery that was made in actually the University of Tampa, which is close to here. They found a mug from the god Bes. Is an Egyptian god mug. That had they somehow did a study on it, and they found out they figured out the cocktail that they were using in this mug. And it can you pull it up, Steve?
No, I don't know it.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Psychotropic drugs.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, man, it's everywhere.
Look at this. Ritual drug work. When did they date this to? Ancient Egyptian mug from the god Bes ingested mixed psychoactive drugs, human blood, and other bodily fluids in mysterious ceremonies, according to a new paper. 15 authors of the paper reported in the Research Square prior to the academic peer review. Come from institutions including the University of South Florida. When did they say this was?
Oh, okay.
Here we go.
Century.
Oh, wow.
Holy crap. Well, okay. Vessels of this shape are from the 16th to the 5th century. This particular one dates to 3rd century. Interesting. Oh, somewhere between 3rd century BCE and 3rd century. Great. Yeah, interesting.
So what did it say? Scholars have speculated that they may have been used to hold perfume or holy water, wine, or beer.
God, cult members may have drank from them.
Oh my God! But the residue of their contents has rarely been studied.
Oh, I see.
No
They're
other-
saying generally that's the case. Have they studied this one?
There was semen found in this one.
What?
There was not.
Stop it!
The Fibunites.
I swear it was.
No,
Yeah,
I swear.
no, Steve.
I want to say.
A lot of stuff made up around here.
Bodily
fluids, man.
Well, go back down. See what it said. Type in bodily fluids. See what it says. What bodily fluids it was. Probably blood. Keep going. Go to the next one. Such as vaginal mucus and breast milk, and human blood.
Wait, okay, by analyzing, the authors found and plant. They also found human blood. That's fantastic. Oh my God.
Oral or vaginal mucus and breast milk and the blue water lily. Holy crap.
That they mix with sesame seeds. You know, that's the best way. It's in vaginal mucus and it's with sesame seeds. They probably have a recipe. Probably on the bottom of this cup, you'll find a recipe for. That's great.
Ah, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, that's amazing stuff. Wow.
And Bess who was Bess? He was a guardian figure until he became a Roman era divine being. Okay.
Oh shit, Bess, deity Bess.
Mm-hmm. Roman era divine being that provided protection from danger and averted harm.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Antiquity was a fun place to be.
Yeah, I tell you, and you know they still find stuff, and it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's really quite amazing. Yeah.
It's insane. We had I had a guy in here who brought in he's a collector of he buys stuff on the antiquities markets, and he buys these granite vases, and I guess they were found in like the Bed Pyramid or one of the pyramids in Egypt, and they were like all just down at the bottom of them. And he paid like hundreds of thousands each per one. He has like a few dozen of these vases he's purchased, and I guess Egyptology dates them to being around the time of like 2000, maybe 2500 BC, roughly, when they were created. And the way that the consensus of how they were shaping these things were just based on hieroglyphs and depictions that are written or like drawn on cave art or whatever, is that they like were hammering and chiseling these things with like pounding stones and copper chisels. That's the tools that they had. But then he took one of his vases to an aerospace company, like a big aerospace company in like the Midwest, and they put it under a light scanner, and they found out that this granite vase, which is one of like the hardest stones that we have, is perfectly symmetrical from top to bottom within the deviation of a human hair. Like it was almost spun on it, like even more symmetrical than you find like a piece of clay that's spun on a wheel. And it was made 2,000 years ago. And like, so basically, if you wanted to recreate, if our culture wanted to recreate it today, you would have to do it on like a CNC machine or something like that. Make it on a computer.
No, I know some of the technology. You know, they don't know a lot about how the technology worked. I mean, there are classicists, who work on ancient technology. Like this is what they did.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like, how do you build a template? Like, how do you put it? How do you have this? How do you have this? This column that goes up, 40 feet. And each of the drums of the column weighs. What kind of, how do you do that?
Mm-hmm.
And so there are people who do that kind of thing. But, there's also a lot of prehistoric stuff, right? That, like the rock circle, like the Stonehenge thing.
Yeah.
That there's some amazing finds that where you'll have like you'll have two stones circled like that on different continents that are exactly the same size to the millimeter. What? How?
That's so wild.
Yeah, it's stuff. It's like, the ancient world is amazing. And it's like,
Yeah, it's so mysterious how some of this stuff was able to be created. You like root beer?
We'll see.
That's root beer flavor. That's great, delicious stuff. White Rabbit, shout out. It's just so mysterious and it's so interesting, and it gets people, and it does that phenomenon where people like to fill in the gaps with their minds of what it was. Like, was it God or was it aliens? You know what I mean? Like
those are the two choices. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, those are our choices these days. Yeah.
Like
or
maybe we had human beings had technology that was more sophisticated than we have today, right?
in some ways they did, and the problem is that so much of it is lost. But they certainly did in some ways, but they didn't have electricity. And
right.
So, and they didn't have, they didn't have ways of creating engines the way we do. And so they didn't have, they didn't know anything about internal combustion or anything like that. So, but what they did was absolutely spectacular. But they also had a lot of people power.
Yeah. So, right. Yeah. Have you heard of the Younger Dryas hypothesis?
Don't know that I have.
Basically, it's the idea that around, I want to say it was 16,500 years ago, roughly around then, during the end of the Pleistocene, there was some sort of either cosmic comet impact or like a solar flare ejection that happened that melted the end of the ice age, right? Like if comets hit around the Earth, like we went through some sort of like asteroid belt or something like that, or meteor stream, that comets hit the Earth, melted all the ice, flooded the Earth, and basically wiped out like 75% of civilization. And it kind of like reset us, right? So like there's people that like to connect that idea with the fact that maybe human beings had some sort of advanced ancient technology that was erased from the face of the Earth when one of these cataclysms happened. Because there's archaeological evidence that, like with the black mat layer and other things, that there was some sort of a cosmic event that happened on Earth that ended the ice age and would have wiped out a lot of people and potentially some sort of technology that we had, and the civilization was reset. And maybe this could be an explanation for some of the flood myths as well.
Yeah,
because the flood myths are everywhere, right? Like,
well, they are, but they're also always around places where there's major water supplies.
Right. Right.
So
the Nile.
they all flood.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know. I mean, if I wanted to know about that, I'd probably talk to a high-level university geologist. Probably wouldn't go online to find out.
You wouldn't go on TikTok?
Well, not anymore, apparently.
Oh yeah, we're getting rid of it.
As of yesterday, apparently, yeah.
Yeah, what happened? Someone bought it? Did Elon Musk buy it or something? Or he's trying to buy it?
Well, the Supreme Court, yeah, I forget. Anyway, who cares? Yeah.
Anyways, Bart, thank you so much for coming, man. This has been a really fun conversation.
My pleasure. Yeah.
Tell people where they can find your work, where they can find your blog, all that fun stuff.
So there are a couple things. One is my blog. So my blog's this unusual thing because thousands of people have blogs. But my blog is on New Testament, early Christianity, everything cognate to it. The ancient Roman world, the ancient Judaism, early Christianity, up through Constantine and beyond. I post 5 times a day, 5 times a week, 5 times a week.
Okay.
1,200 to 1,400 words. I've done it for almost 13 years now. And so it's like every day. And I answer questions. Every question I get, I answer. So the reason I do this is not for my jollies. It's both to spread knowledge about my field, but it's also to raise money for charity. So there's a small membership fee that people pay. It's not big. Comes out to like the cheapest level is like $0.10 a week kind of thing. It's like $24.95 for a year. Mm-hmm. But there are higher levels where there are more perks. But I give all of the money to charity. And so I don't keep a dime myself. And I do separate fundraising to pay for our expenses so that every penny goes into charities, which are all dealing with hunger and homelessness issues. Last year, 2024, we raised $575,000.
What?
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
So people, just by joining and getting all these perks, like my post, and at higher levels, there's audio versions of they can get, and I do live Q&As, and I do at the higher levels. I do webinars, periodic webinars with people in the higher groups. So people should just look up. So it's urbanblog.org.
Okay.
And they can look it up. The other thing, about 3 years ago, we started a company that produces online courses on all topics. We started out doing mainly biblical studies, which is what we still mainly do. But, and I started out doing the courses myself on, I'll do something on the Gospel of Mark, like 8 lectures on the Gospel of Mark on a weekend. Or we'll have short, like one-off lectures. Like I did a thing on the dark side of Christmas. I did 2 lectures talking about like the really parts that don't look good about what's happening in the Christmas story. Like, why does Herod have to kill all the babies so that Jesus can be born? That kind of thing. And so we have these courses. They can find that on barturban.com. I've got a thing on courses. But we've also started this thing connected with it where we do semester-long courses taught by high-level university professors. We have one going on now on an introduction to the New Testament by a very fine New Testament scholar. He's a terrific teacher, and it's twice a week, like a university course, 50-minute lectures followed by Q&A each time with suggested readings people could do, quizzes if they want to take quizzes, and so it's like getting our first course was by Duke University professor Mark Goodacre. You get a Duke University course online for this thing. So this one is not for charity. It's a business we have going, but that's called the Biblical Studies Academy.
Okay.
So if people just look up Biblical Studies Academy, it's like a streaming service. They pay a monthly fee, and they can get, if they pay the monthly fee, they get all the courses that are already available. They can go to these university level courses. They have chat groups, they have discussion groups, they have book reading groups, movie watching groups. It's this community for people who are not, a lot of people are interested in the Bible, but they don't have anybody to talk to about it. Like academically interested,
Right?
As opposed to being like in the church interested sense, and they just want to talk about stuff that they're interested in. They don't have anybody. This is a forum for them to do it. So we just started Biblical Studies Academy, and
Beautiful. That's really cool. Making this stuff accessible to just anyone online who
folks,
wants to learn about it.
serious scholarship made accessible and interesting to people who aren't scholars.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Well, we'll link it all below so people can check it out.
Great.
And thanks again. I appreciate your time.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
For having us. Yeah.
Good night, everybody. Mr. Lawrence Wright, it's really a pleasure to have you on here. It's been a long time coming. I've been watching and reading your work for a very long time. Not a very long time. I think the first time I discovered you was in 2015 when Going Clear came out, the documentary on HBO, and I was sort of blown away because this place is right in my backyard.
It sure is.
And I kind of grew up around all of it. I spent a lot of my youth in downtown Clearwater running around with my friends.
Yeah.
And, just goofing around. And I was born in Morton Plain Hospital, which is basically right across the street from the Flag Building.
Right.
And I kind of never really dug too deep into them until I saw your film. And then I was just like blown away that this was all right here this whole time.
Yeah, it's the headquarters. And, back when L. Ron Hubbard had taken to the high seas to avoid subpoenas and finally decided to come back to America, and he sent a delegation around looking for the right place, and they settled on Clearwater. And they wouldn't tell anybody at the time, what they were. They were some sort of, vaguely Christian organization, just let the word out. But when people in Clearwater found out, they were pretty upset, and he was buying up a lot of the real estate downtown, which is still a part of the church catalog. So, it's a fascinating story. I mean, I was, the Scientology had kind of put this, electric fence of legal threats and reputational threats around their story. And so the other writers had taken whacks at it.
Yeah.
But I still felt that there was a great story on the ground to be told. And it was a fabulous story. I was... Even despite all the, we're going to get you sort of stuff that comes along with dealing with Scientology, it was always just a great story. And so you're always grateful as a writer to have that opportunity.
It's funny, just recently I was having a conversation with my brother-in-law, and he works for one of the biggest Scientology-owned companies in downtown Clearwater. It's called, and he's like, it's all Scientology-owned, and all of the higher-end executives, like all the executives on the executive floor, they're all Scientologists. So there's like a Scientology floor, and then there's like a civilian floor.
Yeah.
And it's like him and all of his buddies will always joke like under their breath or like make fun of the Scientologists. And like, it's kind of like this weird dichotomy of these people all working together in the same building, but you're inside of a cult building. Like these people are all in this cult. And I was like, wow, that would make such a great TV show about it. It would be like The Office meets like some sort of like cult science fiction, reality show or something like this. And I was asking him, I was like, because we were in a restaurant right across the street from where he works, and I was like, how do you know? I'm like, do you know by looking at somebody if they're a Scientologist? He's like, oh yeah, 100%. And I was like, how do you know? He's like, just look into their eyes. And you can tell by just looking into their eyes. It's like almost robotic the way they look. And sure as shit, I was like looking around. He's like, there was like 5 people in that room at the time. He's like, there's one guy in here who's definitely a Scientologist. See if you can figure it out. And I looked around, and sure as shit, I nailed it. I was like, definitely that guy.
Well, I don't have those powers, but you see a lot of
It's just
people.
a lot of phenomena.
The Sea Org, which is the clergy, dresses in naval outfits.
Yeah.
And so you see a lot of that in Clearwater because that's their base.
Is that the vest? Like the vest around the white shirt?
Yeah, and oftentimes more what looks really very much like a military uniform.
Mm-hmm.
And
okay.
the Sea Org is, when you sign up for it, you sign off for 1 billion years of service.
Right.
And because of the idea that you get reincarnated in 1 billion years in the time span of eternity is just a small sacrifice.
Mm. Yeah, I've thought a lot about this, and it seems like it's obviously there's a ton of terrible things about Scientology, right? Like the harassment campaigns they go on, and the outright slavery that they participate in with having their Sea Org members, and the most gruesome thing is the cadet farm, or the cadet organization, where they have all the babies in there that are just like not taken care of. And I think it was one of the women in your documentary who was John Travolta's handler, I guess. Spanky. That's right.
Welcome.
Yeah, her baby was in there, and she found her
How are
baby
you?
in there. It was like covered in fleas and like not fed, sick, fever.
What's good?
That
Midget
is
Doman
probably the
93.
most gut wrenching.
Can you hear me? Midget Doman 93. Can you hear me? Hello. All right. You do you.
Aspect of what they're doing, and of your documentary, I think personally. But if that stuff wasn't a part of it, I feel like this is just no different than any other religion, other than the fact that it's more modern, and we know the guy that created it lived in modern times in our lifetime, and it's got a way better marketing plan.
Yeah. I don't have anything against Scientology except for the human rights abuses that we're talking about. And I think John Travolta and Tom Cruise are great stars. I'm grateful for their talents, but I hold them responsible for bringing so many people into Scientology, and knowing they have to know, the depredations that are visited on the people in the Sea Org, and also the child care thing. The way families are broken up and so on. These are terrible things to do to people. And a lot of Scientologists, don't know or don't want to know what's going on inside the Sea Org. There's several different places where the Sea Org tends to headquarter. And most people will say, well, but it's given me something really valuable. And usually that is a sense of being skilled in a particular area or connections. And with the most conspicuous thing is the actors that are involved. they don't have another Tom Cruise. Elizabeth Moss is a second generation Scientologist, so she wasn't drawn into the organization. She was born into it. But, actors, that's one of the things I learned when I was working on this is a lot of them, like Tom Cruise, they drop out of high school. Well, he didn't drop out, he finished, but, they go to Hollywood when they're really young. And imagine you get out of high school, I'm going to be an actor, I'm going to be a movie star, I'm going to go to Hollywood. Meantime, your friends are in college, they're studying, they're getting, their medical degree or whatever, they're going on with their life. And you're standing in line for, a role, one in the background, somebody in a crowd scene or something like that. You're desperate to break it, and that you don't see any choice. And then along comes a person with a brochure, handing him out to all these would-be movie stars, saying how to get an agent. Come to the Celebrity Center. We'll show you how. And this is like a message from God. This somebody's going to help me get an agent. Or, how to get insurance and, these kinds of things that freelancers like actors are desperate for. So once into the Celebrity Center, they're given a menu of different programs that you can take there. And, people like, Jerry Seinfeld, he attributes some of his early success to taking, I've forgotten which program it was, but it felt, that it gave him more confidence. And, a lot of actors have been through and never got very deeply in it, but did taste it. And most of them will tell you that it did them some good.
Did you lose any friends writing that book or making that film? Or were there any people like in your life that maybe you didn't know were Scientologists that kind of just like
scared? One time when I was in college, I was living in an apartment with my girlfriend at the time, and downstairs there was a little Scientology room. It was tiny, and I had heard of it, but this was back in the middle 60s, long time ago. And so Scientology was totally new. And they showed me I forgot the name of the little lie detector. The E-meter? The E-meter, yeah. And I was intrigued, but I was also a little suspicious. But anyway, they were a good neighbor. I'd sometimes go downstairs and, hi, how you doing? But that was my only introduction into Scientology before I actually decided to write about it. And, I've written about a lot of religions over my long career, and I'm always intrigued by the fact that reporters tend to pay a lot of attention to politics. And but my observation is that you can have really strong political beliefs that don't affect your behavior at all. And I'm sure everybody knows those people. But if you have strong religious beliefs, they tend to govern your life. And I think it's a mistake to avoid that subject. A lot of reporters think it's impolite, prying into what people believe, and yet they'll readily ask, are you a Trump supporter or something like that, but they won't ask, are you a Mormon? Or, it's just, it seems impolite and also pathetic. Reporters typically are very skeptical, and religion is one of those areas that we tend to put some distance between us and it. So, because I was interested in religion and had been very religious when I was a teenager, Scientology was always on my scope, but I needed an excuse to write about it, and I thought about when John Travolta's son died. Do you remember that? There was he was very ill, and apparently some kind of environmental toxin that affected him. And there was a Scientology treatment that was employed, and I don't know if the boy could have been saved otherwise, but anyway, he died, and I thought, well, maybe he will leave the church, and that would give me an excuse to talk to him. And I mentioned it to my editor at the New Yorker, and he said it was too tabloid, which I thought, yeah, but it's still very interesting, and so then Paul Haggis dropped out of the church, and Paul Haggis was a 2-time Academy Award-winning writer and director. He had been in the church for more than two decades, and he dropped out very quietly. He wasn't talking about it, but I thought, most of my readers would look at Scientology with kind of a sneer on their face. It's like, I would never believe that crap. You'd never get me in it. And what was interesting to me about Scientology, it was deeply appealing to a lot of people. And for the Hollywood types, I didn't see that it was giving them any advantage. It was like the opposite. It was like a public relations martyrdom. People thought, what's wrong with Tom Cruise that he's in Scientology, or any of the other stars? And so what is it that would take someone as talented and interesting as Travolta or Cruise or any of the others? What would it take to have them enlist in this organization and adopt these beliefs that seem so weird? And so when Paul dropped out, I was working on something else. I finally decided, well, I'm gonna ask anyway. So I found the number for his business manager, and I said, "Hello, this is Lawrence Wright with the New Yorker. I'd like to talk to your client about his decision to leave the Church of Scientology." "Are you kidding? Get the fuck off my phone." And click, that was the entire conversation. And but the next day I got Paul's email address, and I wrote him a letter and said, well, I spoke to your business manager, and he said this wasn't the best time to talk, but if there's ever a time where you'd like to discuss your, as I said, intellectual and spiritual development, I'd be honored to do that. And 20 minutes later, I get a call, a text, very flattered. Let's have lunch on Tuesday. And he was in New York, so I flew up, and we had lunch. And then he wanted to smoke a cigarette, and so we went out on the street. And I said, well, this is going to be apropos of your decision to leave the church. And his eyes got wide, but he continued to talk. And it was like 9 months later, I was so deep into the story, he finally admitted it had never occurred to him it would be about Scientology. He was just so flattered the New Yorker was going to do a profile of him. So I felt, I totally understood and felt a little sad that happened. But on the other hand, he was a very courageous source. And he went through a lot of shit. And as did many of the sources that I spoke to. And, I spoke to hundreds. It's a difficult decision when you're facing an organization that's quite famous for its retribution. To decide that it's so important to talk to a reporter that you'll face that. And of course, the more that you talk to, the more we'll talk to you. And there's strength in numbers. I think that played a role in the access that I finally got.
Yeah, 100%. It's amazing to me how, I know they were raided by the FBI once. I think that was in the early 90s, right? And it's amazing to me that the FBI has not shut them down. Is that because they got that religious exemption and they're quote unquote a religion now?
Yeah. It gave them enormous amount of leeway.
So that designation they got from the IRS when they basically assaulted them with lawsuits. and
brought the IRS to its knees.
brought the IRS to its knees and got the IRS to basically wipe out $1 billion in back taxes.
Yeah.
That somehow makes them exempt from all of this unbelievably horrifying humanitarian atrocities that they're carrying out on their headquarters with children and people, paying them basically no money, making them scrub toilets and all this stuff.
Yeah, it's the First Amendment, freedom of religion, along with press and speech. So it's a very powerful concession.
The other day,
It was a scientific approach to spiritual enlightenment, and but now it's a religion, and with all the protections that the Constitution awards for that.
is it true that he famously said something on his deathbed or something like that about this was all some scheme to make money?
Yeah, well, it was
So I know I'm butcher. I'm not. That's
Sarge. I'm trying to remember Sarge's last name.
Oh yeah, Sarge, the guy who he asked him to get rid of his body or something.
Right, when he was in his last days, when Hubbard was in his last days, he was this little horse ranch in Southern California, adjoining Kenny Rogers Ranch.
Oh wow.
He was in disguise. He was in hiding, and he was very ill. And Sarge Fouth. He asked Sarge to make him an e-meter that would actually electrocute him. And this is the way he wanted to go out. And he was living on this little blue bell bus. It's got the thing here. Sarge was racked with guilt because he, essentially pledged his life in the service of this man. And so he did make him an e-meter that was essentially tied to
Good morning, Mr. Grace. Are you feeling any better?
That was just enough to give him a real shock, but not kill him. But
That's excellent to hear. Did you get a good?
a couple of months
Did you
later.
get a good sleep?
And,
Was it anything related to that or not?
yeah, I
Excellent.
wouldn't
You ready
want
to
say
take on the day?
Sarge killed him.
Right.
I think that it was a terrible shock. It might have affected something.
All right.
He was-
Well, I'm
he
here to
did
keep
talk-
you entertained.
He
If
was,
you need it.
he was Sarge as a kind of confessor. He talked about how he wasn't going to return,
Just chilling.
and that he was going to circle this star for eternity. And he was. It's interesting at that point. I don't think he was talking to anyone
There you
else in any way.
There you
It's
go.
the same degree of intimacy and sorrow that he expressed to Sarge.
Excellent, Mr. Grace.
I had
See ya.
heard that Sarge had this
Absolutely, I'm here for you. if you need
and I
help.
was at this retreat with former Scientologists, and I asked Sarge if he would talk to me, and he was scared and conflicted. Of all the people that I talked to, he was the one who actually knew that Scientology had been proved false because the founder had confessed to him. And so
Excellent. We'll see ya.
it was a very interesting, powerful interview.
Is that quote in the document, what L. Ron Hubbard's actual quote to what he said to him?
I don't remember the quote, but
Yeah.
he talked about, he disavowed much of what
Right.
he had said before. The church doesn't believe it happened, but I got it on film.
What kind of backlash or intimidation tactics or any sort of threats did you personally get when you made this?
Well, first of all, let me say that, what happened to me, and then later Alex Gibney, who directed the documentary, doesn't compare to what happened to our sources.
Right.
And for me, I had Tommy Davis was the spokesperson for Scientology when I started the story, and he had pledged that he would take me through Scientology. He was really excited. It was going to be like I think it was Labor Day weekend. It was a 3-day weekend. And so I flew out on Thursday, and then Friday expected to hear from him. And
This is after the film?
no, this is before. This is when I'm first interviewing. And finally on Monday afternoon, after I'd been in the hotel for 3 days, he and his girlfriend, later wife Jessica Feshbach, came to my hotel and said, we're not going to talk to you. You could have told me that on the phone. Anyway, they finally did come, along with 3 lawyers, to talk to me at the New Yorker after we'd sent in our first tranche of queries. They demanded it be an email. So we sent 960 questions, fact-checking questions, and there were more after that. And suddenly, here come this Scientology delegation, and they had brought along, I don't remember how many binders it was, but it stretched for 7 or 8 feet. And longer than this table that you're at, it was an impressive amount of literature, all designed to respond to these questions that we had. And what was the assumption, I think, was we're going to drown them in information. But you can't drown a reporter in information. It's like pouring water on a fish. What is he going to do with it? He's just going to swim in it. And my editor looked at it and he said, "You know what you got here? You schmuck. You've got a book." I said, "I know. They're very kind to me." So that happened. The article, there were, constant legal threats. We had, they one of their lawyers had been a federal prosecutor, and there was, they brought some high power into the room, and we were always aware of the threat that we were going to be sued, and it never happened. In fact, it never happened with the book. It never happened in the United Kingdom, where we also sold it. And they have these very aggressive libel laws there, and it didn't happen there. It didn't happen with the series, or with the television. So it was all empty threats. But there was the private detectives. That was in my case kind of a joke. He followed me around, but I rarely go anywhere. So, but if I had a speech or I'm in a band, sometimes he would come to my gigs, which I was always grateful for.
He was.
Yeah, he came and identified himself one time at one of my gigs and asked me to sign his book.
What?
Yeah.
Hi, Lawrence. I'm the Scientology PI, and to follow you around. We sell my book.
Yeah, well, the other thing that the New Yorker around Valentine's Day every year has this anniversary issue. We just published our 100th anniversary, but there's always this Victorian gentleman with the monocle and the butterfly on the cover, and his name is Eustace Tilley, and the Scientologists made up a mock New Yorker with me as Eustace Tilley, looking disheveled and just out of the gutter, and then out of the top hat I was wearing is Paul Haggis, and they passed him out in front of Times Square office, and so it's a treasured artifact in my collection. But the harassment that the sources got was very personal, and they were followed. They were, the garbage was emptied. They were spied on constantly. They were harassed, threatened, and they paid a price. When the movie came out, we put it in theaters for a couple of weeks in Austin, where I live. A woman came out of the theater and she was so worked up. She drove her car through the front door of the Scientology building in Austin, right across from the university. And she didn't stop there. She drove around knocking over shelves and, decks and desks and stuff.
Oh
And
my God.
she did a thoroughgoing job, and I had to issue a statement disavowing violence in the uniform. But they closed it down for a long time. Now it's back and revivified, but people were upset about what they saw on that doc.
Yeah, there's a lot of folks around this area who are former Scientologists that have built their own YouTube channels. There's one guy named Aaron who lives around here, and he has a great channel called Growing Up in Scientology, because he grew up literally with his parents that were Scientologists. He grew up working in the Sea Org and all this stuff. Now he's amassed this incredible following of basically just talking about all the things that are happening constantly in Scientology. And, it seems like there's just this crazy resurgence of stuff online and YouTube of new age, younger folks investigating Scientology and like walking into the building and interviewing the lady at the front desk and trying to investigate all these recent court battles. There's this other guy named Grant Cardone, who's this big celebrity internet figure who's like into real estate and like, brags about all the jets that he owns, and then, films himself walking around the flag building, over there. And, there's just so much like scandal and just crazy stuff happening involving all these like big figures and Scientology and the people investigating. There's like a new Scientology documentary that comes out on YouTube every week, it seems like. So to me, it's just bananas how this organization can continue to survive and thrive for this long.
So fucking excited
with the way that the media landscape is evolving and everyone talking about it.
Well, they have a lot of money and they have a lot of lawyers, and
YouTube.
They don't have a lot of members,
bitch.
And they don't have the kind of celebrity profile that they enjoyed for so many years. Right. So I would, but of course they're so secretive about their membership and their budget and everything. It's only estimate. But people report that nobody's in those buildings, and
how many minutes ago did it
drop? I don't wish harm on Scientology. I just wish that they would reform their practices where their most ardent members are.
This is the worst.
What do you think?
Baby girl, I'm after the NBA. Why don't you come play around my way and listen to what I gotta say?
Did you actually try to reach out to him?
Because I
or
didn't
did you just think that's futile?
The private investigator that trying to get to me wanted an interview of me, and I said, "Oh, sure, I'll do that if you'll let me talk to Miscavige." Oh my God, what are you talking about? And the church was outraged, that I would ask such a thing. And I said, well, the deal's on the table, and it's been on the table for decades now. I mean, he's never wanted to open himself up after he had a colossal fail, when he had that big interview with Ted, ABC, I think that was
way back in the day, right?
Yeah, but it was merciless, and he came off really poorly. So I think this publicity strategy is don't let anybody talk to him.
Yeah, there's something about just watching your documentary and watching that big ceremony they put together in Los Angeles after they won the war against the IRS, and just the way he struts around, the way he walks, the way he shakes people's hands is just whoa, this dude is really putting on a performance. He's really putting on a show. And then I saw another thing recently that I wasn't aware of, that there's somewhere down the street in Clearwater off of Highway 19 or something, there's this huge apartment complex, this run-down apartment complex, which allegedly is the spot where all the Sea Org members live.
Yeah.
And they turned basically one-bedroom apartments that might be the size of this room right here, and they basically have 6 or 7 people living in each apartment. like shoulder to shoulder on cots, which is crazy that that's allowed.
Yeah, they're trying to undo that in prisons now. So maybe the last repository of the confined dormitory.
They're trying to undo it in prisons?
Yeah, there's, giving more cell space and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot of times when the violence occurs in prison, it's in those dorms.
Right. Yeah, but anyways, I heard that Miscavige was living on that property, on that apartment complex property. Like,
he probably has an apartment, somewhere over there.
Yeah.
Or maybe in the old hotel.
I imagine he stays around here in this area. Or LA, maybe.
Yeah, well, he has residences in different places.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how long this thing survives, and like you spent a lot of time, you've done lots of investigative research on cults, right?
Well, the only other, what I would call a cult that I'm on was the Jonestown cult, Jim Jones. And that was the hardest story and the most wrenching story I ever did.
That was, how long ago was that? That was in the Jonestown thing was in like was that the early 90s?
Yeah, but it was, excuse me, my story was apropos of the Branch Davidians.
Oh, yeah.
And when the Branch Davidian, just before the apocalypse, my editor then was Tina Brown, and she asked me to go to Waco, and cover it. And I said, Tina, there are more reporters than Branch Davidians in Waco now. And I just don't see joining the pack.
Right.
But I don't know if you would remember this, but there was a moment before the tanks started poking holes in the building and sending in tear gas and so on. The David Koresh sent out a lot of the children, and there were, I don't know, just one or two vans with these kids who went, through the, military line, the ATF, the FBI, the press, and then out of the property into a world they didn't know, and they were leaving behind everybody they knew. And their faces were so forlorn. I just remember, them passing the news cameras, and they just lost little kids. And I thought, well, that must have happened before. And so I started researching, and it turned out that there were survivors of the Jim Jones suicide massacre. There were 3 of them. There were more than that, but there were 3 who were the sons of Jim Jones. 2 of them were adopted, and one, Stephen Jones, was his natural son. And they happened to have been in Georgetown, Guyana, playing basketball with the national team, and leaving their families in the jungle in Jonestown, in the Guyana jungles. And so I got in touch with Stephen, and they had never talked about it. It had been 15 years since the Jonestown debacle, and but this business in Waco brought it all back for them. So I went to, all 3 boys lived in the Bay Area, and I had these intense conversations with them. One of them, Tim, he was a big guy. He could curl 100 pounds in his arm, and he was, very obviously tough guy. But he hadn't, since Jonestown, he hadn't been able to get on an elevator. He had tried to get on a plane, but he made it turn around, which, never happens unless Godzilla tells you. But so he was wounded, and he agreed to talk, but he wanted to do it in a public place so he wouldn't cry. And he wanted to bring his wife along because he was only going to tell the story once and he wanted her to hear it. So we went to this nice restaurant somewhere around the bay. And after like 10 minutes, he was sobbing and pounding the table. And the waiter made this huge, loop away from the table. Everybody in the restaurant was riveted and looking at their food. And he told the story of he was the one who was chosen to fly back into Jonestown and identify the bodies of 900 people. His wife and children, his parents, his birth parents, his adopted parents, his friends, everybody he knew, his children, he had children he had to identify. And I was never more impressed with the power of belief that it would lead to such a colossal tragedy.
And were they supposed to be there?
Yeah, they were, and their attendance at the basketball game was very controversial in the Jonestown community. And they, these boys, they were young men when I talked to them. They bear a lot of guilt because they feel that had they been there, they might have been able to stop it. But I think that's not true. I mean, I don't think it was stoppable. For months, Jones had been training his followers, having these white nights, as they called it, where they would drink what they thought was cyanide and Kool-Aid. That's where the phrase comes from.
Drink the Kool-Aid, right?
And then they'd be fine. So, but in this particular case, Congressman Leo Ryan had just flown down from San Francisco because some of his constituents were worried about relatives that were in Jonestown, and he was killed by some of Jones's followers. And so it was too late at that point. And Jones knew that, trouble was coming his way, and he didn't want to die alone, so he wanted everybody to die with him. He was shot to death, and I guess he refused to take the cyanide.
Yeah, who shot him?
It was, I think it was this woman that was one of his mistresses.
What do you think it is about the human mind that creates people like Jim Jones? Like what or not necessarily like a human mind, but maybe it's probably something about people's upbringing and their development. And like how does nature create a Jim Jones type character?
Well, the longing for power is a very human quality, and it manifests in different ways. He was a powerful speaker. He had a way of being, extremely compelling presence. Very dramatic looking man. He was part Cherokee and had very dark complexion and dark eyes. Handsome in a rugged way. He also was a conniver, and he would fake healings and things like that. I think all of this is with the idea of controlling other people. I think there's you see it in politics. I mean, it's not just religion. You see the longing to exercise control over other people is very powerful. And if you have the capacity that he had to be so compelling as he was, then his only goal was to increase his control. And that was why he moved his whole church out of San Francisco to the jungles of Guyana. And they did it overnight. People would wake up and they'd find their spouse gone, or parents had moved away. I mean, it was all secret and done, with amazing security. And they were flown to Guyana, a place that most of them couldn't even put on a map. And then, they lived out their final days in this jungle.
So dark. You have a way of navigating your way through the darkest stories of human history.
Actually, I'm doing a story now that is, you would think is dark, and it is dark, but I'm looking at religion in a different way. There's the story that I wrote in the New Yorker in their 100th anniversary just a couple of months ago, that I'm making into a book now. I was walking with a friend, and she was talking about her mother who's in the Catholic prison services, and spent time talking to women on the death row in Texas. There are 7 women on death row, and she talked about these nuns that came to visit them every month. And I thought,
are these the young nuns?
There aren't very many young
Right,
nuns.
they're mostly older.
the average age for a nun in America is 80. But this is a new order called Sisters of Mary Morningstar that Pope Francis ordained. And they live in Waco, oddly enough, not so far from the remains of the Branch Davidian compound. But the sort of hero in my book is this Catholic deacon named Ronnie Lastovica, who's a cattleman, and he lives in Belton, Texas, and a real Texas figure, but he's a very pious Catholic, and his bishops said he wanted him to start ministering into the women's prisons. There are 5, I think, in Gatesville, and 4 of them are women's prisons and 1 men. Huntsville has most of the men, but so he started interviewing women or ministering to the women on death row, and it occurred to him that there were some women who lived very similar lives. So he drove over to Waco and knocked on the door of the convent. And bear in mind, these nuns, although they haven't taken a vow of silence, essentially they're silent and praying all day long. And although they're not cloistered, they don't go out very much. So Ronnie knocks on the door and says, "Sister, there's some women who could use your help, and they're living in community, but they don't know how. And you've got ancient monastic traditions about how to live together, and I think you could help them." And okay, well, where are they? Well, they're on death row. So we don't get out much. So these women, their average age is mid-30s. And so if there's a future of Catholicism, I think they're going to be a part of it. But they were terrified, but they felt obligated because Ronnie had asked, and it seemed like something that they were capable of. So they went to a highly secure prison, and interestingly, the guards were a little scared of the nuns. It's like they answered to a different order because they were on their best behavior and a little awed, and they're all in these gray habits. They look,
what a rare scene.
Yeah, and they walk into the common room where the death row women are all dressed in white, and the weird thing is they immediately embrace each other. And it was true that they have very much in common. They each live in cells, as they call them in the monastery. They each arise around 4:30 in the morning and pray, and then they got crafts and stuff. It's just very similar lives. But one of the nuns said, also, you should understand that we are not beautiful. We don't use cosmetics. We don't dress in. There's nothing to be afraid of us, because we are clean. And the women on death row have long since gone past days when they were, vibrant young women. The years have taken a toll. So I think they really felt a kinship, and so I'm working on that story.
Yeah, that's an interesting about death row. I mean, there's a huge percentage. I don't remember the exact percentage. Maybe Steve, you can find it, but of people that end up on death row who are innocent, and it's like a big to do to get any sort of look over or like a redo of their conviction or like a relook at looking at their DNA, because I know the DNA, they get the DNA wrong a lot.
Just
or like
chilling. How about you?
For whatever reason, whoever gets these the prosecutors who get these convictions and the judges and there's this reluctance to
I'm just watching a
admit
podcast.
that they
Feel
got
free to enjoy it.
something so serious like this wrong.
Well, there's one woman on death row who is actually innocent.
Some people struggle
with murdering a 2-year-old toddler who, in fact, had fallen down the steps, and that was the reason that she eventually died. She had like a brain hemorrhage. But she was convicted by this prosecutor in Brownsville, Texas, who was running for Congress.
I'm on everything but
and
that.
He was essentially working for the cartel. And he was selling sentences, and Melissa didn't have any money. So it would look good on his record if he had a death conviction for a child abuse case. And so he was hiding evidence, eyewitness testimony from her own children. He saw the little girl fall down the steps. And that wasn't in the trial. Her defense attorney had just applied for a job as a district attorney. And his wife was working for the judge, so he was very comfortable seeing in Brownsville. The prosecutor eventually went to prison himself. He was sentenced to 13 years for fraud. And served, I think, 5 of those years.
No, I'm good right now.
Melissa was finally demonstrated to be innocent because of all these factors, and once the fact that the eyewitness testimony was allowed in the court, it became very clear that she would never have been convicted. And yet, even now she's on death row because the Court of Criminal Appeals is twiddling its thumbs, waiting to decide, should we free this one? Because of what you say, there's this sense that if the jury spoke and said she's guilty, then we have to move heaven and earth to actually change that. And that there's another woman, Brittany Colbert, who was convicted of murdering this 80-year-old man in Amarillo. She was a prostitute at the time. But it was a gruesome 45-minute struggle between the two of them. And capital case, there are several things. You don't get executed just because you murdered somebody. It has to have an additional factor. It has to be a child. It has to be in process of a robbery, or process of escaping from prison. There are like 10 different things. Anyway, a jailhouse snitch. They put a woman in the cell with Brittany, and then she came out and said that Brittany told me she enjoyed killing him, and that she was going to do it again, and that she stole all this money. And so that eventually got to, the Court of Criminal Appeals in Texas and the Fifth Circuit in New Orleans. And her conviction has now been vacated, but it will be challenged by Texas, I'm sure, again. But in my opinion, we may use a jailhouse snitch who was paid for their testimony. Yeah, I think that should, retrial at
Oh,
best,
sure.
So,
I have a good friend who is a local lawyer around here, and he takes a lot of crazy cases. One of his first cases, actually, that really like put him on the map was a boat captain who was driving a boat from Colombia to Tampa with like I forget 100 tons of cocaine on it or whatever, and the guy was sentenced to life in prison, and he got him off scot-free. Didn't spend a day in prison. The guy, he actually let this guy stay in his house during the whole trial because he had nowhere to stay. He was poor. And essentially the story was the cartel boarded a ship on the way to Tampa and held a gun to his head and said, "You're taking all this cocaine to Tampa or we're going to kill you and your whole fucking family." So he took it to Tampa, you know what I mean? And that's my friend, his name is Bjorn. He's the lawyer. He was explaining to me. And since then, he's been taking hundreds of cases very similar to this, where essentially the cartel will take these poor people like the boat captain or just pawns in this whole game and make them transport all this stuff, and if they don't do it, they threaten to kill their family, and the only people that get in trouble are these people that are put in these situations, these poor people who have no part in the money making of the cartel or all the death that happens with the cartels. And these kingpins, these high level guys, they are just untouched, right? And they never see a courtroom in their life. And the point I originally wanted to make about this lawyer friend of mine, Bjorn, was he enjoy that magic wine. It's delicious. He took a case with a convicted murderer who was on death row for basically he was a truck driver who was on death row for killing a prostitute at a truck stop. And I was interested. This was back in the day when I was making documentaries, and I thought this was a fascinating case because Bjorn thought that he was innocent because of it's a little bit foggy, but there was no conclusive DNA testing to prove that he did it. He claimed he was innocent, right? And the family of this prostitute, they wanted this guy to be murdered. They wanted him to be executed. He was on death row. He's been on death row since like 1990, and we filmed this probably in 2015. So long time he's been on death row his whole life. And we traveled out to this little town in the middle of Florida. I forget the name of the town, but it's one of the last places. It's one of the only places, I think one of the 2 prisons in Florida where they still execute people. Middle of nowhere, spooky town. And we got there right at sunset, and we were filming, and there was this big field with TV reporters, and on one side of the field, and it was cordoned off with like caution tape, was this group of people who were supporting the guy who was about to be executed. And about 100 yards away, there was another boxed off little area with all the people who were family members of the woman who died or friends of them, about an equal amount of people. And we were going back and forth interviewing both of them. And it was just the most insane experience to hear both of their sides. I mean, on the side of the people that were trying to stop the guy from being executed were, 2 of the people there had just gotten off death row after spending their entire lives on death row and being exonerated after finally getting their case pushed through. And, also seeing like Bjorn, the lawyer, who was really emotionally invested in all this, and like the TV cameras were all over him, and he was like beside himself during this whole process. And like the guy who was convicted for murder, who was on death row, he was strapped to the table on a gurney, getting ready to be lethal injected. And they had like this theater in that room, right? Where they pull the curtains back, and like certain people, like the lawyers and like some of the family, can be in this theater while they watch the person be executed. And I guess they had the guy strapped to the gurney for like 3 hours while they waited for the court to give the decision whether they were going to, the Supreme Court, whether they were going to stay the execution or not. So like this guy strapped to this table for hours waiting for the verdict to come down from the Supreme Court, and this didn't end till like 3 or 4 in the morning. And eventually I think they ended up executing him. And it was just the most bizarre experience. Like it's like it was for me, like the experience was like, it's amazing that we're living here. This was like 2015, and like the way the world has evolved, we're still like in this. We're so primitive in this sense, you know.
Yeah.
That you know, we still can't figure out if people committed a crime or not, and we're like, we have the fact that we have movie theaters for people to watch people be executed is just bizarre.
I compare it more to a peep show. You know, the old time carnival thing. You know, where you have a curtain you would buy.
Right.
Feels more, and also it's prurient. You know, but on the other hand, I'm opposed to the death penalty. I wasn't until I got into the story.
Right.
It just wasn't important enough to me, and I'd seen a lot of people in prison that I never wanted to see get out of prison, and I thought I'd save my charitable concerns for other projects. But seeing how justice is administered in Texas, and it's probably no worse off than many states. You just can't know for certain, but you can put a question to a jury, fairly or unfairly, and often different lawyers will get different results. Well, is that justice? Different juries would make a difference. It's imperfect games, and the process of appeals, when there really is a cause to appeal, is it's very difficult to undo a conviction.
Yeah, it's just the slow bureaucracy of the court system.
Right.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, I can see how it would just be so easy to lose hope if you got stuck in that system.
Oh, sure.
You also worked on a wild story about satanic ritual abuse.
Oh, yeah.
Which ties into all this crazy stuff.
I was in therapy back. This was like in early '90s, and I loved my therapists. They were such dear, intelligent people. And because I was an investigative reporter, they said, well, we've been seeing a number of patients, basically young women, who in therapy are having these flashbacks, recovered memories of satanic abuse. And a lot of times they have multiple personality disorder. And then they said, and Satanists are responsible for more than 50 murders a year in Austin.
Satanists?
Yeah.
How do you define a Satanist? That would be my first question.
Well, my first question was, we don't have 50 murders in Austin.
Oh, wow.
Whether Satanists or not,
right.
That's more than we've ever had. So, but I was intrigued, and then there was a conference of police who were the lecturer was about satanic ritual abuse, and this cop who was going around the country with his slideshow said that Satanists were responsible for 50,000 murders a year in the U.S. And once again, there's more than our actual total homicide count.
Yeah.
And these are cops, I thought, they should be a little more skeptical. But no. And so I went to my editor, Tina Brown, the New Yorker, and I proposed to do an article on multiple personality disorder. And she was, and I said, well, and sometimes in therapy they recover these memories of satanic abuse. Oh, that's so hot. That's so hot. Yes, she was so thrilled. Yes, Larry, yes. So I thought, well, how would I approach this? So the internet was young at that point, but it was very useful, and I could go through and find all these court cases of people who were suing their parents for abuse, or their therapists, or there were hundreds. And there was one case in which a person was convicted of satanic abuse, and he confessed. And his name was Paul Ingram. He was a deputy sheriff in Olympia, Washington. I thought, well, if there's anything to this, that'll be it. So I went to Olympia. And what I found was that Paul had a family of 4, and 2 girls and 2 boys. And the girls, one of them, Erica, had made the initial outcry. And it got, got into the sheriff's department where Paul was his deputy. And so the assistant sheriff arrested him. And they brought in his preacher, an evangelical preacher who told Paul that God will not let a false memory come into your brain. And then they brought in a psychiatrist who hypnotized him. And Paul had said, I know my girls wouldn't lie, but I don't remember it. So to help him remember, the psychiatrist and the preacher sat there with the deputy and elicited these memories of satanic crimes. And in the church that they were a part of it, they called the Church of the Foursquare Gospel. There was a lot of gossip. You can imagine something like this was just, on everybody's mind. And the preacher had access to the deputies and so on. So there was information coming out. And so that would generate new memories on the part of the daughters. And then it would be reported back to Paul, what they were saying, and he would come up with memories, but they never had the same memory. There were all these disparate memories, and girls were talking about these satanic fires. They'd have these campfires, and they would. The girls were impregnated and then later nailed to a table and had the fetus withdrawn from them, and that their neighbors had committed homicide, and it was bizarro stuff, but the cops took it seriously. They had helicopters flying around looking for, where the fires might have been, digging up the yard. And I asked the undersheriff, did you find any bones? There was, yes. Really, what was it? Well, it was an elk bone. He obviously offering this as evidence, right? And but the thing was that Paul confessed, and he felt like he must have done this. And when the questioning was so bizarre, because Paul, he had 2 friends that were also implicated by the girls. So when Ray or Jim, would come in, what did they do? Well, I think they must have raped my wife. Okay, and then what did you do? Well, I would have gone back to work, and it was just, it was all in this conditional tense. It must have been this way. I would have done this.
Yeah.
He never said I did it, but he confessed. So he went to prison. And at some point, I was in LA, and I decided to go to the headquarters of the Church of the Foursquare Gospel. It was a church that Amy Semple McPherson created back in the days of Hollywood. And, so I was talking to the leader of the church, and I said, that first outcry by this girl, Erica, happened, I think, at your summer camp. Oh, yeah. One of our counselors led that. And I said, is she here? Yeah. Paula, come on in the office, So Paula, the evangelist, who had been speaking at this church camp, um, came in, and I asked her about the setting for this church camp and how many girls were there and what was her role and so on. And she said, I would be talking to them, and I would say, there's a girl in the room. I can see her in a closet. She's in a closet, and she's so afraid of her father, and she hears the footsteps coming towards the end. Some girl cried out, "It was me!" And a lot of hysteria, and so at the end of camp, she says, I was preparing to leave, and some of the counselors came over and said, "There's a young woman that needs your attention." And so Erica was actually a counselor at this camp, and we don't know what to do with her. She's on stage and she's just weeping, and so Paula came over to Erica, and she said, "Now I put my hand on her head, and I prayed over her, and I heard God say, 'You've been abused.'" And then I said, "And it's been happening for a long time, and it's your father." Now, this was a very religious young woman, Erica was, and she was getting this message from God, telling her that her father had been abusing her. There was no evidence. There never was any evidence of it. It was only this transmittal, the hand on the head and the message from God, and it led to the ruination of Paul Ingram's life and the splintering of his family, and it was. But he served years in prison, and once again, the business of trying to roll back a conviction is extremely difficult, especially one that had been framed as child abuse with a satanic addition to it.
Is that them?
Yeah, that's the family before it became.
What did he say about, like, what did anyone ever ask him, like, why did you?
Oh yeah, I talked to him about it. He it's hard for him to understand because it seemed that he must have done something. He was very guilty and he's a fervent believer. So he trusted his preacher and the psychiatrist, and these I know you do a lot of interest and have a lot of interest in UFOs and stuff like that, but there was a study done in Georgia, which would not be allowed nowadays, but a psychiatrist or psychologist had a patient, and he told her, "I'd like to do a little experiment, and I'm going to tell you, I'm going to hypnotize you, and I'm going to put some suggestions in your mind. It's not going to be true. It's just, just see." And, so he hypnotized her. And he said, "You were late to our session. What happened?" Which wasn't true. Yeah. And she said, "Well, I was driving along the road, and I saw a cow on the side of the road, who was trying to give birth. And she was really, I thought I could help. So I got out of the car and I went over to help her. And he said, and then a light appeared." And she said, "And then a light appeared overhead and a spaceship came down. And, and she was abducted." And he woke her up and he said, "Look, this is what you said. Bear in mind, you made it up. I planted it inadvertently in your mind, but just free yourself of this." She couldn't shake the feeling that it was as real to her as any other memory. And I think that's part of what was going on with Paul and to some extent with his children. They're fantasizing, they were charged with the idea that something happened. And that phrase has done a lot of damage, especially in child abuse cases and the old daycare pursuits. Remember the daycare hysteria? There was always, well, maybe they didn't, fly to Mexico and bury a giraffe, which was, for instance, in Austin. That was one of the daycare stories.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that didn't happen, but something happened, or these kids wouldn't be so screwed up. So the jury would convict them on the something happened charge.
Yeah, what was that story about the daycare? The kid was telling their parents that they like flew to Mexico and buried a giraffe or something?
Yeah, Fran and Dan's daycare. And, you know, it was just a kind of neighborhood daycare. During that time, there were a lot of these daycare cases arising, and some of the parents were concerned. And so a mother asked, you know, her daughter, you know, had anything gone on in the daycare. And I think the daughter gave, you know, responded to one of the suggestions, you know, well, maybe, or something like that. It was hard. So she called a psychologist, a local psychologist in Austin who I had interviewed, and she assembled some other family members. And they had, back then they had dolls that they used to illustrate, you know, where did he touch you here and stuff like that. So these were parents and a psychologist interviewing very, very young children. And I went to one, about an hour of a trial of Fran and Dan. I think they might have been tried separately. I don't remember. But there's a little girl on the stand sitting in her big sister's lap. And the prosecutor, you know, honey, did Dan hurt you? And she said, no. Did Dan touch you someplace you didn't? No. Y'all know me, we have a recess. And then it was, yes. Yeah, and it made me really scared to think that, and I was just a spectator. I wasn't on the jury. And they might have heard other more compelling evidence, but they did hear evidence about how these kids were flown to Mexico and they were, you know, slaughtering wild animals and then flying back just in time to be picked up by mommy and daddy. I mean, that they served years in prison before they were exonerated. And you know, it's a really dark mark on our culture that kind of hysteria is allowed to proliferate.
And what year was that happening?
I don't remember the exact year, but the daycare cases all took place in the 90s.
In the 90s. Oh God. Yeah, we had I had a gentleman on here by the name of Whitley Strieber.
Yeah, I've talked to him.
He lives in Texas, or he used to live in Texas.
Yeah, he lives in LA.
He lives in LA now. And he had a crazy story about a military school he went to when he was a kid. And they said there was a lot of hypnotizing going on and a lot of like weird psychological experiments going on in there, where they were like putting kids in boxes and things and like experimenting with telepathy. And he also explains the story, which he doesn't really talk about much anymore, but he's done 2 separate radio interviews in the past where he's mentioned when he was a kid, he was flown down to Mexico as a part of some military experiment during the Cold War, and allegedly, him and the rest of these children were shown videos of people being like mutilated and like dead bodies, and it was explained to these kids that it was their fault that this happened to these people. So it was some crazy experiment to induce trauma in children, to induce some sort of psychic or psionic abilities in kids. Again, this is like the Cold War. It sounds like crazy woo-woo stuff, but this is the story that he told. And he doesn't talk about the Mexico stuff anymore, but that reminded me of it. And you know, during that time in the Cold War, there was also a lot of like crazy remote viewing type things that were going on, experiments within the intelligence community trying to figure out better ways to spy on the Soviet Union, and they thought that this remote viewing thing could happen. And there were people like Ingo Swann and Uri Geller, who, not Uri, but Ingo Swann, and a bunch of the other remote viewers in this program called the Stanford Research Institute program, who were Scientologists.
Yeah.
Which is bizarre. I
Yeah.
recently had a gentleman on here named Jeffrey Mishla who explained this all to me. And I was asking him, like, why are all these remote viewers Scientologists? It's so strange. Like, yeah, there was a lot of them. Hal Puthoff was another one. And I asked this guy, Jeffrey Mishla, why do you think this was? And he says, I think L. Ron Hubbard was onto something.
Well, I had a letter from Whitley years ago after I did that Remembering Satan piece, and he said that he wished that I would write about it because he knows that there's something wrong with him, and people think he's the village idiot, and but these are just like I said about that test. These are real memories to me, but I know that they can't be.
Right.
So please consider writing about it. So I was tied up on something else, and then Whitley came out with another book about abduction, and we have a mutual friend, Jim Konetka, and he and Whitley wrote a best-selling novel together. They went to school together. It's called War Day, the New York Times bestseller, and so they were always in contact. And Jim and I went to see Whitley at the bookstore when he was signing books. And afterwards, I said, "Whitley, you remember that letter you wrote to me?" He said, "Yeah, I remember that, but that was before I found out about the implants." So, I mean, I thought I've always been interested in how it is that people fantasize these things.
Yeah.
I don't believe he's deliberately making it up, but there's something wrong, and it intrigued me. But I also felt he was too fragile to take on. I'm glad I didn't write about him.
How long was that before the movie came out? The Communion movie with Christopher Walken?
I don't know.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
But I can't believe. I mean, that's pretty wild that you can write something like that, and then they're making a freaking Hollywood movie with Christopher Walken playing your character. And, like, I wonder what that does to you. What that does to your belief. Like, say for example that he thought that these memories can't be real. Something weird happened. I don't know what it is, but I don't necessarily believe it. And then some crazy blockbuster Hollywood movie gets made about it.
Well, it's reinforcing to make money out of something like that, and so there's a disincentive to walk. But at one point in his life, he wanted to break the spell, and he thought that I could help him.
Yeah, he also writes a lot of very dark fiction,
Right.
Stuff about vampires and werewolves and things like this.
Yeah.
I got to leave real quick.
Okay.
Take a quick break and jump back in.
All right.
While we're on the topic of all this satanic stuff, though, L. Ron Hubbard
Yeah.
and Jack Parsons, that story's fascinating.
It is.
Because Jack Parsons was really into all this satanic stuff, right? And had some sort of connection to Aleister Crowley. Is that right?
Yeah. He would, to some extent, considered himself ordained by Aleister Crowley, and Hubbard ran off with his girlfriend. That was annoying to him. Yeah, it was quite a scene on South Orange Avenue in Pasadena back in the day.
So Parsons, who was this, JPL, he's the guy who founded JPL, right?
A legitimate high-level rocket scientist.
Yeah. Ends up, like, how does a guy like that end up being, like, involved in all this satanic stuff? And, like, he wanted to like, bring the Antichrist, right?
Yeah. Your question presupposes that a really smart person wouldn't go into all of this. But the truth is, a lot of these people, a lot of Scientologists are really smart and very successful personalities. It doesn't have anything to do with intelligence. And I think to some extent, there's a lot of fantasizing going on, which is something we've been talking about this last hour. But if Jack Parsons can be accused of, being a occultist, a fanaticist, he's exploring the universe, but he's also sort of exploring, the outer limits of human behavior. And he was very proud of it. I mean, he didn't hide it. He really had this, sort of satanic temple, and people were drawn to it. And he legitimized it too by being such a prominent scientist and so on. So I don't know. He wound up killing himself, and that was kind
Jack
of
Parsons.
Yeah, kind of a sad end to his interesting life.
There's a spot in the Everglades, allegedly, that he had a site that he worked on. Are you familiar with that?
No, I don't know about that.
There's this guy who does videos in the Everglades catching iguanas. And there's this spot. I can't remember the name. Steve, maybe you can Google it. But it's an abandoned, abandoned Air Force Base rocket launch area. There's actual silos in there where apparently Jack Parsons used to work at. And there's he goes into the woods, into the Everglades, and he finds all these abandoned, overgrown houses with pentagrams in there and all kinds of dark satanic stuff, which is wild. I didn't know that. It's just it's so strange to me. It's just so, because being satanic is it's like being religious. It's just going in the opposite direction. Yeah. You don't have to play it the whole video, but I was just wondering if you could Google where Jack Parsons' place was in the Everglades. Are you religious?
No, I was religious as a teenager, and the Methodist. So I was as religious as you get to be in the Methodist Church, but I was in Young Life and some of these Christian organizations, and left it aside somewhere along in college. But I've always been interested and attracted to religious ideas without actually being able to allow myself to believe in them. So I can associate ideas. I mean, I think Jesus is a fascinating historical character, and I think a wonderful model. And so was he conceived by immaculate conception, or did he go to heaven? I don't. In some ways, those things don't matter to me. I think what Jesus would mean to me now is that I'd like to incorporate more of his behavior into my own, and I think that's something admirable. And I feel that way about I don't know that much about Buddhism, but I'm intrigued by the lessons that people draw from those religious teachings.
Do you remember the point where you stopped being really religious? Was there an exact point, or was it just kind of a
well, there was this one moment. I wouldn't say that it was the moment my life changed, but it was a moment. In Young Life, we had these two leaders who were sexual magnets, Roy and Johnny. Roy was, he played in the Rose Bowl. He had a Rose Bowl thing on his field. He was a center. He was, as you would expect, an impressive piece of meat. And his wife, Johnny, was an airline stewardess and just as hot as she could be. So for a lot of teenage kids, these are appealing role models. And of course their marriage didn't last, as I understand it, and he ran off with one of the high school students, is what the rumor was. But there was a moment when he was preparing us for the challenges of college, you know, all the existentialists that awaited us. I was supposed to play one of the snooty intellectuals who believed that God, you know, it was the watchmaker analogy. You know, he created the watch and wound it up and left us to our own devices. And so I made a very compelling case for that. And he said, now refute yourself. And I couldn't do it. You know, it just, because the way to refute that is simply through belief. And I realized that I couldn't find my way there. And that was I had talked myself out of it.
The idea of God seems to be a fundamental part of the operating system of the human mind.
Yeah, I don't think it's. I mean, it might be tied to the era that we live in. I think, and that's also the culture we're in. You know, I've spent a lot of time in other countries where you don't have the diversity of belief. You know, you can only believe one thing. You can believe it more or less, but there's this one thing, and it's Islam or it's Buddhism or it's whatever. But in America, you can believe anything. It's like L. Ron Hubbard. If you don't find something, you just make it up. You know, you create your own religion, and we're, I think, a dynamic religious culture in our country more than any other country.
It seems like a double-edged sword, right? Because America, there's no really like unifying identity to what it is to be an American, right? Like we're such a diverse country with different beliefs, different values, and some other countries like Israel, for example, or let's just say some Middle Eastern country, they would go as far for their, so far for their beliefs in God to strap a bomb to their chest and detonate it, right? And it's almost like the opposite here, right? So it's like they have a very, very, even from, if you want to put it into like a national security frame, like, is it great that some countries can have this very strong unifying identity? Is that good for a country in some sense? Versus us, who, as a population, we don't have this cohesive glue that helps us all stick together. But we have this giant military, this giant government, all this money, all these weapons, and all these things. It kind of makes for a very interesting dynamic.
Well, I take into account you're younger than I am, and I had I always had an idea of being an American, and as imperfect an identity as that is, it was always something that was dear to me. And as a reporter, going into other countries where you didn't have the freedom to speak, you didn't have the freedom to think clearly, on your own, and you lived your life, if not in fear, then you at least you lived it at a lower level than you might have had you had your freedom. And I often think that maybe other countries have a clearer idea about America than we do ourselves, and there's a sense in which every country has a foot in America in some way. It's like, I think we understand so little about the world, and it's like we're surrounded by this mirror glass where we just see ourselves, but outside they see who we are. And oftentimes, I think invariably, you go into a country and they'll have an uncle in America. There's somebody they know in America, someone they're related to usually. They know a lot about what's going on with that person, and they compare the life that they're living in Egypt or Saudi Arabia or Thailand or wherever to the life their relative is living in Des Moines or Los Angeles or something. Yeah. So there's a constant point of comparison, which is America. And is a very powerful and very precious thing to have. But we abuse it, and we treat the rest of the world so poorly that I think people want to be. I think people want the love and attention of America. I remember when this was back in the 80s, and I went to Nicaragua. The Sandinistas were in the middle of the revolution.
Yeah.
And it was the most anti-American country I'd ever been in at that point. And it was very impoverished. But I went to a baseball game with the mistress of one of the comandantes was my escort. She was a good number, I'll tell you.
I bet.
And, we had our bags checked, and, they pulled out this big pistol out of her purse, and I thought, well, I'm going to really behave myself. And so we sat up in the stands above the comandantes, and I looked down there, and they were all, they had their hands to their mouths, and it looked like they were praying. And I asked the escort, can I get you a Coke? There's no alcohol served here. And sure, so I went up and I ordered 2 Cokes, and the country was so poor they couldn't afford paper cups. So they poured the liquid into sandwich bags, little plastic, sandwich bags. So they weren't praying, they were manipulating the liquid in the bag into their mouths. And so as it happened, just a couple of weeks before I went to Managua, the Baltimore Orioles had come. The Baltimore Orioles at that time had 3 Nicaraguan players, including their ace pitcher, Dennis Martinez. And the legendary manager of the team, Earl Reaver, said, well, let's just go to Nicaragua and show off a little bit. So they flew the team, and they had an exhibition game. Nobody could stop talking about it. They hated America, but they loved the Baltimore Orioles. And it was the most important thing that had happened since the revolution. And I think we forget the immense amount of power that we have over other cultures. Although I think we're squandering it so badly these days that its value is disappearing.
The reason I bring this up is because I've been noticing a lot of reporting recently on people in Silicon Valley trying to map Christianity onto everything that's going on in Silicon Valley, which historically is kind of like an anti-religion, right? Peter Thiel is one of the biggest people. Peter Thiel's a really interesting guy. He's a gay Christian billionaire who is, one of the original investors in Facebook. I mean, all kinds of, really big companies. Also is the owner of Palantir, which is a huge company that's biggest client is the U.S. military and intelligence services. I think CIA is using Palantir. And this guy is putting on these crazy conferences in San Francisco, inviting people to these Christian conferences. I think it was him and the guy from this company called Y Combinator, who is this big part. It's like a kingmaker in Silicon Valley. They fund a lot of startups. And there's this church. There's this big church right in the middle of San Francisco, and they're putting on these big conferences and trying to really sort of push Christianity and religion onto all the people inside Silicon Valley to sort of give them some sort of purpose. I don't know what it is. I really can't wrap my mind around what's going on. Is it reasonable to suggest that if they were to push this religion onto a place like Silicon Valley and these places that are coming up with these new innovative technologies that are being used for different things around the country and around the world that are a huge part of our economy and our military and everything else, would that somehow strengthen us as a country on the world stage if we were more cohesively involved in a unifying religion?
Well, I don't think that we will be involved in a unifying religion. We're fortunate that it's not as divisive as it is, like in Israel and the Middle East.
Yeah.
My impression of Palantir is, I just read Karp's book, The Technological Republic, I think it's called. And, the main goal is, he feels that the community, the Silicon Valley community, has been created in America, but they don't feel allegiance to America. And I think there's some merit in that. And also, it's been charged with, Palantir with helping the Defense Department. But on the other hand, when your adversaries are Russia and China, you want to keep ahead of the algorithms. So, I'm not one that says, what's interesting to me is, they're developing very powerful tools. But people with varying ideologies can use them for different purposes. And, we're entering an era where technology awards such unprecedented amount of power to small groups and even singular individuals. And, I wrote about terrorism after 9/11. These were guys who were using suicide bombers and stuff like that. Bin Laden wanted to get a nuclear bomb, but he never could. Right. Nowadays, the amount of power that Al-Qaeda or any group like that could assemble easily. Just terrifying to consider. I remember the day that I awakened to the drone thing was, been more than 10 years, I guess, but somebody flew a drone over the White House fence. And I thought, oh my God, it's that easy, and it is that easy. And of course, there are all these anti-drone efforts right now, the Defense Department has been working on, but swarms of drones, which are being trained like to fly through a forest the way a flock of birds would do.
Right.
It's
That's one of the new Palantir things.
Yeah, it's really
it's like spreadsheet warfare.
It's chilling, and it's so Silicon Valley is. Government itself is losing its role in our society and it's being replaced by private industry,
right?
For good or ill. And you'll see good or ill. You'll see both in massive amounts because there's a lot of fervor in Silicon Valley and in private investment in general. And even the Defense Department, I was talking to one of the guys who procures weapons. What they do now, rather than imagining a weapon, and then going out and bidding a contract, they go from shop to shop where people are developing algorithms and saying, what do you have? And it's kind of like shopping. Maybe we could use that. There's not a design in effect. It's all, it's like vintage clothes shopping, in my thinking. And it's a good idea to keep on top of what's the latest. Yes. But on the other hand, it seems to be that there's no idea about what they actually need or want.
Yeah, it's interesting the types of characters that you can find in there. Like again, going back to Peter Thiel and Alex Karp, two very different people, right? And one of them he made Alex the CEO of the company. Yeah. They're both very. I think Alex Karp donated millions of dollars to Kamala Harris's campaign, and then you got Peter Thiel, who is one of the biggest backers of Trump and his vice president. And Alex Karp proclaims to be this progressive guy, liberal person, but is also very much if you could call him a war hawk, but he's a very expansionist type of guy, right? And I think he said in his there was a New York Times article I read about him, and he said something like, and I might get this quote wrong, but it was something to the effect of the idea of taking lives and saving lives is really interesting to me.
It is interesting, but that's as far as you go with it.
Right. Just it's bizarre. It is bizarre. The idea of private industries taking control of, some of this technology that can be used, around the world in war zones and things like this, or for espionage. It's a terrifying idea to think about what would happen if some of these private industries, were able to slip out of control of the United States government or the United States military.
Right. And there's little question that'll happen. I mean, in a globalized world, where the market is, you see, the invasion of sanctions everywhere. I mean, Russia's getting pretty much all it needs, even though it's sanctioned. Other countries are providing. And, it's, once you develop these tools, there's little available to keep them in the box.
Yeah, totally. So I want to talk to you about Looming Tower, and I want to get to your new book too, Human Scale, which was fascinating. I was able to read the whole thing. I made it through the first 7 chapters though.
All right, I'll just keep my remarks. They're limited to the beginning.
No. I want to talk about all of it. I think it's fascinating. But I want to spend a good amount of time on that. But I wanted to ask you about a little bit about Looming Tower. How long after 9/11 did you decide to write about this?
Oh, on 9/11.
It was on 9/11.
Yeah, it was. When the planes hit, it took out the phones in Manhattan. So I texted my editor. At that time, I was, maybe thinking about leaving journalism and going into the movie business. And my relationship with the magazine was a little tentative. And I wrote Remnick, David Remnick, the editor, and I said, put me to work. And so that afternoon, we had the phones came back on. We had a conference call. And there were, maybe a dozen New Yorker writers who were scattered around. Everybody's on a story or something, So, Jane Mayer, I remember, was in Washington, and Jeff Goldberg, and you could hear the ambulances headed towards the Pentagon and stuff like that. And
You were in Austin?
I was in Austin. It was very frustrating because you couldn't fly anywhere. The planes were grounded. And so I couldn't go to New York. I couldn't go get into the story. So I started searching on the internet and also asking friends, is there somebody I can talk to? And I interviewed some Muslims in Dallas, Fort Worth, and so on. But a friend had met this young man at a film conference. He was a reporter, and he was working for an investment magazine called Waters, and he was supposed to have an interview on top of the World Trade Center in the windows on the World Restaurant on the 101st floor. But for the first time in his life, he slept through a subway stop. So he got off the subway and rushed back in the opposite direction, got to the World Trade Center. Back then, the World Trade Center had a bank of elevators. There were more than 100. And you had to go up a flight of stairs.
Right.
Escalators.
You had to have the escalators.
Right. Yeah. So he went up, got on the elevator, and he was late. He was a young man, so he didn't have a watch. He just had his iPhone. Mm-hmm. So he looked at his iPhone, and it was like 8:01. And the elevator operator held the door for this woman who was walking across the lobby. And his reporter really was, let's go. And she stepped onto the elevator. He has an amazing memory. And he looked down and he saw as she stepped on, but she had a rose tattoo on her arm. And that made an impression. And then the plane. And so the doors to the elevator accordion. And he walked out. And was it an earthquake? And nobody had any idea. But there were pieces of plaster and stuff lying on the floor of the lobby. And some, he said, were like the size of a shoebox, and some were the size like of an office desk, So it was a weird landscape. And remember, he had to go up that flight of stairs or escalator, but he saw outside a patio, and he thought he was going out into the world, and so he stepped out into the patio.
This was like second floor or something.
Yeah, it was mezzanine or whatever,
Right.
and he stepped out, and he said there were hundreds of shoes, and what looked like luggage, but he realized they were human torsos, and so his story about getting home, walking home to Queens, became the bookend of the black issue of the New Yorker. And I had been interviewing him and giving my wife the tape and to type up, and it was weeping, and it was really a difficult time. And one of my editors said, you've got enough, don't worry about it. And I thought, no, are you kidding? This is it. This is the story. And then that night, David Remnick called and said, I want everything you can get from this, because this is the bookend of the story, which I knew it had to be. So after that, I was looking for a way to write about the story in a larger way. But how do you take a catastrophe like that, some vast human tragedy, and shrink it down in some way to make it relatable? And I've always had this idea of what I call a donkey, which sounds like a deprecating term, but a donkey is a beast of burden, and it can carry a lot of information on its back, and it can take the reader into a world you've never been. So I'm looking for that person. And on the Washington Post site, I think I was looking at obits that were streaming online. On the Washington Post site, I found this obituary for John O'Neill, who had been head of counterterrorism at the FBI in New York and had the warrant on bin Laden. But he had been washed out of the FBI when he took some classified information out of the office to a retirement conference, as it happened. So he took a job as the head of security at the World Trade Center. So I thought, instead of getting bin Laden got him. And I didn't know if he was a hero or a goat, but he was a hell of a donkey. And so that's how I got started on the Looming Tower. And my other donkeys were Ayman el-Zawahiri, number 2 guy, and bin Laden himself, and Prince Turki al-Faisal, who was the head of Saudi intelligence. And through these interweaving biographies, I could tell the story of 9/11.
Wow. And how, as far as like approaching a story like this, I imagine you had to find a lot of sources within the FBI and the intelligence community, right?
Yeah.
What was that like?
I was real fortunate. It took a while for me to understand why I was so fortunate. That the FBI, I had written a movie called The Siege,
Right.
that came out in 1998, and with Denzel Washington and Bruce Willis and a number of other fine actors, and Denzel's job was the same as John O'Neill's, and that was odd to me, and then the movie was about what would happen if terrorism came to America, as it had in London or Paris. What if it came to New York? That was the premise. And then it came out in 1998, and so it was 3 years before 9/11, but it was eerie in many respects that these parallels were in the movie. And so I felt, having imagined the scenario, that I wanted to find out what really happened. And that's what led me on that odyssey to write The Looming Tower.
And was it like, when you were doing this research and talking to sources, I imagine some of these people were still actively working?
Oh, yeah. Well, I got to get back to your question. I had to talk to the FBI.
Right.
And when I was writing the movie, I didn't get very much cooperation. And suddenly it seemed the gates were opening. And one guy I really wanted to interview was named Ali Safan.
Right.
Ali, when I wrote the movie, I heard about this Lebanese American FBI agent who spoke Arabic, and very few, I think 7 in the whole industry, whole bureau spoke Arabic. So he was an incredibly valuable source and asset. And he was made available to me. And that was a good sign, and then other agents that I was interested in were made available. And then finally I figured out what was going on. The CIA was trying to blame the FBI for 9/11. And so I became part of their defense. And so practically anybody I wanted to talk to in the Bureau, I was able to talk to. And the CIA, I talked to people in the CIA, but they weren't nearly as forthcoming. And then a lot of my questions had to do with the fact that 2 of the hijackers came to America in January of 2000, like 18 months before 9/11, and the CIA knew they were in America and didn't tell the FBI. And so they were trying to shove responsibility off of them and put it onto the Bureau. And the Bureau was not perfect, but they didn't know that Al-Qaeda was in America until the CIA came and told them in late August of 2001, a month before the actual tragedy. So they didn't have the time to go out and find Al-Qaeda. The reason I'm convinced that the CIA ever came to tell the FBI is that they lost them. They didn't know where they were. And so now they maybe had been planning in cahoots with the Saudi intelligence to turn these guys. That's the theory of a lot of FBI guys. But they couldn't turn them if they had disappeared. And so, and they didn't see them again until they showed up on TV.
So the idea here with this internal rift between the CIA and the FBI is that John O'Neill and the FBI, Ali Soufan, they wanted to find the culprits and get rid of them or arrest them. And the intelligence community, the CIA, they wanted to keep their distance and try to figure out their way to get more intelligence.
Right. There was always a conflict in the mission of these 2 bureaus. Yeah. And also, but that was compounded by personal animosity. And, one of the leader of the bin Laden unit in the CIA testified before Congress that one good thing happened on 9/11, John O'Neill was killed. That's the level of their hatred. And it got in the way. America could have withstood, an attack of some sort, but 9/11 was a trauma, deep wound in the country. And I still think that the CIA bears a lot of moral responsibility for that.
And so John O'Neill and mainly I think Ali Soufan, they pretty much snuffed the whole thing out, right?
Well, Ali was a unique individual.
Yeah.
He had
super young.
He was very young. He was the youngest case agent. He was in his 20s when he was case agent for 9/11, and he's the guy that identified the hijackers, and that he didn't torture anybody. He was very clever interrogator. He would, for instance, he had a little snippet of some taped conversation between 2 of these Al-Qaeda guys. And so that's all he had, in this one interrogation. And he got a shopping cart, with a bunch of similar shaped cassettes, on there, and to make it look like he had this, library. And he walked into this interrogation and he just picked randomly, supposedly, this one tape and popped it in and played this bit. And the suspect's eyes are like, oh my God, they overheard my telephone calls. And what else did they know? And so he just spilled the beans. There was no more beans. There was one bean, but it was clever interrogation, a little trickery involved, but no torture. And he's the guy that pulled the FBI out of Guantanamo and said, we don't torture people. Wow. And he was going to arrest the CIA operatives that were doing the torture. He was prevented from doing that. But he's a man of the kind kind of principles that we'd like for the country to stand for.
Yeah. I'm sure you know John Kiriakou.
Not personally, but
Right, yeah. His story. I mean, he was the one who basically like blew the whistle on the whole torture program, and look what happened to him. They sent him to prison and ruined his life.
Yeah.
Stripped him of his retirement. So where did I want to go with this? Bin Laden. So I've had people on the show, including John, actually, who talk about how in the years leading up to 9/11, we had CIA people, paramilitary folks over in Khartoum in Africa and in the Middle East, basically tracking bin Laden's every move. And in fact, there's this guy by the name of Billy Waugh, who's like this famous CIA paramilitary commando, basically, who Annie Jacobson writes about in her book, Surprise, Kill, Vanish, who was like there tracking the guy and going on daily jogs around the mosque that he would be visiting every day in Khartoum. He was taking photos of the guy. Of bin Laden. He would be like literally across the street from bin Laden, taking photos of him around the clock. And they couldn't get and then the way I understand it is, they couldn't get permission to take out bin Laden, even though they very easily could have. And as far as your understanding, why was that?
Well, at that time, there were a couple of things going on. Bin Laden was sort of laying low, and he spent, I think, 4 years in Sudan. He wasn't active. He was mainly, Al-Qaeda had become a kind of agricultural institution. You know, he was developing all these seeds that he was very proud of, and he was, he may have owned more land in Sudan than any other individual. And they played soccer and stuff like that. So it wasn't, he was anti-American. He was making noise. But at this point, the king was trying to reconcile with him. And he sent Jamal Khashoggi.
Jamal Khashoggi, yeah.
Who was bin Laden's buddy. And although, not a follower, he was a friend of his and had spent time in Afghanistan with bin Laden during the Mujahideen days. And Jamal was a reporter, and he was a friend of mine. And
really?
He was sent to Khartoum explicitly bin Laden to renounce terrorism, and then you'll be welcome home.
Who sent him there?
The king.
Oh.
And the way Jamal explained it to me, he spent 3 days in Khartoum, and bin Laden was always very close to the point of pronouncing terrorism because he was homesick. But finally, he wouldn't cross that line. So Jamal went home empty-handed, and at that point, the Sudanese decided to expel him and rob him of practically everything that he had, all of his possessions. And I went to Sudan 3 times tracking that story down. And the first time I went, I had been working closely with the Sudanese intelligence, and because someone had referred me. And so they would drive me around and show me where bin Laden lived and the mosque and where the soccer fields were and all this sort of stuff. But I said, look, I need to talk to somebody in Al-Qaeda. So one day I was in my room in what they called cheerfully the Hilton. And I'd have to flash back a little bit. The first time I flew to Saudi Arabia, I had a job there, mentoring these young reporters at this Saudi Gazette. When I got off the plane, I was in terrible pain. My back was really killing me. For the 3 months I was there the first time, I couldn't raise my toes. I was just, it was all a terrible sciatic pain. So the next time I went back to Saudi Arabia, I took one of those exercise balls that
Yeah.
you sit on when your back is bent. And back then you didn't have the pump, so you had to blow it up, and then unblow it. And so I flew to Khartoum with my exercise ball, and so there was a knock at the door, and the Sudanese intelligence officer was there, and he had this guy with him, and he wouldn't tell me who he was. So come on in, and I offered the guy, the mysterious guy, the desk chair, and the intelligence agent lay down on my bed and went soundless. So it left me with this guy that I quickly discerned was an Al Qaeda member, and so I sat down on the ball, and I started asking him questions. He knew everything, and I thought, Jesus, who is this guy? And so I flew back to America, and I researched him, and I, triangulated, and I came up with Muhammad Loy Boyazi. His Qaeda name was Abu Rida al-Suri. And he was the guy who took the notes when Al Qaeda was founded. This is his handwriting. And I thought, holy shit. I was talking to the guy that has been in Al Qaeda from the moment it started. And I didn't know that. So I flew back to Khartoum, and he wouldn't see me. And that was disappointing. And so finally he agreed if I came again, he would talk to me. And so I flew back. I said, Loay, it's a lot of trouble coming to Khartoum. Why didn't you see me last time? He said, well, I didn't know how seriously to take you. When we met the first time, you were sitting on a balloon. So that's how I got into Al Qaeda. It was, when Bin Laden left Sudan, there's a case to be made. We should have just left him alone. But
because we helped Bin Laden originally, right? We helped him against the Soviet Union.
Yes, in that sense, we didn't directly give money to him, but we were fighting the same cause, and so in that sense we were allies. But there was a myth that that we were underwriting him. That never was true. Nor would he even want it.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, he got plenty of money from Saudi Arabia. He didn't need ours.
Yeah. Bin Laden. So the history of Bin Laden, he's interesting. So his father made a ton of money working for the king of Saudi Arabia, right? He got he won some sort of contract to build a huge road or something.
Well, yeah, he was the major contractor in Saudi Arabia. Up until that point, he had been working for an American company that was building, roads in Saudi Arabia. When that happened, there were practically no roads.
Right.
And there's a ridge of mountains that is right above the western shore of Saudi Arabia on the Red Sea. And Jeddah, for instance, where I was stationed, was in that level ground below the level, between the sea and the desert above this high palisade. And it was a real challenge. The American companies walked away from the deal, but the only way to get from Jeddah to Riyadh was some sort of camel trail or early aviation. So Mohammed bin Laden, the father, took on the challenge, and he went up, got up on top of this mountain palisade, and he pushed a goat over the edge and followed him down, marking the path that the goat took. And
that's amazing.
Then that became the route of this very twisty, turny highway that united the country. So he became a national hero. And he more or less was responsible for the renovation of the mosque in Mecca. And, he was highly valued, famous character. He died in an air crash, and but he left behind this
53 kids, right?
Yeah, I think there were 56. I think so. And so there were. One of my best sources was Jamal Khalifa, his brother-in-law, but that's not an exclusive term when you have that many brothers and sisters. And he was great. It was an eye-opening experience.
Wow. And going back, so 9/11 happens, and or actually before 9/11 is when the United States intelligence community goes to the FBI and says, we know these people are in the U.S., but we lost track of them.
Yeah, that's in August.
That's in August.
2001.
Right. And how long before that did they know that they were, like, for example, taking these like flying lessons over here in Florida, like down the street from where we are now, and being handled by these Saudi intelligence people?
It was episodic. The information wasn't pulled together. There was suspicion, like in Arizona, there was an industrious guy who found out about these Saudis who were in a flight school, but they didn't feel like they needed to learn how to land. And there was a similar story, a guy named Masawi, who was very flagrant in his and aggressive about getting to fly, wanted to fly Boeing planes. He was very, and was suspicious enough that the local FBI chief reported it. So, but was there ever the moment where somebody said, I'm getting a lot of reports of these guys who are Saudis who are trying to learn how to fly and not land?
Yeah.
That never happened.
No. There was also safe houses, I think, on the West Coast in California where some of these guys were staying, and there were Saudi official or Saudi intelligence people.
These two hijackers that I told you about earlier, they arrived in, they flew in from Malaysia. There had been a big meeting with Qaeda operatives, and from that meeting, they came to America. And also from that meeting, there were some guys who would go blow up the USS Cole. So it was a high-level meeting of terrorists in Kuala Lumpur. And two of these guys, Midhar and Hazmi, flew into LAX on January 5th, I think. And then on January 15th, the CIA found out about them. So early on, and they were told by Saudi intelligence. I interviewed Prince Turki Al Faisal, who said that he told the chief of station in Riyadh about these two Al-Qaeda guys. So the CIA found out about it, not through their own detection, but then
Was CIA working with Saudi intelligence?
well, that's what I believe. I think that, they were closely tied, but and Turkey, went to school for a while with Bill Clinton. I forgot exactly what anyway, he was very close. Saudi intelligence and U.S. intelligence worked together closely, but not as closely as they should have. And when the CIA found out about this, by that time, these two hijackers, shortly after they arrived, they were greeted in a restaurant by a fellow Saudi who had just come from the Saudi embassy or consulate in LA. And lo and behold, surprise, you're from my country. And he sits down and tells him, well, you must move to San Diego. I will help set you up. And he does do that. And they moved down to San Diego. And it's at that point that the CIA is beginning to take an interest in them. We don't know. They won't. To date, they haven't really divulged, what they did. And I don't want this to die. I want to see this information come out. I mean,
is this part of the report that was never shown? Part of the 9/11 Commission that was hidden, right?
There's still stuff that's redacted about it, and the 22 pages or whatever it was that the victims' families finally forced out of the CIA. It didn't cover all the material, but it did expose some very interesting stuff, like the tests. The Saudis would be on airplanes, and they would, in one case, for instance, walk up and open the cockpit door. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was a bathroom. And you got so suspicious that the plane was grounded, and they were interrogated, and they said, "Oh no, we're Saudis. We're very prominent." Prince Bandar, who was the head of the ambassador to the U.S., is a friend of ours. As a matter of fact, Bandar's wife is sending money to the people that were to the hijackers. So
Really,
let me try to get this straight. She was sending money. I'm afraid to get too deep into the well there, because I'm not exactly. But money from her was given to the operative who was working with the hijackers, or to them, the hijackers themselves. But I forget exactly how that worked. But on these test runs, they were clearly planning the operation as it was going to go down, and where would we sit on the airplane, and sort of how hard is it to get into the cockpit? Well, not hard, it turned out.
Right.
And all of that came out in those pages that had been suppressed for no reason except to protect the dignity of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. My thinking about this is that I don't think that the Saudi king wanted to attack America. And I think that, when Prince Turkey divulged the presence of two Saudis to the CIA, he was doing us a great favor. And I'm sure that he thought that, America would take care of this problem. I also think that the CIA decided, let's let the Saudis handle this. They can follow them, and then they have their means. They can turn them, and maybe that's out of our capacity. So for that reason, they were just going to lightly monitor the situation and expect that the Saudis would take care of the problem.
Has your view or your thinking around 9/11 evolved or changed at all since you first wrote about it? Because there's obviously there's tons of different theories that float around out there about 9/11, conspiracy theories. That, Alex Jones is one of the biggest proponents of it, how he called it out a year before it happened. And there's documentaries that are out there that, try to tie things like 9/11 to, look at Operation Northwood. It's the same concept, but, years later in a different context. And,
yes, thank you.
There's
Clumsy. I was starting to lose hope.
Asked about it from people
I'm
that weren't
recording
really
and
close to
blocking
it.
Rabbi Rothschild.
I noticed the people that were really close to it directly affected by it.
Please join Rabbi
Rothschild.
Rothschild. This peace. Rabbi is live 24/7 on YouTube.
To entertain
Topics, anti-gravity, anti-matter, life extension, non-uploaded UFOs, etc.
Part of the country or were born afterwards who weren't directly emotionally affected by this.
Link
I
tree.
have a
YouTube,
blog.
wow.
And the first time I really ran into the denier thing,
Oh, this is
my
great.
friend Linklater, Rick Linklater, was having a party to open up one of his movies.
That
And I
just
forgot
makes me
which one it
so
was.
happy.
But he invited Alex Jones, who was
Clumsy.
Oh, really?
a kind of non-entity in Austin at the time. He had been on. We used to have a community TV station,
little bitch.
so everybody wanted to get on the do. It was crazy. Madeline Murray O'Hara, they just had a show on it, and And so Alex got a spot on it, and he could talk really wildly and expressively.
Yeah.
And so Rick used him in a couple of his pictures as a kind of raving maniac who was sitting in the back of the cab spouting all these conspiracy theories. So the Looming Tower had just come out, and I was at the party, and Rick, he was a mischievous fellow, he comes over and says, "Larry, I wanted you to meet somebody." And Alex, this is Larry Wright, and I thought you guys might talk about 9/11. So Joan starts off on what happened. I said, "Gosh, that's not true at all." And
Like what? Like what?
I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was way off base. And I told him what did happen, and he turned around and walked away.
I'm recording him while you're rather rough for the time.
But after that, whenever I'd make a speech about the Looming Tower, there would always be people in the audience that would, what about this? What about that? And, what about the, World Trade Center 7, or, why did this structure fall? It must have been dynamite in it. If you look at it, it's clearly an explosion. I mean, the thing is, it was a horrible tragedy, and it happened, and it was hard to believe that it happened. So therefore, people wonder why. There must be some explanation for this, because this is something that surely one man in a cave couldn't have pulled this off. And the truth is, one man in a cave did pull it off.
It's wild. It really is, because there are a lot of crazy questions that are like, why did they leave stuff out of the commission report? Why was the black box in the plane never shown? Why did the FBI cover that stuff up? We'll never know the answer to that. I feel like we never.
I'd like for that to be fully the only thing that we are missing here is the truth.
Yeah.
And I believe it's pretty clear what happened. But I think the evidence that the CIA was in cahoots with the Saudi intelligence is not something that's been admitted. But why not just go ahead and say it? Because that's what I think really did happen. But instead, they're stuck with no answer. They can't tell you why they waited, a year and a half to tell the FBI, which had the authority over terrorism in America. That's what the whole plot of The Siege was, my movie. Was a rift between the CIA and the FBI over who was going to control terrorism, and then it became it came true in real life.
Yeah, and the way 9/11 changed everything too in America is bizarre. Like some of the things that were enacted as far as like the TSA, the Patriot Act. I had a guy in here recently, Tom Drake, who was a whistleblower for the NSA. Who worked for the NSA. His first day on the job at the NSA was 9/11. And, he was explaining to me the optimism of everybody in the NSA that day, and how they were like just elated with the idea of implementing their new, I forget the name of the software now, to where they could basically just do dragnet surveillance on and collecting of data of all Americans. And, it's just crazy how our world and our country changed after 9/11.
When I talk to younger people about that question, I recount when I was in high school, I took a date to the airport in Dallas, and it was a cheap date, and we were young enough that that it still was interesting to go to an airport, and so we walked out on the tarmac and climbed into this 707 or something. We sat in the first class seats, and imagine the plane had just arrived from Paris, and the stewardess, as we called them then, came and offered us a treat, and so we sat there, having a little party in the plane, and then we walked into the FAA tower. Yeah, come on in, kids, and so we watched them land the planes. That was America. That was the freedom we had before 9/11, and I'm fearful that America is gone, and it's gone from our memory. And younger people don't realize what we've lost. But if we've lost it, and without the idea that we want to steer back to it, then we'll never go back to it.
Wow. Yeah, that's something that young people don't have any comprehension of, and then, unless they hear stories like what you explained. And I was too young to even, I think I was in sixth grade when it happened.
Yeah.
But I remember vividly. I don't remember going to airports, but I remember that day. And
it's not encouraged now.
Right. But so I want to talk about your new book and Human Scale, and it's all about. It seems like the timing is impeccable with you coming out with these books. Not only with this one, which I think you turned in your draft for this, I think right before October 7th, right?
Right.
And you had been working on it for how long before then?
Well, actually, a long time, because it originated as a screenplay that never got made. I think all my novels started out as screenplays, but then I did a one-man show, which I called The Human Scale. I did it in New York and in Tel Aviv. And what drew me to the story was I had gone to Gaza after 2009. A young Israeli soldier named Gilad Shalit had been kidnapped by Hamas, and the Israelis never found him. He was finally traded for 1,000 Palestinian prisoners, and I was fascinated by that comparison. How does one life equal 1,000? That's what the human scale is all about. So I did that show. It was interesting doing it in New York. There was a lot of anger. People. It's sensitive subject. When you talk about the Middle East. Yeah. And we had a sandwich board outside the theater, and somebody kicked it all the way down the street. In Tel Aviv, there wasn't anger, but there was a lot of grief. And so it brought up feelings. And I knew I was stirring something very deep. And years passed, but the story lingered. And I thought, is there some way I can write about this? Because I've spent so much of my career in the region. I lived for 2 years in Cairo when I was a young man teaching at American University, and been back and forth to Israel and Syria, and just everywhere in the Middle East, and to Israel many times. Always looking at people, trying to understand why this conflict is so durable. I mean, I am the same age as Israel, which
that's crazy.
Yeah, it's a young country, right? But so this conflict has been going on my entire life. And this is a life that has been lived through. I've seen apartheid disappear. I've seen the Soviet Union dissolve. I've seen a black man elected president. We went through Vietnam, Iraq 1, Iraq 2, Afghanistan. All that's part of history now. But this just keeps going on and on and on. So why is that? And I thought, well, maybe I can do it as a novel instead of try to get inside the brains of these people, my characters, and see the world from their perspective.
Right.
And my feeling, I will always believe that peace is possible, but it's not possible if you're unwilling to see the world through the eyes of your adversary.
Right.
And that's what's happened in this case. Is that there's a loss of human feeling for your adversary, and so I decided to create characters that would be interesting and appealing, but would be totally opposite sides. So the main characters, Yossi Bengal is the deputy chief of police in Hebron. Hebron itself is a character because it's the most violent, hateful environment I'd ever been in. And when I was there in February of 23, I was a source of peacenik, about the only peacenik in Hebron. Issa Amro was taking me through the old town, old city of Hebron, which is mostly closed down by the Israeli police. And he was assaulted right in front of me. I mean, this big young soldier, they're all young, they're just out of high school, these soldiers, and policing, another population. But apropos, let me say this, there was no provocation. There was no provocation. Issa was taking us on this tour. It was me and Barbara Dubaluka, I think it's pronounced, she's a Belgian photographer. We were going through seeing this shopping street. It was called, I remember when I went to Hebron the first time in 1997, this shopping street was very alive, but there was a settlement just above it, and these little settler kids were throwing rocks down at the girls who were just coming out of school in their little school uniforms. And then one threw a rock at me, and I was really pissed off. I really wanted to throw that rock back. I had a pretty good arm back then. But I looked up and I saw this Israeli soldier with his M16 who was protecting the kids who were throwing the rocks. So cut to, X number of years later, I'm walking down that same street. It's now totally deserted. And all the shops are closed. It has this mausoleum feeling. And then suddenly this soldier appeared. He had confronted me and Barbara earlier, but then he reappeared when Issa, who was not allowed to walk on that street because he's a Muslim. He rejoined us. And the soldier, he was so angry at Issa for no reason. And Issa reminded me, I started my career at the Race Relations Reporter and covering the civil rights movement, and he reminded me of the freedom bus riders and the sit-in people, who knew they were going to get hurt. And I just always admired that kind of courage. I just didn't have it myself, but Issa was one of those people. And so Issa says, "Call your commander. You're not doing the right." He knew all the rules. And it just pissed off the soldier even more. But he did call his commander, and he said that we have some liberals here.
Some liberals.
And I said, "Wait, I'm from Texas." I was trying to cool things off, but at some point he grabs Issa and takes him over to a bench and forces him down and stands in front of him with his crotch right in front of his face and his M4 dangling, bumping into Issa's legs. And finally, the soldier just exploded, and he grabbed Issa by the neck, and he's modest size, but he lifted him up, and then he hurled him to the ground, his head missing the curb by like a quarter of an inch, and then wound up and kicked him so hard that he nearly fell over. Other soldiers were around, and I was trying to, calm the waters and say, this is going south really quickly. And they were afraid of this violent soldier. And what struck me, and so many things did, but one was, we were witnesses. We're standing right there. We're Westerners. And Barbara saying, he felt so enraged and so empowered. And he was circling around. There was one other guy trying to keep him from finishing out the job. And there had been a Palestinian assassinated by an Israeli soldier not far away. The guy was lying on the ground unconscious when the soldier shot him in the head. So I thought that was going to be the conclusion of this. But fortunately, we got Issa away. And but it caused me to go back and rewrite my novel. And I realized that it was taking me into deeper water than I thought it was, And then along comes October 7th. And the draft that I had turned in ended in a war, but it was a war like the one that I'd seen before when I was in Gaza in 2009. And it was devastating for Gaza, but it wasn't obliterated. And so I had to go back and rewrite it again. This time I was faced with this situation. This is such a deep wound. And how can I ignore it? Can I set it earlier in time? Should I set it in the future? And I thought, there's really no other alternative but to go right through it and have October 7th be the destination of this novel. And so this, Yossi Bengal is investigating the murder of his chief of police. It's a heinous crime, and we think it's Hamas. But into town comes a Palestinian named Tony Malik, who's American, and he comes in at the wrong time, and he's arrested, and they think he probably the guy who killed the chief, but then they discover he's actually an FBI agent, and he had an appointment with the chief of police earlier that morning. So these two guys, Yossi and Malik, are very similar in many ways, and they have the same job, but they're torn apart by history, ethnicity, religion. These are the forces that are pulling them apart. In short, they hate each other, but they have to solve the crime. They have to work together. And this is, in some ways, a buddy movie, but it's set, you see the world through their eyes and the eyes of other characters, like the figure that is loosely based on Isa, is a peacenik who's trying to bring peace to the region. And then there's Yossi's daughter, Sarah, who loves her father, but is so ambivalent about where Israel is going. She's in the marches that have been going on in Tel Aviv and elsewhere for the last couple of years. So she's a part of that contingent. So each of these characters represents a perspective, but I hope that they are fully imagined human beings.
So when you went about researching for this novel, did you go about it? I mean, I assume you just went about it in like this typical way you research for your nonfiction works, right?
Yeah.
Like you just investigated people. Like, how long did you spend actually going there, and how many times did you go into Israel or into Hebron to did you extensively interview individuals?
Yeah, see, this evolved over a long period of time.
Yeah,
so
right.
I've been to Israel 5 times, I think, and then at the West Bank 3 or 4 times.
Did you ever interview? I'm sorry to interrupt. I was going to ask if you ever interviewed any of Israel's intelligence people.
Oh yeah, and they were very helpful, especially one who was in Shin Bet. And it helped me because one of my characters is in Shin Bet, and that's the domestic intelligence. And yeah, there are American operatives who are with Arab background who have been very helpful to me, corresponding to my Palestinian American FBI agent. I've been really fortunate with my sources. I mean, it wouldn't be the book that it is if I hadn't had the friendly advice of people from the inside.
Right. I've talked to a lot of people on this show from the United States' intelligence community, and it seems to me like the writing on the wall is, even if a lot of them won't outright say it, is there's a lot of a simple way to put it is that America's intelligence, CIA, and Israel's intelligence, the Mossad, don't get along. For what it's worth, and that their intelligence, it seems to be the sentiment that their intelligence is far more, I don't want to say superior is the right word, but far more efficient for whatever reason. I would imagine that it's, the fact that they're surrounded by enemies, and their ultimate goal is to propagate the future of their race, right? So they have there's more of an existential threat there.
No question about it. And that what the Israelis do is monitor and control, and they have a vast population to monitor and control. And they feel, both sides feel like this is an existential question. Oh, it's not. Arabs and Jews live together very peacefully in Brooklyn. There's just no reason for this except this compounding series of traumas that build on each other. And there's a mythology that each nurses is that we're going to win, we're going to push them into the sea, or we're going to drive them over to, into Saudi Arabia and Jordan and somewhere, just clear the West Bank, and then we'll have it all to ourselves. That's never going to happen. And it goes back to my question about why it's so durable. First of all, the enemies of peace. Whenever something comes up and looks like peace, like the Oslo Accords or something like that, then you have suicide bombers suddenly appear, and then you have Yitzhak Rabin is assassinated, and so suddenly everything goes to shit. And every time, both sides, they fall for it. They get enraged and they go back to war. But it's all one war. It's all the same war that's been going on since I was born.
Right.
There are periods where of calm where they just rearm, but essentially it's the same old war. And so with all the amazing intelligence that Mossad and has its capability in Shin Bet and their ability to try to control this very restive group of people, they know that there's not a military solution. In fact, one after another, the heads of Mossad have been public. There's even a movie, a very insightful movie, where they're saying, we're doing the wrong thing. We need to make peace with these people. So it's generally known that there's not a military, it's not going to be like World War II and there's the war is over and somebody won.
Right.
It's going to be something entirely different. But it continues to be exactly the same thing.
And it seems like what has been going on forever is just like when Israel is demolishing Gaza and shooting kids through the heart, and all these women and children are dying. It seems like what they're creating is, and they're aware of it, is a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
Right? They're creating more extremists and more hatred.
The IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, says that Hamas is back to full strength, 40,000 warriors. After all the slaughter, what they've done is create a mighty recruitment team. And that's always been the case. It's not different anymore. It's not different now. It's just going to imagine if you are a young Palestinian man and you watched your family be killed or dispossessed. See, that's why I think, when you put that question on either side, right? What would you do if you were an Israeli, or what would you do if you were a Palestinian? It's a question that nobody wants to answer because they know the answer.
Right, you know the answer. If you're like, I can tell you, having my own kids, if some group murdered my child, my toddler, I would do the most unthinkable things to retaliate.
Yeah.
I think that's part of being human.
But it's also part of being human to try to find a way to restore justice and peace. And that's what's absent right now. It's all retaliation. And it will be as long as we can see until people actually arise and demand peace. Peace has a price. And one is to sacrifice that longing to kill and revenge. And I wrote a play and then a movie and then a book, about Camp David, which was the Carter-Reagan-Sadat summit in 1978. Carter came into office, and the first day in office, he told his vice president, my top goal is to bring peace to the Middle East. Walter Mondale was the vice president. He told me he panicked. Is that what he's about? How? Because it was like the ultimate. You can't do that. But Carter brought in the president of Egypt, Anwar Sadat, who had been an assassin, and the prime minister of Israel, Menachem Begin, who was a terrorist. And Carter was a one-term Georgia governor. And they sit behind trees in Camp David for 13 days. Imagine 3 world leaders totally cut off. And they come up with a peace agreement that has endured since they signed the paper in 1979, and not a single violation. So it's possible. But if you look at then what happened to the peacemakers, Carter lost the election.
Yeah.
He was not reelected. In fact, he lost the Jewish vote, first time for a Democratic nominee in modern history. Menachem Begin thought, oh, I can do anything now, and he invaded Lebanon for what he thought was going to be 2 weeks. And they were in Lebanon for 18 years, and he was hated. He was in isolation in his house. There were kids for years. They were just like the chants about, hey, LBJ, how many kids did you kill a day? It was that kind of atmosphere. So he died in seclusion and in disgrace. And then Sadat was assassinated. So that's what happened to the people who made peace. And I think that's been a lesson to the aspiring peacemakers. There's a lot of personal risk there.
Wasn't the first president of Israel, I believe he might have been the first president of Israel. No, before him. He was, yes, Chaim Weizmann. Wasn't he was like a Zionist who came in and thought that basically we need to come in here and make the Muslims love us. Like we're gonna bring in all this innovation and treat them kindly and just make them to where they can't turn us away because we provide so much and improve their quality of life so much. And then after that, I think Ben Gurion kind of his view of it was like, no, that's kind of like correct me if I'm wrong, but the way he looked at it was like, you can't look at that. That's like pre 9/11, post 9/11. Like he looked at now that you have World War II and the Holocaust, you can't look at it like that anymore. Now we have to look at it through the lens that we're looking at it now.
Yeah. Well, there were in the early days of the Zionist movement, they first of all they wondered, where should we go? And there were Kenya was one of the, or Uganda, at the time, and South America. But always there was the idea of the Holy Land, and that's the first Zionist conference in Bern, Switzerland, in the 1890s. It was decided that's where we're going to go. There were mixed thoughts. Weissman was the optimist. Ben Gurion privately felt that the Arabs would never accept them, and it's not as if they did a lot to try to help make them acceptable. But they at that time the future Israelis would come and buy a lot of land up, and it was threatening to the native population, and there were Arab riots and stuff like that. So things got off to a bad start. And then when Israel declared itself as a nation, the Nakba, the expulsion of nearly 700,000 Palestinians, whether they were forced out or just simply not allowed to return to their homes. That was sort of the one moment, if I were to call history back and say, there's a small change I want to make in the role of human events, and I just let them come home and try to work it out. And the age of modern terrorism was born in that moment too, because it was the Palestinian diaspora that led to the rise of these terrorist movements coming out of Palestine.
Now, the history of this is, I think, and maybe you can elucidate this a little bit better, but originally, I think the UN came in and said it's going to be like a 56-44 split between the Jews and the Palestinians, right?
And Palestine would be an international city.
Right.
And then,
Jerusalem. Jerusalem being an international city.
oh, okay.
Yeah, because the rift over, these holy places was very profound. And so what could we do to take that off the table? Well, we make it's not an entity belonging to either state. It's one where both can have their capital.
Oh, okay. And then down the road, it somehow got down to 20%, which is West Bank and Gaza, right? To what it is today.
Well, even that is, what's left of it is the Palestinian state is, just enclaves, and they're divided by different roads and walls and so on. It's not contiguous with each other, and of course Gaza's set apart, so it's a different entity.
And what's another crazy thing about this whole thing is I think I heard you explain this, but that the Jews in Israel and the Palestinians are genetically the same, right? Like their DNA and their heritage is essentially identical.
You mentioned Ben Gurion, and Ben Gurion and Yitzhak Ben Zvi, who was the second president of Israel, were living in Manhattan, in Lower Manhattan, at the turn of the 20th century, and they wrote a book about the future of Israel. And Ben Zvi, in particular, had spent a lot of time wandering through the West Bank in these Arab villages, and he noticed candles in the windows on Friday night, and he noticed Hebrew in the cemeteries, and it occurred to him that what we call the Palestinians were really the remnant of the Jews who were not in the diaspora. They just were always there. They didn't come from somewhere else.
Right.
They were just the original inhabitants who had been Jewish, but over the years converted to Christianity or Islam, where if you converted, you didn't have to pay this tax that was on non-Muslims. So that was a strong incentive. And, centuries pass, and, they are a different people in some respects, but he was right, because genetically, they're very, very similar. They're both descended from the Canaanites. And, over time, they may have differed a little bit, but not very much. They're essentially the same people. They always have been. I thought, when I went to do that one-man show in Tel Aviv, and I had just read that book by Ben Zvi and Ben Gurion, and I thought, well, maybe the Israelis don't know this. Maybe I can help them out, just saying, these guys are Jewish, right? And so it's true that they didn't know it, but some people, when I pulled out my solution, said, yeah, we know that. And that threw me off. And I did a little more research, and I came upon this book, The Need to Have Enemies and Allies, by this Cypriot-American psychiatrist named Vamek Volkan. And he had grown up in Cyprus, which was inhabited by Greeks and Turks, who were historic antagonists. And yet they were very similar people, and you could tell them apart. They both wore the same white garments, and these tunics, white tunics with, the Turks would have a green sash, and the Greeks would have a blue one. And that, you knew who was who. They had different cigarettes. On this basis, you were able to tell, this is not me, this is the other. In Northern Ireland, the Protestants and the Catholics would paint their doors different colors to signal which they were. The Hutus and the Tutsis, they were so alike, you had to ask which tribe you're in before we kill you. So in every case, they were very, very similar people. And yet, oftentimes with civil wars, for instance, they're bloodier than other kinds of battles. So why is that? And Vulcan references this Freudian idea of the narcissism of minor differences, which is simply that people that are more alike are more likely to be at war with each other than people who are dramatically different. You can accept the difference, and if it's obvious. Right. But if it's similar, it's the little things that separate you that can be really annoying. And Freud's idea is it's those things about yourself that you don't like, that you see in someone else. and you want to exterminate that thing that's in the other.
Oh, that's interesting. You can almost see something like that bubbling up in America with like political differences in people that are the same, right?
Or religious differences.
Yeah.
Like in Saudi Arabia and Iran have differences, but they're in the same religion except one is Sunni and the other is Shia, and that has been an ongoing civil war for a long time. Right. And yet the average American, like when we invaded Afghanistan, one reporter went through the U.S. Senate and asked them, "What's the difference between a Sunni and a Shia?" And not a single senator could tell you, but we're going to go to war, and so it's those are minor differences.
What has been the the response from people in Israel from this?
I got a wonderful review the other day in Jerusalem Post, and beyond that, I haven't heard. I don't know if it's for sale in Israel, but it's we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but I've noticed online. Recently, like obviously since October 7th, and now there is just so much debate happening in the U.S. or surrounding this whole topic.
Well, it's been troubling to me to watch what's going on in the campuses, although it seems to die down a little bit. They were just replicating the anger and the hatred in the region instead of working for trying to create a solution. The anti-Semitism, Arabs think that anti-Semitism is a comical charge because they're both Semites. And, so it doesn't seem to apply to them. But what we need is friendly help to try to, my feeling is not anybody who offers a solution to the Israeli-Palestinian problem is naive. And so you have to say, all right, I'm going to be naive for a moment, but you have to go through that. I think that the Israelis and the Palestinians have shown that they can't solve the problem, that they are in some way addicted to it. And so I think the world has to make a stronger case, take on more of the challenge. And by that, well, what do I mean? I'm not sure. Most of the world has already identified Palestine as a state. If you look at a map of the globe, and it's countries that have already accepted Palestine as a state, all of Asia, all of South America, and much of Europe, but it's essentially the Jews, France, Germany, Austria, the U.S., Canada, Mexico acknowledges Palestine. Well, maybe that would be one thing, is to unanimously say, this is a country, and Israel has to declare its borders, which is never done, and we have to find a way to create two or one, I don't care, or confederation. There are other solutions, but the occupation is what is shattering both societies, and Israel has to stop occupying the country, and they have to find a way to feel secure doing it. So that's the challenge, and I think the world can help with forceful diplomacy and vast incentives.
Yeah.
And when it gets to be more worth it to stop fighting, then we can find a way to talk about peace.
Yeah. What do you make of a lot of people who are educated in this history far more than I am? Some of them like to say that maybe if America wasn't so tied up with Israel, and Israel didn't have such a strong influence over American politics, and didn't have such a backing of America, maybe they would be more incentivized to come up with a solution.
It may be true, but there's
AIPAC and things like this.
Well, there are like 16 million Jews in the world, and they're narrowly divided between the U.S. and Israel.
Right.
Israel has about 1 million more Jews than America does, but the next population, is France with 400,000. So essentially, when we talk about the Jewish population, we're talking about the U.S. and Israel. So no wonder we're more interested in Israel than other countries, because they're far more. I wish.
Yeah.
If another historical thing. I mean, if we had more Jews, if Roosevelt and Truman had just opened the gates. If you go to any city, go look at the hospital wings and who's funding the symphony and the ballet. There's so many Jewish names there. They're just a very small percentage of the world. They're 0.2% of the human population, and yet they contribute so much to our society. But it's, now having taken the road to creating a state in the Middle East, Israel has to find its way to being a Middle Eastern country among its neighbors. And I think that was what frightened Hamas, was this agreement that was seemed to be steering towards a conclusion between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And if Israel and Saudi Arabia made peace, all the other Arab countries would fall in line. They're tired of Palestinians and this whole drama. They just as soon walk away. And also some of the solutions are very threatening. The idea that the Palestinians would be pushed into Jordan or Lebanon or wherever, Saudi Arabia. They don't want that. They don't want to have that additional problem. So suddenly Hamas feels that they've been dealt out of the game. And so they've been preparing this attack for a long time. And so that was a trigger.
Yeah, and then you have, them trying to, looks like America is like gearing up to go to war with Iran, and when Israel, I think Netanyahu was, in the 90s trying to convince us that we need to go to war with Iran, and, trying to back them, in these wars and get entwined in these conflicts overseas that like seem to have no benefit for us to get involved in, yet we do.
Yeah.
And it's it's frustrating. It's frustrating to watch. And then you have like this lady who recently went in front of Congress, some high level, forget who she was. I think she was supposed to be like an ambassador to the UN, and she's getting questioned for Congress. And she says, so they asked her if she believes that Israel has a right to the West Bank based on the Bible or something. Mm-hmm. And she was like, yes, Israel has a biblical right to the West Bank.
Right.
Like that's like something that's absolutely insane to hear somebody say in front of Congress, like an actual high-ranking government official.
So does our ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. In the Bible, God gives the promised land to Moses twice. And the first time is a bigger parcel. It goes, from like the Red Sea to the Litani River and Lebanon, and, all of the West Bank and Jordan, and then the second time, I guess God has reconsidered a little bit, and it's a smaller entity, mainly Israel and the West Bank, but also some other portions of what are now other countries. And then Moses dies before he's able to come into the promised land. And Joshua is sent in God has told him to kill every living thing. Not just people, just kill every living thing. Wipe the tablet clean. Now, if you're using the Bible or the Torah as your guide, that's a pretty startling model to follow. And, that's one of the reasons I felt, that the genetic identity of these people is important, because if God gave the gift to the Jews, the people that are called Palestinians are the original Jews. And so, they should be in on it. But I don't know how many. I mean, I've been in the settlements, and there are fervent believers there, but there are also people there that they're getting tax breaks, and so their rent is underwritten. So they have other reasons to be there other than that God gave them their land.
It's fascinating stuff, man. What else are you working on? Do you have anything that you can talk about at least?
Yeah. There's a story that I'm really enchanted with.
Yeah.
And it's about these nuns that go visit the women on Texas Road. So I'm finishing that up, and then I'm looking for them.
You're on fire.
Yeah, well, I'm working all the time, but if I'm not working, I'm in despair. So I have to work.
How do you decide what you're going to dedicate your time to? Because when you're working on these projects, they take a long time to turn out.
That's the hardest question. I think the hardest question any writer has to face is, what's the story? What story do I want to tell? Because it's not as if there is an absence of stories. You pick up the paper and there's stories all over the page. But what is it that calls to you, that stirs something in you and says, I've got to do this? And, with the women and the nuns and this sort of thing, the moment I heard the story that there were nuns going to visit the women on death row, I was enchanted. I just said, this is fascinating to me, and it is a wonderful story. And there was awful parts of it, the heinous crimes that some of these women have committed. On the other hand, I think of it as being like it's about redemption. It's a quality that I'm curious about. And so it gave me, it was one of those times when I just went home and started making calls. I knew that was my next story, but it's rare that you have that immediate reaction. And you also have to take into account how long is this going to take.
Right.
And
you're going to waste your time.
Right. And time gets to be more precious the older you get, and there's less of it. So you have to think about, if this is a 5-year project, then will I ever do anything else, or will I even finish? Those are real existential questions that you're always asking, but you ask with increased urgency as you get older.
Yeah, it always is interesting to me how people like yourself, who spend so much time on these complex, deep stories, are able to manage their time and be disciplined enough to do their homework, right, and make sure they're following up on every single lead, and getting corroboration on things, and trying to navigate, like, am I getting fed bullshit on this story or that story, or even you, like, working with intelligence community and people in the government and stuff like that, like, how do you know you're not just getting led astray on things? And
that's
seems like
hard.
a difficult thing to navigate.
Yeah, it's hard, but I insist that there is a way of getting it what is at least close to truth. And the way I envision it is, first of all, you start a story, and if it's going to be, let's say, Little New Tower, big story, how do I start? Start by, who's in the story. And so you find out names of people that might be able to talk, and you write them down. I use a legal pad and write down the name on one of the 29 lines on the legal pad, and then in a little 1.5-inch column on the left, I write the telephone number, and then I go talk to them. And when I talk to them, I take a highlighter and sort of run across, so I check that one off. But I always ask, who else should I talk to? And those are names I hadn't heard before, so they go on that list. And then I talk to them. Who else should I talk to? And that's the way that it sinks into the root skin into the ground. Eventually, you run out of names, and that's how you populate the universe of the story. But that's the horizontal axis. And it's sort of the the trope about journalism is you talk to everybody, but you can't talk to everybody,
Right.
and not everybody wants to talk to you. But you talk to as many people as you can.
Right.
And in that case, I talked to 600 people, but it took me 5 years. So it was a long time coming. Then some of those hundreds of people are just more knowledgeable, more fun, have better access, and I go back to them again and again. And that's, the first, the horizontal axis is a seeking of consensus, and the vertical axis is a seeking of understanding. And so you're trying to get deeper into the story. If you got, like one of my sources in Saudi Arabia was Bin Laden's brother-in-law, and he was married to 4 women. This was Bin Laden at the time. They had that option, and I wanted to talk to her. That was never going to happen, but he offered to take my questions to her every 4th night when he spent the night with that wife, Bin Laden's sister. And so she would respond. She would never see a person like me, but she would, through the medium of her husband, who was very helpful to me, she would respond to those questions. And so, that was part of the horizontal axis. I wanted to talk to her, but she could tell me things that other people wouldn't know, like how did Bin Laden smell? He wore this sandalwood cologne that a lot of Saudis wear, and so those kinds of things are just they're access to intimacy that gives plausibility to everything you write.
I admire that so much, and I, it's very few and far between that you meet people like yourself who go to like the primary sources of some of these things, like boots on the ground, firsthand accounts of what these people are like, what they believe, and there's not much of that in the media today. More of it is just like the telephone game, like people talking about our daily. I'm guilty of it too. The daily, like a talk show that you do weekly, and you're having people that are coming in, and we're talking about some reporting we saw in the New York Times or on some other publication that they maybe got it through somebody else, and they got it through somebody else, and it's hard to be able to have the determination and the belief in yourself to stick through something for so long and to do that kind of like boots on the ground reporting that you're doing. And I hope more people can continue to carry the torch that you've been carrying for so long.
Well, thank you. I would like to encourage, reporters and journalists and people that might be interested in it to give it a try, because no matter who you are, being a journalist will open your eyes to other people and where they're coming from, and it makes you wiser, I think, because you've learned how people differ and why those differences shouldn't be discounted. And now you also have to consider, who would you be in that scenario?
Right.
All this is stuff that, if you're sitting in an office and you're surrounded by people who are very much like you and, have similar concerns, and you're not going to be educated about how the world works. And even if it's just for a couple of years, it's a great way to grow into another person.
Well, thanks again. I really appreciate your time.
Oh, thank you. I enjoyed it myself.
And your new book, The Human Scale.
Yeah.
Boom, look at that beautiful cover. We'll be on, we'll link it below, but on your website or Amazon, what's the best place to buy it?
Yeah, you probably should go to Amazon or your local bookstore.
Okay, fantastic. Lawrence Wright, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Oh yeah, we have Patreon questions. We have a couple questions on our Patreon for you from our beautiful Patreon supporters, that we'll do that as well.
Okay.
But that's the end of the podcast.
All right.
All right. Good night, folks.
So I just want to stick in such a above that. I hope so. But Hollywood's behind him. She's so hot. The machine's behind him. She's so hot. The machine's behind him and her. A lot of times he's the one who's going to pay a price. He'll be out. But he was also the guy who was like the male feminist and all that. He's also a little shit. Yeah, he's a
Well, Brent, thanks for coming, man.
Danny, thank you. Thanks for having me.
I'm a huge fan of your content, especially your Instagram. I was ripping through all of your videos this morning. I must have spent like at least 8 hours out of the last 24 watching your TikTok feed. And you have a very unique way of approaching some of these conspiracies or fringe ideas that are very popular in zeitgeist right now, but you come at it from a very level-headed, pragmatic way where like you don't seem like you're part of a cult. And a lot of these things that are popping on the internet, no matter if you're into UFOs or psychedelics or ghosts, these people treat these things like religions, which I think you point out very nicely.
Yeah, there's a lot of personal worth wrapped up in. There we go. Cool. Yeah, a lot of personal worth is wrapped up in people's belief systems around these things, and they have gone out, had a successful life otherwise, so they can latch on to something that is just doesn't require a lot of proof. Mm-hmm. You just can be the most spiritual person in the room, super whatever. You see lights in the sky that makes you special. It's like a proxy for achievement, and unfortunately, a lot of people get wrapped up in that and they become very vicious trying to defend those ideas when there's other people out there looking for the reality behind them. I mean, it's very difficult to get to the truth of what's actually going on without the propaganda and the psyops and the culty behavior.
Yeah, I've noticed that a lot on this podcast. I mean, I've learned it firsthand from doing this podcast because I've been introduced to a lot of folks who have, make a lot of extraordinary claims and don't have that same level of extraordinary evidence for their claims. And I've seen the reactions on the internet, whether it be like in the comments on YouTube or on X, how there's this pile-on effect to certain ideas or ideologies or, these fringe ideologies where like if you come at somebody, in particular, I think one of the biggest ones I've noticed is in like the Flint Dibble Graham Hancock thing, where there's like two polar opposite opposing nation states that are like warring against each other online is what it seems like. And it's like I've noticed that in so many things, and it's really unsettling because it's really hard nowadays to know what's real and what's not real.
Very true. Yeah, and you're coming at it. I've seen quite a few of your podcasts, and you're very level-headed about things. And I know it must frustrate the hell out of you. I sit on the other side of the table and have a Stephen Greer sit here trying to give you his narrative, and then chastise you. Daniel, if you let me finish,
Oh yeah,
they're vicious about it.
Fun guy.
Now I don't know if you said Dibble with Graham Hancock.
Dibble.
I'm not
Dibble.
Not familiar with him. What's his stance? There's very good indication, at least to me, watching over the last 30 years, that Graham Hancock is a controlled opposition from the British.
Well, there goes this podcast.
Okay, sorry. Yep. Anyway, okay. Cut it, Steve.
Yes. So, Flint, please continue. I'll give you. Flint Dibble is basically he's an academic archaeologist who went on Rogan's podcast with Graham to debate Graham Hancock's lost ancient pre-Ice Age civilization, and whether there was evidence for it or not. And they went back and forth. And anyways, there's two aggressive camps that are violently attacking each other constantly.
And that to me just seems like the Hegelian dialectic. You get one side and get the other, and there's not really any synthesis, but they're both set up, so they're both fighting against one another with completely opposite viewpoints on either side of the spectrum when the reality is dead in the center. Like there might have been ancient civilization. It's not quite what Graham Hancock is making it out to be. Maybe not as old, maybe not as technologically advanced, flying around in Vimana. And there's the academic side of things where like none of that actually exists, and just laugh at them and their lack of educational.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's nonsense, and it seems like a setup. It seems like a control mechanism for all of society. Mm-hmm. So we can never quite get to the truth. What the hell are we doing here?
So what were you saying about Graham?
Graham, so I've watched his stuff when he come out early 90s, at least, and I was made aware of him.
Yeah.
And I've seen him push things, and I, of course, wanted to go find out if what he was talking about was true, like Zechariah Sitchin or any of these people that make extraordinary claims.
Yeah.
And the things I've looked into, the history I've looked into, that Graham has also looked into, I've come to completely different conclusions that were much more middle of the road, rather than like 10,500 years for the Sphinx. There's other explanations for why the weathering would exist around the Sphinx enclosures, though it's not what the academics are talking about on the other side. So it's both sides are wrong. There's enough overlap that you never really get to know what's actually going on.
I had actually Flint on the show, and we discussed Atlantis and like all the evidence for Atlantis. And one of the unique things about Flint is his background revolves around his academic history, his academic scholarship focuses on Athens. He's done all his archaeologists who focused on Athens, excavating all over Athens and in Greece in general. And he excavates back to the time when there would have been any kind of Atlantis. He goes like as far back as anyone, and he says that they've gone all the way down to bedrock, and there's nothing there. So like if there is some hypothetical Atlantis or or some sort of crazy super advanced lost city, he seems to believe that, especially according to Plato, if you want to take Plato, his words seriously, he was a philosopher who came up with hypothetical ideas like the cave. So he thinks that was some sort of another allegory to some sort of like war game between Athens and Atlantis. And that's one of the things I found real compelling. But like you said, he also will just outright dismiss and laugh at things like those stone vases that are perfectly symmetrical and supposedly came from the dynastic Egyptians with stone chisels and copper chisels and stone pounding stones.
Yeah, absolutely. Agreed. I've read the Timaeus, the Critias of Timaeus, Platos, and it's to me. My reading of it.
Did you read the English translations of it?
Yeah, although I try to go to things in the 1800s if I can find them before things start being really propagandized.
Right.
And I tend to find like when Ignatius Donnelly started writing about Atlantis, he's like Atlantis, the antediluvian world. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it.
I'm familiar with it. Yeah.
It's almost like he was an early disinformation person himself that was pushing things off. It was in every Freemasonic library out there. It was very popular among that group. Became very popular among the Theosophists, and there's not really any substantial basis to that being like historically accurate.
Right.
But there were things historically that came before the rest of these civilizations that are being covered up profoundly, like the Technic.
Yeah.
Right now, things that were like, you don't know anything in history that went back that far.
Mm-hmm.
So you can get down to bedrock all you want. There's other areas of the world that they might have migrated from.
Sure. Yeah.
So, and I think that was the start of organizing history in a very certain way that we have today. That started around 1900 around 1900. Late 1800s, early 1900s, they started rewriting the older books that talked about like there were giants and mountains. There were different things that actually were there beforehand, and then you started to see that erased a bit more.
What do you make of the whole giants being found in America?
I think there was cross-cultural communication. I think there were colonies here for Europe, Asia, the Chinese, Egyptians had cocaine and they had tobacco in their systems. And they found mummies that had legitimate testing that was done on them. That almost got lost in her career. That found that they were containing tobacco in the mummies. That's scientific. Like you can't refute that. They got it from somewhere. So somebody had to be coming over here and communicating with South America, getting that. There was a copper trade. There was trade back and forth. You have stories about expeditions from Egypt going out to faraway lands and bring back like pygmies and things that were living in Central America at the time, in the Middle East, people in the Yucatan Peninsula that are semi-mythological, but the remnants are their little houses and such. The people that are just shorter people, smaller people. The people that were the giants that were here might have been coming over, trading with them that were 6 foot and taller, because if you go down to Mexico right now, I'm a giant.
Yeah.
We'd all be fairly large. No offense to anybody. But that's what I see it as. I don't see it as 7 foot, 10 foot, 20 foot people that were
Right.
getting around the world. I think it's just people that were taller that became embedded in the myth and legend.
Right. So you've been following Graham Hancock for quite a long time.
Yeah. Geez, I think I started looking at this stuff when I was 10. And,
Wow, really?
Yeah, watching like In Search Of and all the stuff that was coming on TV when I was a kid. But then I started going to libraries when I was got into junior high. We had a really good library, research library for. They had all kinds of things like Ignatius Donnelly. I would sit there after school and read all of these things. So I started early doing like actual research into these things.
Have you read all Graham's books?
Most of them, yeah. I kind of fell off the last few years because I kind of wrote him off a little bit.
Did you really? What do you think was the main reason, or like the straw that put the camel's back for you for starting to not take him seriously?
He really doubled down on the age of the space age of all these things being 10,500 years old, much older. And then I found the work with Dr. Davidovich in France about geopolymers and how pyramids were actually created, and how he replicated pyramid stones and did scanning electron microscope tests on the segments, and they matched up directly with the pyramid. He proved that they were younger, actually, than 10,000, younger than what we even think, that they were made of completely different.
The stones in the pyramid?
Stones?
The limestone?
Yeah, if you go to some of the evidence he's got is that he's directly replicated that, but he's a chemist, so he works with geopolymers and sustainable materials and building materials. And he's done some of the work on trying to figure out how these old gigantic structures were made by pouring them. He's found things within like the famine stone that talk about the Egyptians crushing up stone and creating like molds for these blocks and building things out of building stone that never existed before, making it out of mixtures and agglomerations of things that were finding in the localized area. And he went back and did it. He talked about the vases, the schist discs. And I was just in Egypt just a couple of months ago, and I saw these Egyptian museum myself. He's got some sitting in his lab right now that he replicated that are exact replicas of these things with the tolerances.
The vases?
The vases and the schist discs.
How did he create them? By doing what?
Making essentially a type of... It's a type of clay, but there's several types. There's one that's like limestone based, that would be pyramid blocks. There's another type that is like a ceramic, like a bioceramic, that was used to make these things. And I'm sure there were many more that they used historically, but he found a few of them that he has replicated, and to my mind, replicated what the Egyptians were actually
out of granite, like red granite and rose granite, and these things.
Well, they're not granite to start with. So
the original Egyptian stone vases, that like that.
When they re-agglomerate them together, you wouldn't know the difference. There's video. I can even send you the video. He's doing a symposium in July. And we're going over to it to actually make these with him. He said, sit there in the lab and mix it up together, and you form it yourself, and you can make these things with it. And it's just one step further from that to pottery.
Right. But what I was saying is like the ones that they found underneath the step pyramid, those were step pyramid. Those were made of granite.
Yeah, but there's no reason to think that the granite was mined out of granite and carved.
Right.
It could have been made out of an agglomeration of things that replicate granite that you wouldn't know the difference.
So you think they could have recreated some sort of faux granite or fake granite and molded it?
Yeah, I don't even think it. He's proven it. He's got. It's like, I don't know why this isn't more accepted and known about, because he's got like a textbook about it, showing you how to do it yourself.
Wow.
It's
what's this guy's name?
Dr. Joseph Davidovich in France.
Joseph Davidovich.
If you want to come over to the symposium in July, just meet us over there. We'll head up together.
Wow, that's fascinating.
But he actually did a video. It's an old video. It's got to be from the 90s now.
Well, what do you make of like some of those giant structures in Egypt? Have you been to Egypt?
Yeah.
What do you make of those giant scoop marks they have out from like that big pregnant stone, or the pregnant woman, or whatever it is?
Yeah, you see scoop marks.
And then also in the Serapeum, I think there's scoop marks out of the granite boxes.
Yeah, so you'll see that all over the world. You'll see handprints, you'll see all kinds of footprints, things in solid stone. You'll see that in South America. And he's done work cross-culturally to find out what the acidic... There's agents that dissolve, acids that dissolve.
Right.
And then you can re-agglomerate these things. They found in South America, it was like they're using guano. There's a trade route to go to the coast and get guano and take it up to the highlands and create these Inca structures.
Mm-hmm.
It's using the correct acids, you can let it dissolve away.
Right.
There were stories that they found a bird, the keto bird in South America, that would chip away and take this take a leaf and go up and rub it on the rocks, chip away at the rock, and create a burrows, and that's how they wanted to do it.
Yeah.
But then they took these same plants, and you found out that it creates certain types of acids that can dissolve the rock and make it soft.
Wow.
So turn it into a type of clay.
It's getting hotter than it should.
Yeah.
So that's the direction I think it's going in.
Yeah.
There's a lot more work to be done in it. But
I think that one makes the most sense. I think they were highly advanced in chemical technologies,
Yes.
making chemicals, and I think some of those pyramids. I think it's highly possible that all of the pyramids, or if not, most of the pyramids, I would say, were involved in chemical production.
yes. Oh, I've seen Jeff. Like I know
Yeah.
Jeff from Land of
Oh
Cats.
yeah, Land of Fame, Jeffrey Drum. He is fantastic. He's one of my. That is one of my. I think if I had a gun to my head and I said pick a theory, I would think it would be his.
Yeah. Shout out to Jeff. Jeff and his wife, really lovely people.
Yeah.
He's coming at it from the right direction, trying to find like the technology behind it, the science behind it. I tend to agree with you. I'm not sure. I have my pet theory that the pyramids were illumination chambers, from this historical tradition. But I agree with a lot of what he says. He's come out, and I think he's living there right now. Isn't he?
Yeah.
So he knows a hell of a lot more about it.
Yeah.
Boots on the ground than I do.
Right. So you did a comprehensive deep dive on this latest thing going on with these shafts that were found in the pyramids by the radar, the space. What is it called? SAR?
SAR, yes.
Yeah.
It's some kind of
Aperture radar or something.
Aperture radar tomography or something that the actual technical specifications doesn't go deep enough that it would even be able to pick these up.
So is this all some sort of advertising scheme?
So the guy that did it, his name starts with a name. You'll have to forgive me. I forget his exact name.
Okay.
But he's an Italian guy. He's with a group of other academics in Italy. You can go check out the video that I put out about it that translates their press conference.
So did you get AI to translate the Italian?
Yeah, I know a little Italian to read it, to translate it. So I went through and I did that, and then I touched up it.
Okay.
And I tried to get to it as quickly as possible because they just released it the night before.
Oh wow.
So I did that, and his reputation in Italy isn't the best. He's known as like this the shyster in Italy, essentially selling a lot of nonsense. Yeah. And we have Italian people jumping in the comments saying, "You don't know the history of this guy. He's been doing this for years. He's been selling all this." So I don't know.
What's his name?
If you go to my YouTube page, actually, it's right there at the top of the stuff.
Okay,
cool. Right up on it.
Okay, yeah, I'll find it.
There you go. Corrado Melange.
There you go. What's something up on this guy?
Yeah, he's into all kinds of things, including alien abduction and all this. And I don't know the guy. I'm Italian. I don't know his material as much.
Right.
But I've been warned against him about his stuff. But without that, just looking at the evidence, it's not compelling to me, not in the least. They did the scans. They published the scans. They're publishing more of them. But what they're seeing in the scans, and I go into it in my TikTok video about it, that like we know that the King's Chamber exists in the Great Pyramid.
Right.
They did scans on the Great Pyramid, and those scans don't even show the King's Chamber. So like they overlay it, and you can't even see the King's Chamber in their scan. Yeah, you can check it out on the actually
The same exact technology.
same technology. It was 2022 they published it.
Now, didn't they scan some sort of underground bunker and it was able to detect it, or some laboratory, an underground laboratory maybe?
I'm not sure about that yet.
Okay.
So that might be floating out there right now, but I don't know about that.
Okay.
I do know that this type of technology, unless it's loose soil, it can only get a few meters, but certainly not, hundreds and hundreds of feet under the earth. The bedrock is a plateau to see these spiral chambers and shafts. And I'd love that to be true because I've been to spiral shafts that exist that are like that. Well, at St. Patrick in Italy, the initiation chambers at the Regolera in central Portugal are shaped like that. It'd be cool if there was, that's a temple facility there in Portugal. It'd be cool if there was a crossover between the two, but I don't think there is. I think they put this through an AI to make a video rendering of what might be there, and it's not at all accurate.
And wasn't it related to some YouTube channel or something that put it out?
Yeah, actually, I don't know if you could put my TikTok and my Instagram on that, and I show her. I think it's Expedition with Nicole Chicolo.
Okay.
So you could pull that right.
And then so she was in charge of doing like the press release for it, or
yeah,
what?
And it's totally like a woo-woo, site. You could, actually, if you look up Expedition with Nicole Chicolo, Ciccolo.
Okay. Yeah, find Nicole Chicolo on YouTube, Steve. So she's like a YouTuber who just does research on ancient civilizations and talks about ancient civilizations. Talks about Egypt.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it. You'll see. I wouldn't call it research. I would call it trying to sell new agey.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's not a researcher. She's
Oh,
not,
no.
pull up her official.
Go to
channel.
her YouTube channel, Steve.
And there she is.
Oh.
The pyramids.
So Expedition with Nicole Chicolo. Click on her bio. It's in a different
Italian. Yeah,
language.
if you scroll down, it's a grab bag of everything you can imagine.
This is what people say when they scroll through our YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, mine too. Yeah, I shouldn't be throwing stones here. There's the guy on the right with the sunglasses. That's the doctor that brought this up.
Oh, okay.
And
let's check him out, Steve.
I've read a few of his.
It's not going to be in English. Never mind.
Yeah, I've read a few of his papers that were in Italian. Occulty esoteric things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily disagree with him. He tends to agree with me about the pyramids being initiation chambers, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But the scans, they just don't add up for me. They're not showing what I think they're claiming they're showing. So they might have done scans, but questionable veracity.
So they're just the ones that analyze the scans, or were they the ones in charge of doing the scans?
Yeah, there was a group of them. There was him. I think he led the charge to do the scans, and then he's got an archaeologist and an Egyptologist along with him in that press conference that are trying to, one's the technologist behind the scans, and the other one is the Egyptologist to see what that might actually be. He's claiming it's the halls of the Menti, which is like the halls of the afterlife, the Elysian fields, where you would, where your consciousness would go after you die. And that was always considered mythological. They're saying that the halls of the Menti are now underneath the pyramids, and these big shafts go down to it. Anyway,
there you go.
No comment.
Yeah. That's Billy. What do you think? It's good old Billy.
Is it Carson or Carlson?
It's Carson.
Is it Carson?
Carson.
You sure about that? You might want to check
Tucker Carlson, Billy Carson. No, don't get me confused.
Karlson. There seems to be some controversy about Billy. Funny story about Billy. When Billy was talking, I forget if it was you that I stitched. Billy claimed it was either you or it was Joe Rogan. He was claiming that the Moai on Easter Island burnt down.
Yes.
And then I did a video standing in front of the Moai because we went there last year, and I was like, "That's not real. They're right here."
Really?
Yeah. We were there.
Yeah, he was explaining to me how I think multiple people said that to me, how there was a fire there and they shut it down.
Yeah, there was a brush fire. There's cattle ranching about a mile away. There was a rancher. It got blown. The brush fire. It's only like low grass. It's like maybe 12-inch grass.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how do you burn stone statues?
But he was saying that like fuel was taken in tankers and they burnt the place down. It was exactly and it didn't. It went up to the area where they were mining them out of the Oakland crater, and it got a couple of them. They actually found one that they didn't know was there because the brush got burnt away. So they found one, but all it did was singe a couple of them. But there's hundreds of them.
Oh wow!
They didn't burn down. Sorry.
Yeah, when it comes to the Egypt, those new shafts that they think that are down there. I mean, I wonder how hard would it be just to dig under that pyramid? It was under the middle pyramid, right?
Yeah, it was the center one.
It wasn't Cheops.
No, that wasn't the Great Pyramid. It was the center pyramid.
Right.
It would probably be really hard to.
I guess they were all on. It was Flint, and then this guy Jimmy Corsetti, and this other guy Dan Richards, and a bunch of guys were all on Piers Morgan debating this. And Flint was like, "You can't dig. It's sacred. Do not dig under the Giza Plateau."
They dig all the time.
I know, right? They've been freaking blowing it up with dynamite since the 50s.
Yeah. Oh, earlier than that. The entryway to the Great Pyramid right now was blown out by somebody way back.
And they're saying this goes like a mile and a half deep.
Something stupid like that, hundreds and hundreds of feet. And then there's big stone coffers, stone chambers underneath those spirals. And if you look at if you actually look at the scans, it doesn't show any of that.
No.
And you can look at the scans of the Great Pyramid, and the Great Pyramid scans don't even show the King's Chamber.
The SAR scans?
Yeah. They put out a paper. They published one paper in 2022. I don't know if they published this study completely yet, but what they showed in the press conference wasn't convincing.
And you translated the whole press conference, posted on your YouTube channel so people can watch it.
Yeah, go judge the evidence for yourself.
And what did they have like an ultimate conclusion at the press conference of what they believe it is or what their next steps are going to be?
They think that it's the halls of Amenti, and
they believe
that. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they believe it's that, and they need to push forward with it and get funding and all of this. I'm sure there's more. There was a 2-day thing. The second day, I'm not sure if it's been released yet, but the first day, their upfront conclusions, their get to the point conclusions was Yeah, the halls of Amenti.
Oh, wow.
Which is horseshit. It's like Plato's Atlantis again. We get right back to it. And I'd love it to be true. That'd be amazing. That'd be.
Steve, find the SAR scans of the Great Pyramid.
Yeah, you could type in his name, Malanja, and you can find his published research on and I'm not sure what repository it's on, MDPI or something.
Yeah, so I guess that would be the top one, Steve.
MDPI, right in the center. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Blow that thing up.
Well, you can click on it and get the whole published.
So I don't see. So yeah, it's very, very vague.
It's extremely vague. Yeah. And they're claiming that there's an entire series of structures in there that just got nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve, if you click on the link, go to visit, and actually pull up the paper, you can get the. There should be an option there to pull up the whole, download it right there. Download PDF up and And that's what they actually have. That's the actual data.
No one reads this stuff, man.
Of course not.
We just like the headlines.
You gotta be a nerd like me.
Oh wow. How crazy is that? How crazy are those granite freaking blocks in the King's Chamber?
They're awesome. Yeah, and it's the pyramids do something very interesting when you measure the magnetic fields inside. They basically nullify the Earth's geomagnetic field while you're in there, and it links in with a lot of my other research and videos I put out about shows around mirrors and the work of Dr. Michael Persinger of how it can affect consciousness. So that tends to be my pet theory based on what I've been there and measured what they actually do. When I go on expedition, I bring a magnetometer, infrasound devices, various things to actually measure the energy in the place, but in a scientific fashion to see if it would have any biological impact on the mind, on brain function, as we know that magnetic fields do, like our mind-to-mind system. There you go. That pulses a magnetic field around the head and can alter consciousness, like the God helmet. If you've ever heard of the God helmet, Persinger's God helmet.
Where's the God helmet?
Okay, so this is a good one. Dr. Michael Persinger, pull out his research.
Yeah.
Here's his research. Persinger was a black ops scientist for the longest time. He was working with the Navy, figuring out consciousness, the patterns within the brain that cause things like senses of spirituality, sense of presence, senses of meaning, various things. And he mapped areas of the brain, like the temporal lobes, the hippocampus, that correlate. And if you read some of the titles to those studies, he found things like entanglement. So he was the first person to, I don't know if you ever heard about this, to take a person in Canada and take a person in Spain, and he put these headsets on them, and he flashed the light in the eyes of the person in Canada and picked it up on a brain scan of the person in Spain, proving that they could be entangled.
What year was this? Did you do
Just it's right in there.
Really?
I actually have the studies. I came prepared. Here you go.
Wow.
But those studies came with a lot of other findings. The God helmet was something he created. I think it was all the way back in the 80s, and certainly the 90s, if they were talking about it publicly.
If you're constantly
that could replicate out-of-body experiences, sense presences, like you're sitting there in a room with dark.
This says 2015.
2015. Yeah, well, he's been doing it for he's since passed, unfortunately, but he was doing it for decades. And there's another one in there as well, where it's they were sharing the experiences of people playing a video game, and somebody who was an expert at the video game was giving the other person their ability with the video game through entanglement.
Consciously or unconsciously?
Unconsciously. He put this around. This is the actual device that he was using.
This is the God helmet?
This is a small version of it, pared down version. Steve, there's the God helmet. Motorcycle helmet with a magnetic
I
cylinder.
have seen this.
Yeah, and he was making people have all kinds of wondrous spiritual experiences, replicating the brain patterns when they're under those experiences. And this is a very small, pared down version of it. You put the halo around your head, turn it on, and it's the same equipment that they were using for the entanglement experiments.
So what specifically does that, when you have two people hooked up to that thing, what specifically is happening?
Persinger's theory was, you can consider it whatever you want to call it, the morphogenetic field, the Akashic record, whatever. We have names for all this field that we live within, the conscious field. Consciousness being external to the body. And but we tap into it. Our minds are, the nervous system is a transceiver. It's a transmitter and a receiver. Part of the receiving portion of that is we're immersed in this field, and we share our experiences, and we can go out and remote view and tap something we have never had physical contact with. We can also do the same for things people have touched. He had somebody he was studying that was able to do that with a picture of somebody. You can also go out and communicate with somebody's experiences and brain and memories, and that's what he was proving in these experiments. And this was all, it's like he had a coming to Jesus moment later in his.
So this is amplifying the antenna of the human, sort of?
It's blocking the area, blocking the signals within the brain that keep you unaware of it. Because we always have it. We're always immersed in this. But we have something called a binding frequency in the brain. And if you block that correctly with the magnetic field over the right hemisphere, it can open up all kinds of interesting things.
Wow. How did he find this?
He was working for the government for the longest time, and I was about to get to that. And he was kind of coming to Jesus moment later in his career, and then released it. He just went, here it is, guys. This is what we found. This is what it all is. This is how you build the equipment. You can go out. He did a talk that I actually put on the YouTube called No More Secrets. What would the world be like if you could remote view, know what the other person was thinking, if there was no way to keep secrets from one another? What would that civilization look like?
That would not be, that would be ugly.
It would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it'd be fucking ugly.
Yes.
I know people like Joe Rogan talk about it all the time, and he thinks it's like a really good thing. Like he always speculates, what would it be like if he could reach his minds? He seems to think there'd be no deception, there'd be no lies. But like
the people funding that research don't agree with it. They want to cybernetically link minds together as a form of control to make peace. The way you ultimately get peace in a civilization is to have a cybernetic linkage of all the minds that negates their ability to have minds.
That's fucking terrifying.
Okay, we can talk about that. What was the Changing Images of Man? That was the Stanford Research Institute think tank paper published by Ghislaine Maxwell's father that talks all about it.
What?
Yeah, have fun with that.
Do with that what you will.
Welcome to Museum Material, kids. This is what I do. No, that was published back when they were doing the remote viewing experiments.
By Robert Maxwell.
Yeah, his publisher, the Pergamon Press.
Publisher, Robert Maxwell, MC.
Yeah, he personally funded that one. Stanford Research Institute was doing all the remote viewing experiments with Neil Swan, Pat Price, all these guys. And it talks about that as how to take that and weave it in with a new agey belief system that could ultimately replace all the old belief systems and be used as a tool of control for the new world where everybody's cybernetically linked. They had Joseph Campbell, the mythologist, trying to figure out how to create new mythologies for the world. And that was the blueprint of how to create the new world, the new civilization. That's kind of links back to what you asked me about Graham Hancock, why I kind of fell off of Graham Hancock. I saw a lot of these people that I grew up with in their research weaving in far too closely with that kind of research and realizing, oh shit, that's part of the agenda.
That's the agenda.
Seems it. Giving us a far-flung history we can never possibly completely understand, and it's all going to be mysterious. Everything's meant to be mysterious forever. You're never meant to get any answers to anything. And it's all part of the control mechanism. It goes way back.
What a mind fuck,
yeah.
Holy shit.
So you wonder why in my videos I have different opinions about this. I might look at something and you might look at something and come to radically different opinions.
Yeah.
It's based on context like that I might have seen something that it goes, well, the funding came from the same place that funded that, and Graham Hancock might have gotten money from here, or some researcher might have gotten money from the same place, and I go, is that connected? Wow. So I tend to be a little more cynical about things because of that.
Well, I mean, just looking at where we've ended up today, and like the state of the internet and the state of reality, really, because like even reality itself is so fucking slippery now. Like nobody knows what is real.
I agree with you.
You go on X now, like people, everybody has their own flavor of the JFK assassination and what they believe is real, and you're a shill if you don't believe that. And it's like, then you have the people who are like, if the government tells me it's raining outside, I would have to go out front and check to make sure they're telling me the truth. And oh my God, and with all like the political attacks from every single side, and there's who knows how deep that fucking thing goes with all the different elements of people involved with purposely manipulating information online and just throwing out tons of stuff and saying, good luck picking out the truth. And then like, even going back to what you were saying about this theory on tying together people's minds so we can read people's thoughts, and there will be no deception, people will be able to communicate pure intention. Like, if you look at a writer, or if you read anything that somebody writes, people aren't just writing down their thoughts and ideas perfectly coherently the first time, right? There's an editing process that goes through writing, and it's slow. When you have thoughts in your head, it's a chaotic clusterfuck of ideas bouncing back and forth, right? And walking down the street, seeing something and having a thought bubble up into your consciousness isn't necessarily something you'd want to communicate to somebody, right? And there's also, like, it's not always the best to just tell people what pops into your mind at any given time. That could cause a lot of problems, some of which we've already seen with the development of social media, to where it is. People can just automatically tweet out what's popping in their mind. At least there's a barrier, right, of their fingers and like typing it in, reading it before you press send, or somewhat of a barrier. But if you completely remove the barrier of this chaos that's happening in here and teleporting it right to your mind, that can't be good. I can't imagine.
We've seen a massive change in society just since we lowered the barriers to being able to put whatever the hell you want out on the internet.
Yes. And look where that's gotten us.
It's ridiculous.
So we even remove that barrier anymore. Yeah. And you're just going to amplify what's happening right now in society, I think, by like a million.
I totally agree with you. Have you watched the newest season of X-Files with Dr. They?
No.
Dr. They, yeah, this team might be able to pull this up. He's a character, a bit part character they brought on that was meant to represent that. He's the mysterious They. When he talks to Fox Mulder, he's like, "What's real? Nobody knows anymore. Doesn't matter. You're going to believe what you want. I'm going to believe what I want, and it's all mixed up where I should put the truth in front of you and you wouldn't even recognize it." There he is. Yeah, it's a great episode. It's funny. He's got this bit part where he talks to Mulder about it, and he's like, "It doesn't matter if you know the truth anymore, if we release it or if it gets leaked, because there's so much garbage out there, you wouldn't recognize it anyway."
Right.
And it's and taking people's mental barrier down to be able to. We've linked up with the mind-to-mind system with some groups that were like, you don't want to be linked up with some people that are in certain mental states.
What do you mean?
Yeah, they feel schizophrenic. We've done the Shambhala Initiative sessions. I don't know if you read about that in the write-up we sent you over. It's
I think I read about it, but I'm not familiar with exactly what it was.
About 2 years ago, we started the world's largest open source psychic experiment. Using the equipment, we taught everybody how to build these for free. We put out instructionals on how to build these for free. We offer a kit, and we also offer the pre-made device. We did the Shambhala Initiative sessions every week. We did live where we allowed people to link up and do psychic testing among one another and among us, sending something out to see if we pick up on it. And the results could be very sporadic. Generally, they were wonderful. We had a really interesting result with people. Hundreds of people all at once within the month beforehand saw Trump getting shot at. So they came with like exact details of what was going to happen right here. Where it was very obvious that people were sharing the same thought somehow. They were getting it from somewhere. And we did multiple iterations of this testing. But we've done testing on small scales with people at like New Age fairs. And you're like, the person sitting across from you very obviously is kind of out there. And linking up with people like that can be like quite a headshot. It feels schizophrenic. Yeah, it really does. So to that point, generally it's great. It's wonderful, and it opens things up. We have people that are using this. They know what their kids are doing at home. They call them up and be like, "Stop doing that." And the kids will be like, "How did you know I was even doing this, Dad?" We get feedback from people all the time that like it opened up precognition, clairvoyance, telepathy, and like just an overall sense of things like aphantasia. Somebody who can't see visualizations in their head. They don't see like pictures. Like, I don't know if you do. Like I see like a full rundown like Tesla. Like if you turn things in 360 in your head. Some people can't see them at all.
Is that called like a photographic memory?
Not even photographic memory as much as being able to model like a hallucination in your head of a device or some of the camera or something like that. And some people can't do that.
Interesting.
And using certain equipment, being this, we've had people report that they were able to finally visualize and see things in their head, and they didn't know what was going on. We thought that was really interesting. It's almost like it's a rehabilitative effect. Can't make that claim, but we was able to heard of that, and it seems like a very interesting thing that if somebody's opening up parts of their mental ability and consciousness, what else opens up with it?
Yeah, well,
You become a fully formed human, real boy.
wow.
Stop being an NPC. You can actually, start to see the world for what it is.
Yeah, I wonder how much of like just modern technology and society that we live around right now is suppressing that sort of stuff. You know, like,
Even the frequencies coming in. Have you seen a video on Lily Wave? I did a video. It was on John Lilly. Now, people who are in the entheogens will know all about John Lilly.
Oh yeah, I know about John.
He was doing ketamine and
he was doing NASA-funded research on dolphins with LSD.
NASA and naval intelligence, and he was apparently fucked one at one point. That was bad. But the guy that was giving him the ketamine was Louis Jolly in West Virginia.
Oh yeah.
And he was getting it from Jolly, and he came up with, get away from his seedy background, he came up with a wave that if you post it over a 60 hertz electrical wiring within the house, it could control the human mind. It could basically shut you down and turn you into a walking zombie where you don't have full control of your faculties. And they found the Lily wave. Pat Flanagan actually analyzed what was coming through his wall, and when Lily was coming to visit him, and said, "This is coming from my wall. What is that?" And Lily's like, "Oh, he found my wave." I did a whole video on this.
Really? I didn't know
It was
Jolly West knew about electromagnetics and stuff like this.
Okay, we could get into Jolly and West. Jolly, he was involved. He was part of the oversight committee for the Stanford Research remote viewing experiments.
Mm-hmm.
He was doing that with overseeing Dr. Christopher Kit Green. There you go.
Oh,
some interesting things.
Really? He was working with Kit Green?
He was his mentor, apparently.
What?
That's what I heard. And Kit Green went to bat for him in a couple of statements where people were asking why Jolly did what he was doing. And yeah, Kit Green was involved with that. He was the one that was doing those brain scans on people who were getting directed energy weapons, allegedly shot at them on Skinwalker Ranch. The guy that leaked that to me was one of the guards on Skinwalker Ranch, Chris Bartell.
Oh, really?
He
gave you this book?
Leaked it to me, and I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I never came public with that because I didn't know if it was disinformation they were trying to get me to public because I had come out with too much before that.
Sure.
They put me under surveillance. That came along with a PDF that had a virus on it, so I can only imagine they're trying to get access. Oh, yeah, they're trying to get access to my computer. Yeah. So it's like, it's disinformation.
They put you under surveillance?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we went out to Mount Wilson Ranch, where Bustamante went out to.
Yeah.
And we went out with Carl Crusher, went out to Mount Wilson Ranch. They tried to get me to kind of go along with their being let off in the left field with their stories. And
who brought you out there?
So I got the invite. So I released videos about the guys that were getting brain damage at Skinwalker Ranch. Bartell was one of them, but you had the guy Tom Winterton that was on the Search for Skinwalker Ranch show. With the big goose egg on his head. I did a video on that, and it triggered the shit out of the people at Skinwalker Ranch. To this day, I re-released the video a couple months ago, and Brandon Fugel tried to do a big damage control comment in the comments on that video because I released something he didn't have released. Okay. So then they wove in with the content creator from YouTube to contact me and say, "Hey, I'd love to do something with you. Come out, we can go to the Mount Wilson Ranch. I'm working with these guys." And I didn't realize at the time that he was intimately working with Brandon Fugel at the time he was Skinwalker Ranch, talking to him all the time. And I'm like, okay, I didn't know the guy's history. This is Carl Crusher. Don't want to get into that relationship or anything, but we had to shut that down after some seedy stuff. But they had me go out to the ranch, and there was not a goddamn thing on the ranch. I did a lot of research into what was going on there with, there's a company that put the instrumentation in at Skinwalker Ranch, Dr. Richard Dickout and Dr. Tim Rinn, who were putting equipment on Skinwalker Ranch and Mount Wilson Ranch. Not equipment to monitor high strangeness, equipment to fuck with the human mind, non-lethal weapons, psychotronic weaponry. And it looked more and more to me like they had been experimenting on the staff at these ranches. And one of them was Chris Bartell. Well, I'm out there, and this pops up there. I woke up, we were all staying in the same in Carl's house. I went outside, and they're looking at this on the computer, and it's like, what is this? And they're like, oh yeah, we'll send you a copy of it, whatever. And they sent me a copy and had a virus on it. And I go looking through it, it looks like it's 50-50 mixed, neuroscience that would hook me in with UFO shit that there is no way to validate whether or not that's real. But a lot of the stuff in that is like a mixture of names I could research and different things that could hook me in, and then the rest was I couldn't validate it, so I wouldn't release that. But I think they were hoping I would go along with it and push that out to the public and push that as like an MJ12 paper disinformation piece.
Oh wow!
And so I was getting played, realized it, and cut out of that. Met with the guys from History Channel, an expedition to that ranch, and it was like this is not real. They're pushing nonsense here.
So what did you mean when you said they put you under surveillance?
Literally, they were watching all my social media, texting me constantly. Tried to put they had my phone numbers. I would get random texts and such when I put a video up saying like hi and things like that, and it was coming from a Utah number. Like, okay.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's just games. It's little games.
Interesting.
It's going to take a lot more than that to shut the fuck up.
Yeah. The Skinwalker Ranch thing is super interesting. They talked about that a little bit on the Mirage Man documentary.
Yeah, I watched that coming down on the flight.
Did
I
you?
rewatched it for you. I saw it years ago.
We talked about it on the phone when we first spoke. But in that documentary, they claimed that they were basically there was some sort of operation where they were doing subterranean nuclear blasts, trying to like frack for oil.
Yeah, Plowshare and gas buggies.
Right, gas buggies. I remember that one. And I guess they were trying to test for nuclear contamination in like the vegetation and the livestock. So they were trying to cut out specific glands of the cows. And people thought it was super freaky. It must be aliens. Plus, they were doing test flights right over the same area, and they were seeing these crazy UFOs they'd never seen before, which was just like the CIA or the Navy doing like secret tests. So they thought, oh, crazy shit in the sky we've never seen. Mutilated cows must be aliens.
Yeah, that's
so it was like the perfect right place, right time psyop.
Yeah, I did a video about this cattle mutilations with showing the book by Tom Keller. He was the guy that was the second in charge of Skinwalker Ranch. I don't know if when they were doing NIDS.
Oh, okay.
So Tom Keller was like the biologist that was working with Bigelow. And he did a book on, it's called Brain Trust, I believe, about mad cow disease. And he's got, most of it's about mad cow disease and CJD. And then there's a part in it about cattle mutilations. It's magically in that book. You just pull that up, Steve, too. It's called Brain Trust by Tom Keller. And where he kind of drops the bomb about, like, are these cattle mutilation aliens, or is just people going out doing clandestine testing to find out if these have aliens? You know, if you eat from that population, is it spreading throughout the natural population? When I went out with those guys, Chris Bartell actually told me about the nuclear testing, and I remember him telling me about the cow that has a window on the side. They put a plastic window on the side so you can see its organs. In one of the museums, yeah, they had a cow that like they were testing on, but it was like a public thing where you can go and just check out the cow, see that the cow was doing fine, and it hadn't been influenced by radiation, but it really had. And it was just part of a propaganda for that. But there's an aspect of that. I don't believe in the cattle mutilations the way I used to. I used to be terribly fascinated by it. The more I look at it, the more it looks like a black ops program.
Yeah.
Special forces guys pulling out the assholes of bovines in the middle of the desert. And you're like, what a weird job to have. But it looks like they're testing for something, radiation or ions or whatever.
Okay, let's go back to let's go back to Kit Green and Jolly West. So Jolly West was Kit Green's mentor, you're saying?
So yeah, so apparently they're both like the life sciences guy within the CIA. So Christopher Kit Green is like, in my opinion, in my mind, he links in with all of this shit.
Doesn't Jacques Vallée talk about him a lot?
He does, in Forbidden Science. He links in with UFOs, with psychic research, and everything you can imagine, up to and including like possible manufacturing of these things with GM. Okay, this
General Motors?
General Motors. This goes weird. The story goes weird. So Kit Green of Michigan, has done a lot of research on this guy. He was working at the CIA, working with Stanford Research during the continuation of the MK Ultra experiments. That was this Stanford research from the viewing experiments. Jolly and West was part of the oversight committee for that with SAIC, and they were working together on that. Then somehow or another, it spins off into UFOs, and Kit Green getting involved with UFO groups that Bigelow was starting up, different things like that. They had the UFO working group, the Onion group, the Secret Onion group. Jacques Vallée calls it. John Alexander, Colonel John Alexander was involved with that. All these guys were involved with that group. And it kind of spins into creating the entire mythology around UFOs to cover up for other things. Somehow or another, Kit Green retires from the CIA, goes off and works for General Motors Asia Division. Doing what? We don't know, but he's still involved with the UFO world. Coming back and then doing interference syndrome. You can also have the paper there. Brain scans of people who have been impacted by Havana syndrome. Microwave weaponry, directed energy weaponry. That's what this is showing. It's showing brain damage that happens when people come into contact with the technologies that might be flying these, quote, UFOs around.
Right.
Not alien technology, human technology that they just didn't do full testing on. He's establishing the ICD-10 code so that they could do medical billing on veterans that have been damaged by this stuff. Establishing what the actual criteria for, this is an actual injury that comes from directed energy. And doing the brain scans on it. And
This is what Kit Green's doing.
Kit Green and Gary Nolan.
And Gary Nolan.
He's side by side. Apparently, this was like a joint thing that they did.
Wow. Yeah, so Gary was tied to this whole thing about the basal ganglia being dense with neurons, means you can see ghosts.
Cottage tummy.
Cottage tummy.
Yeah, they talk all about it in the paper.
Oh, okay.
And that goes back to...
And this is hereditary?
It is, yeah, it's genetic, but it can atrophy under certain conditions, what they show in the paper. And the original doctor that found that supposedly was Dr. Shafika Karagova, who was... she was working with the MK Ultra group up at McGill University in Canada, and she's George Norrie's aunt. George Norrie from Coast to Coast AM.
Wow.
And his aunt, Shafika Karagova, Dr. Shafika Karagova, was a neuroscientist, and she apparently found that initial link between psychic ability and Hadi being hyper-enervated. And she did that with a woman named Viola Petit-Meal. And if you like, we're going to republish their books.
Really? What? How does the caudate putamen atrophy?
You can actually see in there. If you switch it, it'll show you densities and sizes. It's like a blue.
Oh, here we go. What are the caudate and putamen?
Yes, it talks about it, gives a rundown, and it shows atrophied ones from being impacted by an energy weapon, impacted by microwaves, the Frey effect. Yeah.
So it's like right in the center of the brain.
Yeah, it's our antenna. Some of us have better antennas than others, and some have, the transceiver aspects of the brain, the transmitter and receiver.
This is the stuff Diana Kosolka talks about.
It is, yeah. Limited. She doesn't exactly get into all of it.
Right, yeah. She's very mysterious about some of it.
Yeah, I believe she's part of that group.
Which group?
The group
that's doing the studies?
That presented these papers. Yeah, it's all one group with Tim Taylor and the guys from NSA, NRO. And, actually, you want to talk about like Chris Bledsoe and all those guys. Here's his NRO mission patch from the satellite launch.
This is hit. How did you get this?
eBay. Crazy enough, there's a dude selling NRO mission patches on eBay. And as soon as Bledsoe's talked about it,
so he just recreates them. That's cool.
Oh no, I think that's an original.
You think it's an original?
That's what he built it as. I don't know. It didn't have a certificate of authenticity or anything.
Right.
But there's indication that this technology.
So this is the lady that he sees.
Supposedly, yeah, and it's NROL 35 National Reconnaissance Office launched 35 out of Vandenberg was the trumpet system, and that's
7 trumpets of doomsday.
7 trumpet apocalypse.
The apocalypse.
Yeah, supposedly. And it was the Jeroboam system. And one wonders the energy weapons that they're measuring the effects from are linked in with this. The NRO.
They were launching satellites. There were 7 satellites. Is that correct?
There's 7 in this trumpet system.
In that trumpet system.
And overall, the system's called Jeroboam.
Jeroboam.
And I'm probably going to.
Oh, that's some Greek shit.
Biblical. Yeah, so Jeroboam was.
Can you search that, Steve? Jeroboam.
Jeroboam. Yeah, I'm gonna get a
what year
for this. Like somebody's gonna be like, "You're."
What year were those satellites launched?
Over the course of quite a few years. You can pull them up, actually. You can look up the NRL launches on YouTube or on Wikipedia.
Oh, it's Hebrew.
Yep.
And Greek. Wait, what? Romanized.
He was
cited Jeroboam, son of Nebat, was, according to the Hebrew Bible, the first king of northern kingdom of Israel.
He supposedly took the kingdom away from Solomon and Solomon's sons and led them into idol worship, worshiping cows.
Oh,
so the golden calves and the idol worship that the Israelites fell for.
Yeah.
Or fell away from the grace of God or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
That was Jeroboam's doing. You got Bledsoe up here talking about like the lady and Hathor and the cow, and you're like, oh, okay. And he's showing them the Jeroboam satellite patch, and we're hit the fuck out of here.
You think it's all? What do you think's going on there? What do you think? Do you think he actually believes the stories?
Bledsoe?
Yeah.
I think he does.
What? I mean, like, I don't know what to make of the crazy stories about like the lady. You can't verify that stuff. But with Bledsoe, the one thing you can't discredit is those orbs that follow him.
Yeah, have you seen the videos where we summon them using Mind to Mind?
No.
Yeah, we have 30 of them at once.
Really?
Yeah, it's on Instagram. Check it out. Everybody go follow our Instagram and check it out.
Hell yeah. Let's pull that up, Steve.
Anybody can do this. You're not special.
Credit cards, car loans, and even medical bills.
Like this is something anybody can do at the end.
Anybody can summon these orbs.
Anybody can do this.
What?
Like, check it out.
Oh my God.
We had a group go out. We had 5 people linked together with these, and they were focusing on make lights in the sky up here. There it is.
You did it.
I got a blue check.
All right. How do we find these
okay,
orbs?
go to Reels. Scroll on down. We got orbs. Scroll up a little bit.
Up.
Mystery lights, not as big a deal as you think.
Mystery lights, not as big a deal as you think. Bottom right, Steve. Down. There you go.
There are many people out there posting videos of things they see in the sky that are misidentified satellites, planes, and other normal things. But this is what it looks like when something truly anomalous is going on. If you watched my previous video, you know that a few years ago we did an event here in Tennessee where we had friends out to an astronomy site. And over the course of the event, we had well over 30 mysterious lights. Call them UFOs, call them orbs, call them whatever you wish. And they showed up over the course of a guided meditation where we were using our mind-to-mind technology. And here it is. This is what it actually looked like. A cluster of lights just over the hills, low on the horizon. But they would twinkle and they'd move on. And as I said, there were between 30 and 40 of them. We were using our mind-to-mind technology. And this started about 6 minutes in, which would equate to the introductory period that the mind-to-mind actually runs for before it gets into the working program. So these things showed up around that time. They persisted for about a half an hour, and then they twinkled out and went away as people stopped doing the meditation. So it was happening while they were focused on making this happen. Very obviously, these are not planes or satellites, and we are thousands of miles away from any Asian country where they'd be sending up Chinese lanterns. I'm not going to sit here and try to oversell you on anything, or try to weave in some belief system, or tell you that a goddess came down and gave me a message about the fate of mankind, because we all know you're fucked anyway. Instead, I'm just going to give it to you plain. This is what it was. This is what it looked like. Anomalous things can and do happen, especially if you're using the correct techniques.
So have you ever got, like, he gets them to come really close, like, and they're always right in his backyard.
Sure. But
what do you think that is?
does he have videos of that?
Yeah, they're all over his Instagram every day.
Other close up?
Oh, yeah.
Anything tangible. Anything besides a light. Because you had Robert Duncan come on your show and show you that you can do femto lasers and create like holograms that hover. And he's involved with John Alexander, who developed that technology.
Who is?
Bledsoe.
Oh,
he's best buddies. He's wearing a CIA hat in a picture with John Alexander.
Hang on, go to Bledsoe's. I want to show you just what Bledsoe posts every day.
No, I need to temper this. I've spoken with Bledsoe's son, Chris Jr., and he seems to be confused about the whole thing. They seem like nice people. I don't have anything personal.
They are very nice people. Yeah, I had Chris and his daughter on here. And whatever's going on, it's real.
Like whatever these orbs are, just look at the latest one.
Well, is it real or is it aliens? Is it a thing?
Well, it's something.
It's something.
It's something. When I say real, I don't mean it's fucking angels, but it's something's there. It's not. He's not doing special effects.
Once again, well, you don't know that. You don't know if the guys around him, Tim Taylor and the NRO and SA and John Alexander, are doing it.
Like, do you think they're fucking really sitting in his backyard every night doing it? Like,
yeah, because he's a hell of a good mouthpiece. He is just disarming. He's a country boy that people generally like. And he is a very good mouthpiece for their agenda and their message. So I think from that standpoint, it's a possibility. And that's all I'm saying. It's a possibility. I like leaving room for things that could be real.
Definitely a possibility. It's definitely far. I think it's more possible that is true than being things from the Bible.
I know for a fact that they had tested these.
That one's pretty wild.
It is pretty wild, but it might be a femto laser. It might be like they did testing on Rendlesham Air Force Base. You heard about the Rendlesham story?
Yes.
Back in the 70s, I think it was, back in England.
Yeah.
They tested non-lethals to see what the securities, the security response would be to using non-lethals and psychotronics that they didn't realize existed. They were using these in free space, three-dimensional space, using drugs that were put out with a mist that they had to put them in a suggestible state to see these things, to see if they would freak the fuck out at a nuclear site using the non-lethal weapons. These have been in use for 30 years. And there's a video out from the military themselves talking about using these. You can pulse the air around them, and you can put out a voice from them. They can talk to you in midair. And they're using them for security in bases. I'm not kidding. Check out the military's laser that can talk to you. They show
Oh my god!
And who knows how advanced they are? Because this goes back to World War II. I'll tell you, everybody, this is a world exclusive for the Danny Jones podcast. Back in World War II, there was something called the Battle of the Beams. The Germans figured out that you didn't have to bomb a factory with sight. You can focus 2 radar beams over the Rolls-Royce factory, for example. And they could have a sounder where the bombers would fly and they'd listen to the sound, and once they got over sight, it would ping and they'd drop their bombs. They could do it sightless, they could do it in mist, and they could bomb these factories, and the British didn't know how they were doing it. You can Google this. It's a Wikipedia, the Battle of the Beams. What the Germans also found out that this sighting system, that when you converge them, it would excite the air, it would create a light, and that light would interfere with the electronics on an airplane. So fighter planes, bombers, whatever. Those were the Foo Fighters. The Germans were doing this at the end of the war, throwing whatever they could at the wall, like converging these things in the sky, interfere with the electronics of the bombers that were coming over into Germany. And then the British came out with a flying saucer research group in 1950. So Sir Henry Tizard got ahead of this by creating a flying saucer group, first one in the world, through British intelligence to cover this up. Because this was a viable technology. It goes back to the 1920s. They had little ones that you put into the field, and you can make Foo Fighters with. It wasn't a physical drone that would go up there, converging, just like Robert Duncan told you. They were converging, it wasn't lasers, it was radar. They could converge and create ionize the air, and create a Foo Fighter.
Like it's what did he call it? He called it Blue Beam, the Project Blue Beam, where they can.
Yeah, I don't think it's not even Blue Beam. Like I think that's a myth that was pushed out to cover this up. The real stuff. So if you start looking in the Project Blue Beam, you find out there's not a lot of depth there.
Really?
But this stuff absolutely existed. And it's been around since World War II.
Okay. I need you to search for what he said previously to this. He said, what did you call it? Military orbs that talk to you or something?
Yeah, look up. It should come up like that. I did a video on it. I couldn't play it. It was like 2 years ago. Military lasers that talk.
That talk. Oh my god. We just figured out the title of this podcast.
Military times.
Okay.
The military times.
But there's stuff that goes back a lot longer than this.
Okay. Beams, a flashing light, and shouting over a loudspeaker to keep people away from sensitive areas. A new technology is being developed that could allow troops to fire a laser that can form a plasma ball that talks to potential intruders.
Yeah, there's a video of it working.
Right there?
Yep, that's the one.
Oh my god. Awesome.
Sorry, now I'm all over the place with this, but there's a lot to cover here.
Pentagon scientists have finished testing on an early weapon that can make laser plasma balls talk. It's called the laser-induced plasma effect. It's made by the Joint Non-Lethal Weapons Directorate. So what they've done is basically created a laser that can shoot out to a certain distance, and they can pipe in sound waves through it, and actually make human voice sounds and commands. Now, where this becomes useful is around an area where you want to keep the perimeter secure. So essentially, you can shoot out this laser. You can then talk to the people on the edge of the perimeter rather than sending troops out there and tell them to get away, or you're going to shoot, or get away, or they're going to use other means to deter them. And that same laser can be used to actually target the individual and create heat through pinpricks, like microscopic pinpricks in their skin, even beneath clothing. It's extremely uncomfortable when people move out of the way almost immediately. At the same time, the exact same laser is also being used as kind of a never-ending flashbang grenade. It basically, with a power source, it can constantly create audible effects to deter and confuse and orient people, just like a flashbang grenade you would have in your kit, but would only be able to flash once, maybe twice, depending on the design. Now, it's still a few years away. They just finished testing to get the audio portion through the laser in a laboratory setting this year, but they expect to have a fuelable version within the next 5 years that troops can use to protect different areas or put on mobile platforms to disperse crowds or using a non-lethal way in theater.
Yeah, horseshit. They've had that for decades. It's very old technology.
Wow.
But it's cool, isn't it?
That's insane. When was it published? 5 years ago.
And the guy that was in charge of the non-lethal programs just happened to write the introduction to Chris Blincy's book, Dr. Colonel John Alexander. So he was...
That's the other crazy thing about it. That is like one of the craziest things about how all the CIA and NRO people are just... And he even mentions in his book this elusive NASA guy.
Tim Taylor. Yeah.
No, not him. The other guy.
The big guy?
The moon guy. The guy who mapped the moon for the Apollo.
Oh, yeah, the one that was his family friend.
Yeah. What was his name again, Steve? Hal Palvenmeyer. Palvenmeyer. Steve will never forget that name.
I don't know anything about
Yeah, you can't find anything about him. But this guy allegedly drove up there from NASA and told him that he was the one in charge of mapping the moon so they knew where to land the lunar landers for the Apollo mission.
Terrible. If a Fed shows up to your front door and you got kids, letting them in the house. You make it. I would never let any of these people around a family that I love.
Yeah, but if you don't know anything about this stuff, like, you're not paying attention to stuff. He's just some happy-go-lucky.
Because I would, John Alexander wouldn't get anywhere near my family. So
why not?
He's got them crazy eyes. He does.
Mm.
Yeah, I know he's out there watching. He's Dr. Death, really? I don't know. You got Chris Bledsoe here telling you about I can never hurt a fly. I can never whatever. The lady let me see this, and everything's connected. And then he's like lubing up John Alexander because they call him Dr. Death and he was a hitman. Talk about being schizo. Just my opinion.
Yeah. It's fishy, man. It's a lot of weird shit. A lot of weird shit in this thing, in this whole topic.
When you realize how long ago this started, there's aspects of this we didn't realize about how long the NRO and NSA have been involved with creating fake abductees and contactees. It goes back to Chuck Woolley talks about a woman named Valerie Ransone, who was the Tim Taylor before Tim Taylor. Valerie Ransone, she's out in Hawaii right now. You have a picture of her actually in that dossier. In the printouts that I've got for you there. You can get Valerie. And Valerie was going around with Dr. Here she is. She was going around with Dr. Andrea Puharish.
Puharish, yeah,
hypnotizing kids and making them think that they were alien abductees. She was part of that group, the space kids. Yeah, and it was an MK project. Puharish was an MK contract. We've got his book here. Actually, I brought these.
Yeah, I read all about Puharish in Annie Jacobson's book.
There you go. There's his book about what's actually going on. He had to come into Jesus moment and spill the beans, and the FBI tried to keep him from publishing that, so we republished it.
No way.
That's for you and Steve.
Holy shit, bro. Thank you.
That's about his research into Tesla technology that again.
Oh, look, it's all in typewriter.
Yeah, it's the draft. We got it from the woman that lived with him when he died. We got it from her estate.
So Puharish was also working with Uri Geller, right?
He was. So Puharish, he was an Army doctor. Mm-hmm. Went to school on the Army's dime, went out immediately and was working for the Army, Navy, and CIA. But also British intelligence. Aldous Huxley was handling him. Sir John Whitmore was handling him. All this comes down from British intelligence, including MK Ultra. Ultimately, it starts with the British.
MK Ultra started with the British?
Yeah. Russians. Henry Tizard started it up with a meeting with CIA brass in Montreal Yeah, it started with British intelligence after all this World War II shit that I was talking about. So they started all of this up, that ball rolling. But Kuharsh was their contractor that would go across the different groups, the different agencies, and there's a video, Steve. This is a great one if you want to see MK Ultra technology in action. It's one step beyond the sacred mushroom. Where
One step beyond the sacred mushroom.
One step beyond is the show name, is the sacred mushroom. It's on YouTube, and it's Kuharsh is there flashing lights in people's eyes, hypnotizing them to make them psychic. There's a portion, there it is. Right there. Keep going. So that's the early photic and magnetic stimulator that MK Ultra was using. Kuharsh developed to put people in their states. Yeah, it's an American version of the Leda machine in Russia.
Lower your head a little bit. A little more.
It sounds awful. It does. It sounds diabolical.
Now I see it. I see so many things I can't tell you. Can't you slow it? Slow it? Now I see but you know, I see many colors about it. Go. Are they pretty? It's in geometric signs, but now it's like great things. They're magnificent. They're magnificent. I have never been so aware of color.
What is this thing actually doing?
After this, he goes off and does psychic testing on him and finds that he became much more accurate choosing cards. So it's opening up psychic ability. That was the intent, at least. But it's putting him in a hypnotic state. And this is his testing. He's doing a dermo-optical vision, seeing through the fingers, which is, they actually studied this. It's in the congressional record.
Really?
Yeah. I'll tell you about that in a second. Now, when they did the church committee, they asked if they had any open projects still being done.
Turn the volume down on the video, Steve. Pretty unsettling.
Yeah, they asked if they had any ongoing projects going for MK Ultra, and they're like, we only have one, and it's a doctor who's testing a kid who can see through his hands in Orlando, and that was Kuharsh. So at that time, and then that started the ball rolling over a lot of things. This was all going on behind the scenes as a portion of the Army and Navy and CIA's projects into mind control. There's always a psychic component to it. I did a video about Dr. George Estabrooks of the FBI trying to shill his services to the FBI and going back and forth with J. Edgar Hoover about using Manchurian candidates in the 1930s with documents to prove this all out.
Man,
there's a paper trail for this. Yeah, as early as the 30s.
You think they're still doing this stuff today?
Oh, sure, yes. They're
really
more sophisticated.
What do you think it looks like today? What kind of stuff? What kind of tools do you think they're using today?
TikTok and Instagram.
Yeah.
I don't even think I think an AI. I think you've asked. I think I saw one of your podcasts where you asked if an AI could hypnotize somebody, or an AI could mind control somebody.
Right.
Absolutely. It's just a pattern of communication. Replicate that with an AI and figure out what the person's individual leaders are to pull, and absolutely, you wouldn't even need a person to do it anymore.
Have you ever heard of something called the Brain Health Initiative?
What's that?
Allegedly, this is like the new MK Ultra that's based in, I think it's Mexico or somewhere in South America, and it was put together by Obama. If you search Obama Brain Health Initiative, and essentially it has something to do with how all of the tech devices that we have, from our TVs to our phones to our computer screens, have this specific frequency of blue light, and it's not. And what it does is it like hijacks our circadian rhythm and our dopamine system, and basically turns us into like dopamine slot machines.
Yeah, we went to Target last night. We got the blue lights right here in the parking lots.
Yeah,
blue light carries more,
they're everywhere. Yeah,
more information than any other spectrum of light, and that's part of it. Could be part of it if you flip the switch on it.
And I also believe it was during the Obama years when they banned full spectrum light bulbs. I think it's incandescent light bulbs. They banned it because they're not efficient enough.
That sounds about right, but that's that's there's a lot of work that went on. We were republishing some of the works that we translated from Jacobo Greenberg. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's kind of an internet meme as well. He was the Mexican Pumarch, basically.
Oh, really?
MK Ultra guy himself. And
How do you say his name?
Grinberg. It's Grinberg Zilberbaum, but it's Jacobo, Jacobo, Grinberg. Jacobo Greenberg. Yeah, we can use it. And he's he did a ton of research into this. He did the Persinger experiments connecting minds between Mexico City and India in the 70s. So Persinger was recreating research when he was doing the correlation between two minds. So that's old research from the 70s that Grinberg was doing first. Grinberg was Israeli dual citizen and questionable if he was Mossad. Came up, ended up escaping to the United States and disappearing. And but yeah, he's got some interesting stuff. He was at conferences with Puharish and John Keel and Jacques Vallée in Costa Rica for some of his work. So he was involved with all the groups as well. And they were doing Star Kid research. So the Valerie Ransone that I showed you was working with Puharish, hypnotizing kids to make them think they're star kids, that they're contactees, whatever you want to consider that. He was doing that himself in Mexico City, running the same kind of experimentation on kids.
Have you ever heard of, I'm sure you have, you heard Willie Streeter's story.
Yeah, and he was, you know where he grew up? He grew up in San Antonio.
In Texas, right?
He's got stories about how he was being taken to one of the Air Force bases in San Antonio between 1940, late 40s, early 50s. And that era, the era he says overlaps with when Jolyon West was the head of psychiatry at that same base.
Yeah.
So
he also talks about he was sent to Mexico to some secret place that he hates to talk about, but he did talk about it on one radio show back in the day, where he says that him and a bunch of other children were shown footage of dead people or people being murdered and told that they were responsible for the murders to induce some sort of trauma.
Yeah, that's part of creating an altar, splitting them off into somebody. You create a partition so that you don't remember the bad things if you're a little kid. And that bad stuff is still in the subconscious, and that can be used to create. That's what Estabrook was doing with the FBI. He was doing it at civilian conservation corps camps during the Great Depression. He was driving around hypnotizing people and creating altars that he could hypnotically induce and come up and they could remember information. It's just the Manchurian Candidate story. But he was doing it 20 years before we were talking about it.
So how does that work? I'm not smart enough to understand how you can induce like some serious psychological trauma in a kid. And you're saying that they create a split personality, one that they suppress.
Yeah, kids got to go off with its life and have a healthy, happy life and try to be somewhat functional. Mm-hmm. If you give them enough trauma up front, they got to partition that somewhere.
Yes.
And that partition part becomes a different person. For all intents and purposes, a different consciousness that can be programmed as a different, fully functioning person that can go out and interact with the world, gather information, come back, and get pisser about it. Is that one doesn't know the other one exists, and it doesn't remember what happened to the other one.
And how do you? So I'm assuming that the goal behind creating this separate person is to get them to work for them, to do like secret shit for.
You'd think so. That was the offer to, and it wasn't just an offer. They took him up on it to J. Edgar Hoover. That I'm going to hypnotize 3 people, create an altar within them, send them off to FBI headquarters because they want to work for the FBI. Their normal personality will work for the FBI.
Yeah.
And their altars can go off and infiltrate organized crime or be double agents that we can then mine afterwards and get information about those crime rings.
And how do they manage which person they are and what time they turn into what person?
Just a hypnotic induction. It is as simple as leading somebody through. Hypnosis at its core is organized fantasy. You're having somebody come along into a land of make-believe with you by talking them through it.
Mm-hmm.
And that can be extremely powerful. We think it's not something that can partition people off memory-wise and what, but it absolutely can. And it was figured out. They figured it out in the 1700s. There's Marquis de Poissegure figured it out in 1784. He published a book about how to hypnotize somebody and have them remember things in their somnambulistic state and not their waking state. And they've been doing it ever since. Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
200 years. The
So
British.
it's almost like that Severance show in real life.
I never watched that. Is that what it's about?
It's about basically these people that there's this huge company called Newman where all the employees agree to have a brain chip installed in their brain to where they go to work, right, as their normal self. They get in the elevator. As soon as the elevator goes up to the severed floor, it flips the switch, it goes to another partition.
Yep.
To where basically, essentially, when they leave work every day, they get in the elevator, they go down, and then their next memory is right back in the elevator going to work again. And then their home life is completely separated from their work life.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Only that is that literally exists. They were using it, James,
but without a brain chip, with some sort of hypnosis stuff. Right.
Hypnosis. So what it was back in the 1700s, you had Mesmer, Franz Anton Mesmer, and he was doing mesmerism, and we think that that's silly and hokey and old-timey. In the 1840s, they changed the name from mesmerism into hypnotism, Dr. James Braid. And he was using it to do surgery and amputations on people where they wouldn't remember their leg getting amputated in a war or something because they didn't have the medical facility where he was deployed out in Southeast Asia for the British. He could hypnotize a person, do the surgery, bring him back, and they wouldn't remember that part where they had the leg come off. And it worked, and it continued on literally from the 1840s as part of medical hypnotism until the 1920s and 30s, but there was always another layer on that. And when people were in their